SCCA fans to the beautiful yet foggy Sebring, Florida. We're excited to have you tune in to our Saturday coverage of the 46th Annual Winter Vacation Majors presented by Central Florida Region SCCA. Today's location, a track that needs no introduction, the historic Sebring International Raceway. It has been foggy all morning, but today's weather is expected to be a sunny day today with a high of 82 degrees and clear skies continuing throughout the weekend. This race event features more than 260 entries in a wide variety of classes, cars, and drivers traveling from all over the country. This is a DriversEye live production with John Davison on the call, and I'm joined by my fellow racer and friend, Nick Soriano. Nick, I know I'm excited to share the action today with everyone listening online. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. Very excited to be in the booth again and hanging out at Sebring. The track, so historic and so much fun to race on. I think we've got a great lineup ahead of us, John.
Yeah, that is awesome stuff. I also like to see 3 wide going into turn 3 on the outlap. You love to see it. Today's run of schedule will begin with 20-minute qualifying sessions, then followed by 25-minute races for all 7 groups. All groups already have 1 qualifying session in the books to set the grid for the race this weekend, but the drivers will have 1 more opportunity this morning to better their times. Let's set the scene, Nick, for what we're about to see. Up first, right now on the screen, Spec Miata, our largest group with 68 entries. Nick, you and I have a ton of experience with Spec Miata over a decade of racing in this class. We've already had 1 qualifying session so far, so what should we expect to see from the group this morning, and what should we be looking out for?
I think this group is going to really put the pedal to the metal this morning and try and get some lap times in. Cool track temperatures are great for these cars, the cool air. Giving them a couple extra horsepower, and their qualifying yesterday was in a little bit warmer air, so I think a lot of drivers are going to take the opportunity to try and run a good lap. I think we're going to see a lot of pairs, the dance partners, if you will. They're going to team up, do a lot of work together on the front and back stretch with the traditional Spec Miata bump drafting, and some players to look out for. You've got the E Street team, Preston Pardis, Jim Drago, Nick Bruni. A lot of the national champions of the last couple of years come out of that tent. But after watching last weekend, Max Stallone had a great run. He did very well. Frankie Barroso as well also shared some podium spots. So I think we're going to see some great Spec Miata action this morning.
That's good stuff, Nick. One thing I will say about, you can already see everyone is jockeying to be in the position that they want to be in. You essentially have a race just to be in a certain position right now on the outlap. Already tons of passes happening, and that is because the grid times for Spec Miata especially are usually set in the morning session because these cars run so much better in the cooler temps, and it's a shortened session. So you really want to make sure that you get the fastest lap you can as early as possible because you have no idea if a black flag will come out, etc.
Yeah, it's really important to see if you can get that in the books as soon as possible. This outlap, very important for jockeying for position, getting yourself in a good spot so that lap 2, your first flying lap, as we see everyone coming into start-finish line out of turn 17. This is the lap that you really want to do well on. Tires should be up to temp enough to run a good lap, and now's the time. Let's get that lap in before anything happens.
Yeah, we already have the 27 car. Is that Jim Drago that is he racing this weekend?
It is. Yep, that is Jim Drago in the 27. The 2 car.
He's there on the screen. Yeah, he's there on the screen, actually going slow. So hopefully his car is all right. But yeah, so yesterday's session, Preston Pardis set the provisional pole. Oh, we have somebody go off track there on the exit of 1. But yeah, Preston Pardis set the provisional pole of a 35.9, followed by Nick Bruni with a 236.0. I expect the times to drop further into the 235s, with probably more than just 1 car there, Nick.
Yeah, I think so. 35s are a great time, and with the new tire, the lap times we've seen have been pretty substantial here. 35s fairly quick around Sebring International Raceway for a Spec Miata, so I could see some low 35s happening with the temperatures, maybe a high 34 if you get some really good cooperation. But, yeah, I think that we will see a new pole time this morning out of this session.
I believe so, and you can see on the screen Elevon Goulart leading the field for the first few laps here. and then that group is followed by your East Street gang of cars, Preston Pardis, Todd Burris, Nick Bruni, and others, and also followed by Alex Acosta there in the back of the train, as you can see on the screen.
Yeah, Alex had a great weekend at Homestead, last week's Majors Tour. Struggled to find a drafting buddy there, and that course is so important to have a drafting buddy, but still ran well and was able to pull out some good finishes. So I think this weekend, Alex Acosta is a dark horse that we could see mixing in with the front couple groups.
Yeah, you can see Acosta right there, still not really having a draft partner and just trying to hang on to that East Street pack, which for Sebring works out pretty well because you can actually brake later into the corners and get sucked up into the draft behind them. Whereas Homestead at Daytona, you really need a dedicated drafting partner. So he still could put a pretty decent lap time down just following that pack.
Yeah, he's definitely got the opportunity here. Some of the other drivers to look out for that had good runs. Last weekend we had some great times from Meyer, who did really well. Had a great second race on Sunday after a rough qualifying and starting near the back on Saturday. And as we're starting to see first lap times come in, Preston Pardis and Nick Bruni at the top of the charts. 2:36.2 for Preston Pardis, holding on there, but followed real closely behind by Travis Wiley and Jack Murchison with 36.5s and 6s respectively. So very good there. Good stuff. Alex Costa in fifth, 36.6. Chris Allen with a 36.6 as well in the 16 car. Nick Leverone also had a good run, was leading the second pack for most of last weekend's races, but a 37.0 has him in seventh in this session. And some names that we recognize a little further down: John Rodat in the number 3 car in 11th, and Chris Haldeman in the number 124. So as we look down the list, there are some familiar Spec Miata names that are doing pretty well after that first flying lap.
Oh, when he had a wrecker on the side of the track going into turn 7. So we have a standing yellow going on the backstretch there on the screen. Looks like we have a flat toe pulling that car off the track, it appears.
Yeah, a little lockup and a slide there from what looked maybe the 08 car. Let me see if I can find that on.
That would be Michael Carter.
Michael Carter, yeah. Now that car had a little bit of damage yesterday, and maybe alignment's a little off on that. It's a little squirrely, so hoping that car was repaired well enough to put some lap times down and put him near the front of the field where he wants to be.
Yeah, one thing I'm noticing, the East Street gang of Preston Pardis and Bruni catching the group ahead of them. This is actually going to be interesting because they're catching them pretty quick, but it will also give them a pretty big toe going down into turn 17 right here. But they're probably going to draft past those 2 cars and get a nice toe, so we could have a really good lap time here set by Preston Pardis and Nick Bruni if they did not get held up in turn 16. And one thing to mention too, looking at the results yesterday, there's so much talent in this field, and the parity is so close that even just half a second of a lap time can put you 10, 15 spots further down the run order. But there's Preston Pardis and Bruni, held up by the cars in front, still able to run a 2:34.6 and 2:34.7. Nick Bruni and Preston Pardis, an 0.8 of a second gap to Jack Murchison in third.
Yeah, they did a great job navigating traffic into 17 there. You can really make or break a lap depending on your exit speed. So to be able to use the draft of the group ahead and then still navigate the traffic, come out with good exit speed in 17, get that lap done. 2:34.6 is a flyer around here.
Yeah, it is going to be tough for anyone else to really get a good lap in just like that. I mean, they had help with the toe of the cars in front of them, and it actually looks that they're bailing right now going into turn 7 here on the screen. Preston Pardis and Bruni caught the front pack, and it looks like they're trying to give themselves a gap again.
Yeah, a little bit of a reset, probably good. Looking a little further back down the line, Nick Leverone moving up with the 35.6. I believe that's faster than his lap yesterday. Christian Meyer, who we talked about, into the top 10 with Bobby Gossett. Looks like they may be working together in the 44 car. saw some cooperation from them at Homestead. So that's a duo that we could definitely be seeing some action from this weekend.
Yeah, and to just show the skill level here, the 18th position of Gavin Vaughn ran a 2:36.9.
Yeah.
So you could be 10th, you could be in the 2:36 and be in the top 10 or almost outside the top 20.
Yeah. It's a stacked field as you get to the top, and as the more laps we run, I think we're just going to see that margin of error disappear. You know, you've got to be every 10th of a second counting to be in that top 10, top 20. In a field this size, it looks like we have 62 cars that have made a lap so far. So the field is deep, and the lap times, if you want to be at the front, are going to be very close.
Yeah, and it is a shame that Michael Carter in the 08 does not have a lap time. He's a former Mazda Motorsports factory driver, and he has not had a lot of good luck this weekend. On test day, he lost a wheel. The wheel bearing broke. And so he has had bad luck all weekend.
Yeah, that's not how you want to start your weekend. 4 wheels on the car always tends to be the fastest. And losing a wheel, especially going into 17, like we heard, not the ideal spot you want to be in to lose a wheel. It looks like some time improvements. Nick Leverone moving into third there with a 35.4. So creeping up on the time of Bruni and Pardis. But right now, they are your 2 leaders in this session and appear to be the provisional pole right now if no things change.
Yeah, it looks like they took that lap off to get some space in order to get a tow from some other competitors, and now they're back together for another flyer. We'll see if they improve that lap time.
All right. Well, this seems like a great time. We're about halfway through the session. Let's do a first call to grid for group number 2. First call to grid for group number 2. We're going to step aside, let some of our sponsors and partners share the stage, and we'll be right back with you to finish out this session.
AAG Auto Technic Racing is a full-service prep shop located in Southwest Florida, offering driver coaching, data analysis, race rentals, and comprehensive support. The team specializes in driver development and provides drivers with the resources necessary to climb the ladder from club racing into the pro racing levels.
Utilizing advanced CNC machinery and software, the team at Silver Horse Racing and Space Coast Precision proudly manufacture products in the USA, right on Florida's Space Coast. They take pride in supplying companies such as Shelby American, Magnuson Superchargers, SpaceX, and more, producing components for some of the world's fastest and most recognizable vehicles. From deep-sea water testing to parts for America's space program and everything in between, they are ready to tackle your manufacturing needs. Check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
Are you looking for real motorsports fun without breaking the bank? Check out Central Florida Region Rallycross, the most affordable off-road motorsport around. You don't need a race car. Almost any daily driver or truck can compete. Just bring a helmet, and if you don't have one, we've got you covered. Multiple classes mean fair competition, spectators get in free, and volunteers are always welcome. Join us January 24th and 25th for our Test and Tune and Driver School, or our First Points event February 7th at the St. Lucie County Fairgrounds. To find out more, follow us on social media or visit rallycross.cfrscca.org. SWR 77 is your arrive and drive provider for Mazda Miata racing and track days in the southeastern United States. Visit us at swr-77.com to learn more.
Welcome back to to the 2026 Winter Vacation Majors presented by Central Florida Region SCCA. Back from break, Bobby Gossett now up into third on the timing sheets with a 2:35.2, followed by Dean Dibidall with a 2:35.4, and Chris Allen with a 2:35.3, now in front of Nick Leverone and Christian Meyer. So, Nick, we also saw Bruni and Pardis try to get another flyer in, and it looks like they bailed on it and did not set a faster lap time. As we can see on the screen right now, it appears that they're going for another one. So maybe they ran into traffic, and we can also see a car being towed in by not one, not two, but three safety trucks.
Yep, all in formation there. Looks
They're
like
running the flying V, Nick.
They are. It looks like the Thunderbirds or the Blue Angels maybe, as they're in formation here going through, getting that car off the track. So great work by the Sebring safety team. Appreciate them and all the work that they do for all of us competitors and workers out there. I was looking at the timesheets. We talked about it before, how these times would tighten up. A 35.9 gets you into 15th right now in this session, which was previously the pole time.
Yeah.
And now if you run a 35.9, you're 13th, 14th, 15th. So we talked about how this cooler air and cooler track temperatures were going to be good for these cars, get those lap times down. So big shakeups on the front of the grid for the qualifying of Spec Miata here. And they certainly are looking good.
Almost like we called this, Nick.
Yeah, it's a Sebring Classic here.
Yep.
We have both done this race before in our Spec Miatas, and we know how the format works and when the times are going to be quick. And Sebring doesn't let us down. It's a consistent track, and we're always happy to be here watching for all the excitement.
Some big names further down into the run order. Jim Drago just set his best lap time, and he's on a comeback tour after having an incident a couple years ago. Was able to put it front row in Homestead, but now down into 17th. I also saw Chris Haldeman down in 28th with a 2:37.0. He will not be happy with that time. Matias Ramirez 2:36.5. So some very fast drivers deep into the paddock, and now we see an even faster lap time set by Preston Pardis and Nick Bruni. Their strategy to find a gap and get a tow down the backstretch really paid off. 2:34.1 by Preston Pardis. I don't remember the track record exactly, but I believe it is a low 2:34, which only counts if you set it during the race. But that just shows that they're on track record pace for Pardis and Bruni.
Yeah, they sure are. We're going to do another call to the grid for group number 2. Group number 2 to the grid for your qualifying session. Get on over there.
Yep. And with 1 minute left in qualifying, this is a do or die moment. And Pardis and Bruni have a 1 second gap back to Elevon Goulart in third and John Salerno in fourth as they work together. Bobby Gossett right now in fifth, followed by Dean Dibidall, Chris Allen, Nick Leverone, Christian Meyer, and Frankie Barroso, who had a win down in Homestead last weekend.
Yep.
Rounding out the top 10, 1.2 seconds behind pole.
Yeah, surprising to see that big of a gap in Spec Miata near the front. It is really Preston and Nick's work, though, that have gotten them that far ahead. Because as soon as you eliminate them from the gang, you can see that the next second gets you all the way down to 20th, from second to 20th within a second. So,
a lot of crowded cars going into turn 17. Not exactly what you want to have. And the checker flag is coming out early right now, as a lot of cars are pulling into the paddock already. I believe there was a car somewhere off track with a waving yellow. So they checkered the qualifying session about a minute early, as we have some cleanup, it appears, maybe a car in a dangerous position. So there was some action in turn 7, which is the hairpin, getting called in on the radio.
I'm hearing the 138 of Von Weber is the car that may be disabled at the moment. Unable to see it on our cameras, but that was the one that they called in, unless that is our... Oh, no, 138 is our leader, so that's going to be the first car to come into pit road. Not the car that is disabled. That is the car that took the first checkered flag.
And just some updates down the field. Christian Meyer ran his best lap time on the last lap with a 2:35.4, holding on to his 9th position. Drago setting his best lap time with a 2:35.8, moving him up into 14th. So a nice push at the end by one of our former champions in the field, who was a bit off pace in the first half of that session.
Yeah, it looked like he had some car issues. We saw him moving slow down the front stretch, so may have taken him some time to find a buddy, and eventually he did, or he did it all by himself, which means he's got the car in good shape now and is going to be able to move forward. I think if you're able to run a 2:35.8 by yourself here, you'll be able to find some time when you have some racing to go along up at the front.
Yeah, and we see Todd Burris down in 35th with a 2:38.2. We saw him this morning, Nick, and he was driving someone else's car for the first time. So there may be some sorting out issues to be done with that car. But I would expect to see him moving up the field later this afternoon.
Yeah. Well, I think we are done with this session, as we're seeing the last couple of cars come down the backstretch, and they will head into the straightaway. Coming up next is Group 2, Formula V, Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula Continental. Going to be our next one. So some wings and things.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll take a quick commercial break. Stay tuned. We have more action coming up next. Welcome back to the 2026 Winter Vacation Majors presented by Central Florida Region SCCA. Nick, I will say it is tough to remember to say 2026 instead of 2025. How's that coming along for you?
I have had to make a couple corrections on some papers that I've handwritten, but other than that, so far so good. But I have not been doing any of the intros so far, so I haven't had the opportunity to make any mistakes yet. But out on track now, we've got our what looks to be Formula Continental and Formula F competitors. We saw them at Homestead as well, similar size field. So we'll see how they do here at Sebring. Very different style track. The Formula F cars are going to be your non-winged Formula cars, and your Formula C, Formula Continentals. Those will have wings at the front and rear. That way you can differentiate them on track. They rely on some aero grip, which makes them a little exciting, especially in these bumpy corners at high speeds. Definitely a challenge for those teams to get everything smoothed out and performing well on a track that has the history right there on its sleeve. Every little bump and crack that you have to drive over, you feel.
Yeah, and we had 11 entries for this group, 6 in Formula Continental, 5 in Formula Ford, but it looks like we have a total of 9 so far setting a lap time today. I will say smaller field for this group, but when it comes to the runoffs, Formula Ford is actually one of the most exciting races that we have. Formula Ford and Formula V at the runoffs they always deliver.
They really do. We were talking a little bit last week with Greg Ginsberg about the evolution of Formula Ford, Formula F, now that they have 2 different engine options. But they are a class act when it comes to putting on a show and having a lot of exciting wheel-to-wheel, true wheel-to-wheel action, as they obviously don't have any fenders on. And it is really fun to watch. So expecting to see some pretty surprisingly quick times out of these cars. Not very high horsepower, but you can see those first laps, even after coming off the grid. 227 for the provisional leader in this group right now, John Benson. So pretty quick for some small engine cars, some very lightweight cars with some somewhat tiny tires.
Yeah, and looking at the first qualifying session yesterday, Chris Soriano in Formula Continental with a best time of 2:10 flat, a solid 3 seconds ahead of the second place competitor Robert Wright. So a large gap really from Chris Soriano back to the second and third and fourth place. A 3 second gap to second, 2 second gap to third, another 2 second gap to fourth. So some big gaps in the Formula Continental field, but John Robinson, the second in Formula Ford, with a 2:19.9 yesterday, had a 1.2 second gap to John Benson. So we would like to see maybe some of these times get closer together here in this second qualifying session.
Yeah, we'll see if that brings some of the gaps closer. Again, we talked about it. It's still morning time, so cooler air, cooler track temps, very helpful for these cars to find some extra grip, find some extra speed. They've got plenty of space on track. They don't have too much traffic to work through. There should be a good opportunity for them to put some lap times down and make some progress.
And we do have 7 of the 9 competitors from Florida. And I just want to say, as a Florida native myself, Florida drivers are leading the pack.
They are. The hometown boys and girls are going to do pretty well here. I feel like Sebring is a track where there are some things like we call the local lines, tips and tricks that we know that maybe some new racers from out of town, out of state, maybe even out of country. I haven't looked through the entire entry list to see if anyone has come to visit us during these warmer months here in Florida compared to the rest of the North American continent. But we'll see. Let's see some laps coming in, and Mark Deffer now leading with a 2:20 in Formula Continental, but Douglas Rocco 2:19.7
Yeah, well, and I will
it
say
in,
Mark
so-
Deffer ran a 2:15 yesterday, so I expect these times after this first lap to continue to drop. Also, something to mention, I see 2 Neil Radloffs. There must be a father and son, if I were to gather, or one guy driving 2 different cars. What do you think? What do you think is happening, Nick?
Is it 2 different classes? You see on the entry list that
that
there's
is
another?
the same class, Formula Ford.
No, that's going to be the same one. That's the same guy. That may be.
No, there's a number 96 and a number 28. Or sorry, number 20 and number 96.
Yeah, I think Neil's in the 96. We've seen a couple laps from him already. So I'm not quite sure. Maybe he entered with a different car or had to change number. But I think there's just one of them this weekend, John.
Oh, okay. Well, on the results yesterday, he ran 2 different cars, it appears.
Hey, maybe he's testing one out. He's got one that's better than the other.
Yeah, so far, Chris Charno, who set a 2:10 yesterday, has not turned a lap time. So trouble in paradise there potentially for the number 24 of Chris Charno, or decided not to go out this morning.
My money is on he just decided not to go out. You said he had, what, a 2-second lead already going into
3 seconds,
3 seconds on the provisional pole from yesterday. I think he's going to be guaranteed a pretty good spot, and he's not going to have too many issues. So take it easy on the car. This is a rough track. It'll beat you up, and I think it's smart to take a session off if you need to.
Okay. Well, as of right now, the times, everyone is driving slower this morning than their times were yesterday. So I'm not sure if maybe they're not finding the bout there or just getting their bearings together, and lap times will continue to fall throughout the session.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We had a couple of these guys racing at Homestead last weekend, Chris Charno being one of them, John Robinson, John Benson was there, Neil Radloff. So these guys are doing the Florida tour and making sure they get both of their majors races in early in the season. And we'll see if the results pan out the same way or if one of these tracks suits some of these drivers better than others.
Yep, and the lap times falling here on the 3rd lap, but still not at the same pace as yesterday.
Yeah, seeing a little bit of improvement, but not quite there. We'll see if there's any more left in the tank as they work their way down. But
Pun intended.
yeah, very much pun intended. But while we're here, let's say Group 3, first call to the grid. Group 3, first call to the grid. Make sure you guys get there. I know it's a little bit bigger group, so Group 3.
All right, so as we look at them coming out of turn 7, even though there's only 7 cars out there, Nick, they're all pretty close together.
They are doing pretty well. We noticed this too at Homestead. The Formula cars, we would usually expect to find some more space and spread out since they're not quite as reliant on a draft. But they've all raced pretty close together and not necessarily made space for themselves. They've just worked themselves out and didn't have any incidents. So guys know what they're doing, that's for sure, which is always nice to see. And, the less carnage, the better, especially on cars like these.
Yeah. All right, so as they come around here on the screen into turn 15, one of my favorite sections of the track is 15 through 16, as we see on the screen. It's very fast. The car is often unbalanced, and it sets you up for one of the most important corners on the track, turn 16, because it sets you up for the longest straightaway. So if you do not get through turn 16 well, you can basically consider your lap time pretty much in the trash.
Yeah, very important corner. We
3 wide going into turn 17 here in qualifying. Not sure that is what they would want to do to set the best lap time, but it looks like they've made it through.
They sure have. Yeah, they survived that one. You can see the Formula Continental and the Formula Fs mixing it up together. And now that we've got that, Robert Wright with a 2:14.9, big improvement for him. Still a little bit off the pace of our current provisional pole sitter.
And 2 seconds slower than his lap time yesterday.
Okay, so we're about halfway through the session. Let's take a quick break, turn it over to our sponsors for a moment, and we'll be right back to bring you to the end of the session.
AAG Auto Technic Racing operates a championship caliber organization from its Fort Myers, Florida headquarters. The team has developed a legacy of speed, precision, and determination on and off the track. From grassroots beginnings, the team has continuously evolved, driven by a passion for motorsports and a relentless pursuit of excellence.
With all the buzz about reshoring, it's great to know that Silver Horse Racing and Space Coast Precision have been making precision products here in the USA for over 20 years. Proud sponsors of the father-daughter duo of Marcello and Alyssa Canatano, driving the number 03 and 04 Spec Miatas, they manufacture products for many of today's top companies, utilizing advanced CNC machining centers, and are ready to help you with your manufacturing needs as well. Based on Florida's Space Coast, check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
Want to race Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s with speed, style, and unbeatable support? At Apex Motorsports South, Florida's official customer service representative for SCCA Enterprises, we make it happen. Race-ready SRF3 rentals, full arrive and drive packages, expert prep and top-tier trackside support, and a crew that treats you like family. From your first lap to the checkered flag, we've got your back every step of the way. Whether you're chasing the podium or the pure rush of racing, Apex delivers performance with a personal touch. Come for the competition, stay for the camaraderie. Apex Motorsports South, driven by passion, powered by people. Your seat's ready. Are you?
What if the most fun you can have with your car is closer than you think? At Central Florida Region SCCA Autocross, you bring your own car, even your daily driver, and drive a course laid out with cones and timing lights. There's no wheel-to-wheel racing and no prior experience required. It's just you, your car, and the clock. Autocross helps you build real driving skills in a controlled, safe environment while spending the day with a welcoming community of car enthusiasts. It's affordable, competitive, and open to drivers of all skill levels. Learn more, find upcoming events, and sign up at autocross.cfrscca.org.
Welcome back to the 46th annual Winter Vacation Majors race here, presented by Central Florida Region SCCA. Thank you for joining us. Right now, our Wings and Things, our first group of them, is out there on track. Formula Ford and Formula Continental. We have 7 drivers out there setting their lap times to set the grid positions for our afternoon races and tomorrow's races. But what's interesting, Nick, so far is usually you see track times improve in the morning in the cooler temperatures, but actually they're not for this group.
No, yeah, they have not come down as much as we were expecting. We thought at the beginning of this session that we would be seeing some maybe some new lap times and new provisional poles for FC and FF, but nothing yet. Everyone just kind of out there taking their time, going easy on the equipment, maybe making sure they're ready for the race or using this session to scrub in some tires. So not quite the improvements we were expecting to see, but so far a clean session. We haven't had any cars disabled. Knock on some IKEA synthetic wood that we've got in front of us. And we will keep that going for the rest of this session.
Yeah, so right now your class leaders in this qualifying session so far, Robert Wright in Formula Continental with a 2:14.9. Now, just for reference, he is provisionally starting second with the best lap time yesterday of a 2:13.0. As we have 5 minutes for him to find about 4 more seconds of lap time to take over the starting pole position from Chris Charno, who is not setting a lap time today. In Formula Ford, John Robinson, consistent as he had set the fastest lap time in Formula Ford yesterday with a 2:19.9. And right now, setting 2:19.2. So he actually had some improvement so far this morning in the Formula Ford category and holding on to that provisional pole.
Yep, yeah, he's holding on to it. John Benson just put in his fastest lap, a 2:21.0. So still some work to do to get to John Robinson, but there's possibility if he's starting to put in those laps, and he's going to be pretty strong as they go into the race this afternoon.
Yeah, with 4 minutes remaining here. Interesting to see the Formula Continental cars still staying pretty close together and not really finding a lot of space on their own.
Yeah, maybe part of the strategy to understand each other's lines and have some race knowledge going into their race this afternoon. Seems like a good time to do another call to grid for group number 3. Group number 3, head to grid. All right. Maybe some more improvements here. Yeah, a little bit. Mark Deffer running his best lap of the session. As you're seeing him cross the line in that, I think that's the black and green car there. And then Robert Wright coming through with the fastest lap as well. So starting to see some pushes near the end of the session, forced some more speed and some more lap times. Formula Continental, all 3 of them just ran their best lap of the session. We'll see if Formula F can answer with some fast laps as well.
Mark Deffer improved his time from yesterday to now a 2:14.9, where yesterday ran a 2:15.1, so some improvement there. Robert Wright ran a 2:14 this morning, but yesterday ran a 2:13.0. So no improvement there. As we have a standing yellow in turn 7, we're getting a car number for you. Car number 96, which is Neil Radloff. Has pulled off on the exit of turn 7. It must be just right off camera, unfortunately, but yeah, now we're down to 6 cars running in the session. A lot of open track, Nick.
Yeah, there really is. The Formula cars tend to have that opening, which is nice for them. I think that those cars really perform their best on their own when they're able to use all the aero at their disposal. So it's not surprising that there's some smaller car counts and that they're comfortable this way.
Yep, and just under 2 minutes remaining. Coming up next, we have Group 3 with the B-Spec and the production cars and STU and T4. So 45 cars entered into our next group. But here we see 2 cars going side by side into turn 17 in qualifying. You love to see it. It looks like they're racing out there, Nick.
It does. It does look like they are doing a little bit of practice passes into 17 as they come across start-finish line. That is Robert Wright and Mark Deffer.
Yep, Robert Wright just set his fastest lap time again, 2:14.7. But again, not an improvement from his time yesterday. With under a minute remaining, we can give another call to the grid here for Group 3 to the grid. Group 3 to the grid for your first qualifying session of the day. And just a reminder for everybody listening at home, our morning is starting out with qualifying sessions for all 7 groups here. We have about 260 entries into this race weekend. So we're going to see all of those this morning in qualifying, and then every group will also have a 25-minute race today, followed up by another race tomorrow for the feature. A lot of action still yet to come as we work our way through these qualifying sessions. All of these groups have had 1 qualifying session in the books already. And now our first 2 groups are finished up with their qualifying efforts. And the checker flag is waving at the start-finish line. So it looks like our 2 Formula Continental cars are still out there before they receive the checker, Nick, as they're coming on the screen now, going through the tower turn 13.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to have 1 more flying lap. I think that's Robert Wright at the front of that, the duo there. And he's put a little bit of a gap on Mark Devers, so he could still be going for one more lap here. It looks like he is still at a pretty good pace. We'll see if he's got any improvement left in him on this last flyer.
He's about 4 seconds, though, to take the pole back from Chris Charno, who elected to sit this session out, Nick. How about a power play there?
Yeah, I think that he knew he was in a great position. He ran a good time.
Yeah.
And
maybe got some nice sleep in, slept in.
Well, we did have a little bit of a fog delay, too, so he's getting as much rest as he wants. Yeah, that's that could be a benefit. It could be. This track will wear you down, so especially in these small cars with
and an improvement there, 2:13.8 by Robert Wright, which is still 0.8 off of his time yesterday. So no improvement, but maybe some track familiarization there this session. We'll see if he has some more, tools in his toolbox there to take on Chris Charno in the race later this afternoon.
Yep. Robert Wright. Everyone else is pulled in, so Robert Wright is the only car taking his cool down lap right now. Everyone else pulled in. So as he cools down, we're going to take a quick little break and step aside. We will be back with Group 3, your production cars, B-Spec, T4, and STU, with their second qualifying session coming up soon.
Welcome back to the 2026 Winter Vacation Majors presented by Central Florida Region SCCA. On track right now, Group 3. This is your production classes, E, F, and H, all the letters in between. B Spec, T4, and STU. Nick, we had 45 cars entered. Only 35 set a lap time yesterday. So we'll see if we get some more cars on track for this session. Yesterday, the provisional pole overall set by Jose Pena in STU in a Honda CRX 222, a solid 2 seconds ahead of his closest competitor. Our F Prod leader, Cliff Ira, in a Honda Del Sol with a 229. In E Prod, Thomas Burt out of Fort Myers, Florida, in a Mazda RX-8 with a 235.1. Our T4 provisional pole leader from yesterday, Kevin Fryer, in a Mazda Miata 2006 with MX-5 with a 236.6. Our H Prod leader, 240.8 seconds, Mike Ogren out of Dunedin, Florida, in a VW Sirocco. And our B Spec provisional pole time from yesterday set by John Schmidt, 245.7 out of Kannapolis, North Carolina, in a Chevy Sonic. Nick, I set the provisional leaders there for everyone to know. What should we expect to see here in this session?
Well, we've got a big multi-class group here of all different varieties. Your STU cars are going to be some pretty heavy, high horsepower cars. They're going to be very quick on the straightaways, all the way down to your B specs, which are your factory grocery getters that they've slapped the safety and suspension parts on to take them racing. So a very wide variety of builds that we're going to be seeing. And yeah, the multi-class always makes things interesting. And we see our leader has just come across his first flying lap at a 230.0. So times are starting to come in.
That wasn't the flyer yet, Nick. That was just the outlap.
That was just the outlap, yep. And yeah, we'll see a pretty wide variety. The car coming up to us right now is Cliff Ira, his F production car. A very cool looking car. It's a Honda Del Sol. And you may notice that there is no windshield on that thing.
Wow.
Yeah, it is all chopped off. Same thing with the MX-5 behind it. And very cool looks on those cars. Gives them a very distinctive silhouette on track. You're able to tell that they are production cars compared to just about anything else you'll see this weekend. So keep an eye on them. They are very cool to watch and some serious performance in those cars.
Yeah, and luckily enough for them, we have some sunny skies here all weekend, high of 82, so they wouldn't have to be worrying about any rain getting in those open cockpit cars, Nick. For those who joined us already, we had quite the foggy morning, hence the delayed start. But now the sun is shining, typical Florida weather in the winter. It's beautiful out here now, Nick.
It is, yeah. No, it's a perfect day for racing. So the competitors are going to be out there and getting after it, pedal to the metal, and seeing what they can do. Excited to see this B-Spec field. We've got a lot more entries. How many is that? 11 entries? 10 entries have made a lap so far. So we've got at least 10 cars in the field. B-Spec's a fun class. As another spec class that, we come from Spec Miata, so we love seeing these spec classes. And they're a lot of fun to watch. They are a hoop to see. If you're ever here at Sebring and you get a chance to spectate, try and get near turn 17 for them. They are traditional front-wheel drive cars, and they will do the traditional way of cornering, as many people call it, the squatting the leg. It looks like a little bit like a dog as they come through there, and that's just the way they're built. That is a quick way for them to turn, get a little less grip on the rear, let those front wheels do the work. So very fun to watch them as you see all of them coming down. Well, not all of them, but a large group of them coming into turn 7 right now, led by a pair of Mazdas and then a Mazda and 2 Honda Fits. That group of 5 doing pretty good there. Some people we saw last weekend: Stuart Black, Chris Taylor, Carson Neal, rookie this year, and expecting to see them near the front since they've already got some time in the seats this season. So we'll see how the lap times play out. Who was our pole time yesterday, John, in B-Spec?
Our B-Spec provisional pole time was John Schmidt with a 2:45.7. And the next closest competitor, Carson Neal, with a 2:46.1. So just a couple tenths back there.
Yeah, some familiar names if you were with us last week. They were both duking it out at Homestead, where we had some great racing between them. There were multiple times where we thought that the group was going to get split up, and they somehow boomerang back to each other to have a 3-car battle for most of the weekend. It was really exciting to watch. So that'll be a group that I'm very interested in when it comes race time this afternoon in this group number 3.
Fun fact here, John Bell, out of Lake Mary, Florida, in the e-production class, his wife builds his motors.
Really?
Yeah, fun fact.
John Bell and e-production. Well, it's doing something right because he is second right now in this session.
Okay.
And only 2 tenths behind the e-prod leader. So see if that continues. Maybe more people need to get their wives building motors for
Yeah,
them.
how about that?
Yeah.
So right now, John Schmidt still leading the way for B-Spec with a 2:45.4, followed closely by Carson Neal, who won a race at Homestead last weekend. Just a couple tenths back there.
Yeah, what was we said our B-Spec time was a 45.9 yesterday?
Yes, it was a 2:45.7.
2:45.7. So we do have a new provisional pole time at a 2:45.4, but it's still Josh Schmidt in the 119 Chevy Sonic that is going to be leading that B-Spec field if things continue as they are right now.
And another fun fact here, Jason Grant with a 2:52, so a little bit off the pace there, but he did submit an answer to us on our questionnaire. If he wins, the car is for sale.
Oh.
Yeah, so unless he finds about 7 seconds of lap time, he may still be holding onto that car.
He might be.
For at least one more weekend.
But I'm sure if any of you out there listening are interested in getting into B-Spec, I'm sure Jason Grant would make a deal for you, even if he doesn't win.
And this is a good time here for a call to the grid for Group 4. This is your first call to the grid, Group 4.
All right. Looking at some of our other groups, Cliff Ira still leading this session in F production. Mike Janish in E production right now has the lead with a 2:36.4, only 2 tenths ahead of Louis Bustani and John Bell in third in E production. Mike Ogren, the lone H production car, with a 2:38.5. John Ferguson leading T4 this session, 2:34.6 to Kevin Fryer's 2:35.6. So a full second between the two of them. And Josh Schmidt still leading in B-Spec. Looking at STU, Jose Osiris Pena continues to lead with a huge margin in STU. 13.6 seconds between him and second place Armin McGregian. So that is your class rundown right now. We're about halfway through the session, so let's take a quick break. We will come back and take you to the end of this session after some of our sponsors.
AAG Autotechnic Racing specializes in proven driver development. The organization has won championships across multiple series. From club racing to endurance competition and pro-level races, the team provides young drivers with the necessary ladder to advance their careers. AAG Racing is committed to precision engineering, strategic racing, and talent development to remain competitive at every turn.
Silver Horse Racing and Space Coast Precision sponsors the father-daughter race team of Marcello and Alyssa Canatano, racing in the number 03 and 04 Spec Miatas. Based on Florida's Space Coast, the companies provide precision CNC machine components for everything from deep-sea water testing to components for America's space program and everything in between. With their roots in SCCA competition dating back to 1991, they understand precision and performance and are ready to help you with your manufacturing needs. Check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
Are you looking for real motorsports fun without breaking the bank? Check out Central Florida Region Rallycross, the most affordable off-road motorsport around. You don't need a race car. Almost any daily driver or truck can compete. Just bring a helmet, and if you don't have one, we've got you covered. Multiple classes mean fair competition, spectators get in free, and volunteers are always welcome. Join us January 24th and 25th for our Test and Tune and Driver School, or our First Points event February 7th at the St. Lucie County Fairgrounds. To find out more, follow us on social media or visit rallycross.cfrscca.org.
SWR 77 is an arrive and drive program that builds on Yuri Kalapsot's years of racing experience. If you'd like to get behind the wheel of a top Mazda Miata in IT, production, super touring, or Spec Miata racing, contact us at swr-77.com today.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2026 Winter Vacation Majors presented by Central Florida Region SCCA. We are in Group 3 of our qualifying session so far this morning. Nick, I think you have an update for me.
Yeah, we're following him around right now on the cameras. You can see that yellow RX-7. That's John Bell. We talked about his engine builder a little bit earlier there. Just set a fast lap, 235.0. Currently leading this session in E-Production. So wanted to follow him around and see how he's doing. Looks like he's still on pace. May set another flyer. See a couple tenths improvement. John, was he our provisional leader after the first qualifier?
Who was that, Nick?
John Bell in the 162.
I'm looking up the results from yesterday. Any moment.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. E-Prod ran a 2:43.8 yesterday, was not the provisional pole setter.
Okay.
As Thomas Burt yesterday with a 2:35.1.
Okay, so yes, I thought that was a good number to see, a 35.0. So he is our current provisional pole sitter.
How about that?
E-Production. We'll see as he goes into turn 17 right now if he's able to turn a quicker lap.
Yeah, and some improvements so far. Jose Pena, our overall current pole setter with a 220.5. That is almost a 2-second improvement from yesterday. And Cliff Ira in F production ran a 228 so far today and ran a 229.8 yesterday. So a lot of improvement here from our drivers, something that we didn't see in the last group. We're seeing again here in group number 3.
Yeah, good. Interesting to see that the second group didn't quite have the same luck as the first and the third. But that's all right. Now, I did see while we were on the commercial break, Cliff Ira and Michael Chameleon, our 2 leaders in F production, they came in down pit road. Cars looked fine, no issues, so I think they ran their lap times. Maybe they were just scrubbing in some new tires for this afternoon. But yeah, they are off the track now in F production. So Paul Mavoli still turning laps out there, has a chance to catch him, but he's about 4.5 seconds off from moving into first or second there. Looks like the 119 rolling down pit road as well. That is Josh Schmidt. our current provisional pole sitter in B-Spec. He is running down pit road as well, so I think he is done for this session. He's got his time in, and he's happy as he's turning into the paddock now. We see it on the screen there. Yep. So he is going to call this session as well. It's a good time to do another call for, what are we on, Group 5?
Group 4 is next.
Group 4. Group
Yes.
4 to the grid. Second or third call. Group 4 to the grid. Head on down. Yeah, a couple minutes left in this session here. Some best laps still being run. Dean DeSantis and Yuri Kalazis have just put their best laps in E-Production. They're running 5th and 6th in E-Production respectively. But still time left to go. Armin McGregor in the number 12 STU car. That's going to be a 1991 Mazda Miata. Just put in his fastest lap as well. Cutting the gap to Jose Osiris Pena down to 10.1 seconds. So Osiris Pena still holding strong at the top of STU. And I don't have much of a reason to think anyone else is going to move quite that close.
Yeah, no, I would say about a 10-second gap is pretty safe, Nick.
Yeah, that's a comfortable spot to be in.
Yeah. Jose Pena out of Miami, Florida. I'm sure we'll maybe be happy the Miami Hurricanes are going to the national championship.
Yeah, it's a very good possibility that he's going to be excited for that one. We saw Jose down in Homestead as well. He had 2 good performances there in STU and STL.
Oh, wow.
So I believe we're going to see him again this weekend running a dual setup like that.
Yep.
And 2 CRXs, if I'm not mistaken. Both similar paint jobs, the black, white, and that day glow yellow that stands out so well in the cars. So I'll make sure to get some shots of him in the later sessions. I believe he has come into the paddock as well after putting in a pretty strong time. Nothing quite to worry about there.
Yep. Armin McGregor in STU setting his best lap time, but not good enough for the pole as he ran a 2:30. And the pole time is a 2:20 set by Jose Pena. So improving the lap time, but just not enough to take the pole. Though he will be back there in 4th position to start as it stands now. Our T4 pole sitter currently Kevin Fryer in a 2006 Mazda MX-5 with a 234.2, only 4/10 ahead of John Ferguson in a 2015 Subaru BRZ. They're currently 7th and 8th overall, but 1st and 2nd in their class. So some tight competition there in the T4 category. John Schmidt leading the B specs with a 244.6, followed closely just 4/10 by Carson Neal, who got a win down there in Homestead last weekend. And John Robinson the third, about a second behind them. So some close lap times in B spec. Rice Robinson, Stephanie Anderson, 246 and a 247. So a little bit more improvement by the 2 Mazda 2 competitors there.
Another note on the B specs, we had an in-car camera for Chris Taylor last weekend, who unfortunately in the first race either involved in an incident or something went wrong. By the time we switched to them just after the green flag to see what was going on, his hood had come up and crushed the windshield, unfortunately ending his weekend. So glad to see they were able to get that car fixed and back out on track. I'm assuming it's the same Mazda 2 as last weekend, but could be a different B-Spec. I'm not 100% sure. There's a lot of them out there, so if they had one in the shop and he needed to go racing, maybe they just brought a spare out.
All right, and the checker flag is thrown on the start-finish line to conclude Group 3's second qualifying session of the weekend, and it looks like pretty much every competitor improved their lap times from yesterday, which is something everybody can be happy about.
Yeah, always good for them to have a good start, especially when you have a race in the afternoon. It just builds some confidence going into those later sessions. And you know that you've started doing something right. You've got some pace in the car. You got some pace in yourself. And confidence is key here as we're watching competitors make their way down the pit road after making their way through turn 17. All right, we are going to step away for a few minutes, and we'll be right back with group number 4. Coming up next, group 4 is your Spec Racer Fords. Very exciting, very exciting. So we will see you in just a few minutes with more great coverage from Sebring International Raceway.
All right, folks, welcome back to the 2026 Winter Vacation Majors presented by Central Florida Region SCCA. This is John Davison on the call, and I have my friend Nick Soriano with me. He'll be back here in a minute. We are produced by DriversEye, and it's great to be here this weekend to bring you all of this live action. And right now we have Group 4 qualifying, as you can see on the screen, is Spec Racer Fords. And a pretty sizable group. Yesterday we had 36 competitors set a lap time. And Robison Russell on the provisional pole yesterday with a 223.2, about 3/10 ahead of Keith Grant, Trey Ayers, Colin Clark, James Gorey in 5th place yesterday with 224. Brian Schofield, former champion, 224.1 and 6. Todd Vandecore, Mike Bekanowski, Andrew Wisniewski, and Connor Grant rounded up the top 10 yesterday with a 224.3. So 1 second decided the top 10 yesterday. So we'll see if the cooler temps in the morning will improve some of these lap times. They are all bunched up now, getting the tires nice and warm, as you can see. Quite the gaggle of spec racers here. Nick, what should we expect to see here? There was about a 1 second gap between 1st and 10th yesterday.
I think we're going to see more of the same. Spec Racer Ford, always known for their tight racing and close lap times, and a track like Sebring suits the car very well. They can use their new Gen 3 power really well in the straightaways, and the lightweight, agile nature of these cars allows them to carry a lot of speed through some of these fast corners like 1, 16, 17.
Yeah, and I know it's been some time since the upgrade from the Gen 2 to the Gen 3, but they really made this Gen 3 car a lot better than the previous versions.
Yeah, I think that it was a really good upgrade for the class. I think it brought in a lot of new life, and just kind of the next gen, as you will, of this class, and it's done wonders. I mean, look at the car count we've got here this weekend, the competition level, all of it is really top tier for any SCCA class you could look at.
Yep, and a very similar outlap as we saw in the Spec Miata group. A lot of people jockeying for position to be with their dance partners here for qualifying this 20-minute session. And now it seems like they're all in line where they want to be, or maybe where they just ended up. As we come now to take the green flag for this group. And just a reminder, yesterday, the provisional pole setter, Robison Clay Russell, with a 223.2, about 3/10 ahead of Keith Grant in second. I expect that lap time to fall a little bit, Nick. So we should see maybe some new orders here to start the race later this afternoon.
Yeah, I think there's some big names that are near the front there. Brian Schofield, Todd Vandecore, two names that we always talk about when we talk about Spec Racer Fords here at pretty much any track in Florida, consistently near the front. So see if we can do that. Trey Ayers as well as Arvid Albanese, a couple of teammates, and expect to see them working together if they are near each other on track. If not, maybe they've got some new dancing partners for this season of Dancing with the Spec Racer Fords.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I love it. Grant Vogel and John Vogel are leading the pack here in qualifying. So far, I mean, we don't have a lap time just yet, but they were the first ones to cross the timing loop. Oh, we have a car in the wall. Hard impact there on the screen. Turn 7, you can see there. We have a driver is okay communication from the corner.
Yeah, great news there. You can see the rear shell came off. Oh, and we have a replay. Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, it looks like they got a little tussled up in the braking zone. And once you get into the grass there, it may still be a little bit of dew on there. The car is not going to stop as quickly But glad to hear the driver is okay. It's going to take a little bit of a cleanup, so we will see what officials decide to do with this session, as it is early on still.
Yep, and we have a black flag all right now to help remove that car from a dangerous position, as our excellent safety crew is already on the scene. So not a good start here for Spec Racer Ford, and it's only going to make it more dicey once we get back to green here, Nick.
Yeah, this is something we talked about with the Spec Miatas, how important it is to get that lap in early, because something like this can happen.
Yeah.
And you never know when it's going to come out. But we see all the cars starting to come down pit road. They are going to line them up. Should be time to get things cleaned up, as we are just a few minutes into the session so far, and get them out for a couple of laps. But it is going to be a rapid restart here. I think you're going to see a lot of racing going on in that first lap to get into position. And then that second lap, that flyer that they're going to get is could be maybe one or two of their only flying laps they will get this session. So Spec Racer Ford coming down to pit road now, and we are expecting them to restart eventually at this moment in time.
Yes, we're getting a car number for you. Car number 87, that is Jim Daly out of Kingston, New Hampshire. I got the state acronym right. We did get word that the driver was okay in interacting with the corner workers, so good news there, but bad news for his qualifying efforts. Yesterday, let's see where Jim Daly would line up in 24th with a 227. So about mid-pack there. I don't believe his time will improve.
Yeah, I think that's going to be his qualifying time for the first race at least. Hopefully the team's able to get that car straightened out and there's not too much damage on it. These cars are pretty resilient. They can take a pretty good beating. So I think there's a good possibility we still see him this afternoon in the race, despite some of these issues early in qualifying.
Yep. And this might be a good time now to call Group 5 to the grid. Group 5 to the grid. And don't go anywhere, folks. We'll come right back after this commercial break, and we're going to see how these Spec Racer Fords improve their lap times.
AAG Autotechnic Racing is Southwest Florida's premier shop offering driver coaching, data analysis, race rentals, and more. AAG Racing provides the resources necessary for drivers to advance through the ranks of motorsports and achieve their racing goals. Follow AAG Racing on Facebook and Instagram to learn more.
Silver Horse Racing and Space Coast Precision started in owner Marcello Canatano's house back in 2004. From just one product and a dream, the company now produces products made in the USA for companies like Shelby American and SpaceX, to name just a few. Based on Florida Space Coast and utilizing the latest in advanced CNC machinery and software, they are ready to help you with your manufacturing needs. Whether you're just getting started or have a large portfolio of components to manufacture, check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
At Apex Motorsports South, Florida's only CSR-certified SCCA Enterprises shop, we put you in race-ready Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s, competitive, mechanically sound, and built to win. We handle it all. Full arrive and drive services, rentals, expert prep, and top-tier trackside support. You just show up, suit up, and race. Whether you're chasing championships or the pure thrill, at Apex, you're more than a driver, you're family. Apex Motorsports South, driven by passion, powered by people. Your seat's ready. Are you?
What if the most fun you can have with your car is closer than you think? At Central Florida Region SCCA Autocross, you bring your own car, even your daily driver, and drive a course laid out with cones and timing lights. There's no wheel-to-wheel racing and no prior experience required. It's just you, your car, and the clock. Autocross helps you build real driving skills in a controlled, safe environment while spending the day with a welcoming community of car enthusiasts. It's affordable, competitive, and open to drivers of all skill levels. Learn more, find upcoming events, and sign up at autocross.cfrscca.org.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2026 Winter Vacation Majors presented by Central Florida Region SCCA. And we are back green after a brief stint of black flag for some car cleanup and wall repair in turn 7 as Jim Daly collected the wall going into the corner, but is okay per the corner report there. So it's setting us up for an interesting session here, Nick. There's not a lot of time remaining, so this may be a 1 or 2 lap effort here by our drivers.
Yeah, about 5.5 minutes left in the timing, and it's going to make things dicey. What you're going to see, cars are going to be very fast on this outlap, trying to make it back to the start-finish line, and then that'll be their again first flying lap, hopefully uninterrupted flying lap, and we'll see what the qualifying times look like. We saw other groups have some great time improvements in the earlier qualifying sessions today. So I'm sure that Spec Racer Ford was expecting the same, but now without a couple of flying laps, there's no room for error. You've got to be on your A game first flying lap here.
Yeah, we'll see. It is all or nothing right now for the next lap or so for these guys, as no fast lap times were set so far this session. Did not get a full lap of green. We'll see here if, it's the time to take some risks here, Nick. So hopefully we won't see another caution, but you can already see on the outlap, it almost looks like a flyer already from most of these cars as they come through 15 and 16, with Brian Schofield leading the way and leading the pace of this session so far.
Yeah, he's out in front. You see him turning into turn 17 right now, and we'll see what happens here as they start their first flying laps. Everyone seems to be in line. There doesn't seem to be too wide, so I think everything got sorted out. They found their dancing partners as they go in, and here we go.
Yeah,
we have flying laps.
Yeah, we have just under 4 minutes remaining, so they should be able to take another lap here after this one. So I expect 2 laps of flyers for our Spec Racer Fords here to make some improvements and move up their grid positions for this afternoon's race. Then just an update for everyone. We are, even with the fog delay, we still have Group 1 before lunch. So we're still on schedule, even with the fog delay. So props to the operations here of keeping us on an efficient schedule.
Yeah, that's great news that the fog delay isn't going to mess anything up for our afternoon schedule. Want to make sure we get all the races in today, obviously, and it looks like we're going to do that. So far, everything looks pretty good. You see the exit of turn 7 there, a pretty important corner to get right, carry you as much speed as possible, because you've got a pseudo straightaway leading up into turn 10. So, yeah, right out in front, we still have Brian Schofield leading Robeson Clay Russell. Those are your front 2 cars that you're seeing as these groups move through the track. This is turn 10 we're looking at right now. Good field, not too spread out already on this first lap.
Yeah, they're definitely using the draft similar to the Spec Miata field. They run in tight packs, use the draft to their advantage, and we'll see what shakes up here as our leaders are now going into turn 15 and turn 16, so we should have a good idea of where everyone will stand here in about 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, you can see the bumps through turns 15 and now 16 here. They've been doing some work over the last couple of years to put some sealant over some of the cracks that run perpendicular to the racing line, and it's very apparent the way the cars really hop over those seams. Really unsettles the car in a spot that's already tricky for the drivers. So for them to do well and run a good lap, you've got to be ready for those kinds of unsettlings on these cars.
Yeah, and we'll see here right now. Brian Schofield, Robeson Clay Russell, already better than his previous time yesterday, running a 2:23.0, and his best lap time yesterday was a 2:23.2. So improving that provisional pole position there. Clay Russell, Brian Schofield also improving in time. Now currently sitting in second, followed by Keith Grant, Trey Ayers, Colin Clark, and Todd Vanacore. So they did a great job, Nick, of finding speed right away, as now they likely only have one more lap to better their lap time. So I expect that time to come down even further here, Nick.
Yeah, they've got a lot of clean air. Nothing should give them any issues. So going to be making the most of every corner, not missing your marks, hitting the apexes, and carrying as much speed as possible. Grant and John Vogel are in 7th and 8th, father-son duo that we saw down in Homestead, followed right behind by James Goffrey, another entry who is doing both Homestead and Sebring. So see a lot of the Spec Racer Fords doing the double up on these majors races early in the 2026 season.
Yeah, well, it makes sense. Just 1 weekend apart in South Florida. Well, I guess we're kind of Central Florida here in Sebring, but yeah, kind of Central South. So it makes sense for a lot of the teams, especially coming from other states. We see a lot of groups from the Northeast and out west come down and support these two Florida races. So there's always good participation here in Homestead and Sebring. And it looks like the checker flag is in the hands of the start finish line. So we will see a checker flag here. This is their last attempt at setting a good qualifying time for their grid position later this afternoon. Oh, and a big slide there going into 16. I'm not sure who that was, but it's pretty safe to say that their lap time is now ruined with that exit coming out of 16.
Yeah, that definitely takes a couple tenths off in that corner alone, and then all the time you lose on the straightaway by just a couple miles an hour down from the last time. So,
all right, so here's Brian Schofield and Clay. Brian Schofield steals the provisional pole away from Russell with a 222.9, just 0.04 of a second faster than Russell. But they have about a half a second gap back to third with Keith Grant, Colin Clark, and James Gorey all running together. Still some people to set some times, but I would say a majority of those faster cars have already crossed the finish line here. Trey Ayers sitting in 6th, followed by Todd Vanacore and both Vogels, Grant and John, and Andrew Wisniewski rounding out our top 10 with a 223.7. So just 0.7 of a second, Nick, separate the top 10 positions.
Yeah, that shapes up for a great race this afternoon. I think all these drivers improved, so this is going to look very similar to your starting grid this afternoon. Maybe a couple of other drivers sprinkled in if they ran good times yesterday. So we'll see, I think, a very tight front group. Oftentimes it devolves into 2 very tight groups in these spec classes. But a lot of familiar names if you were watching with us from last weekend. If you were not, let me just tell you, some great talent in this field at the front there. So very excited for that.
Yeah, it's so impressive here. Not just going down the order, 2 seconds separate the top 15. 2.5 seconds separates the top 24 cars, Nick. Wow. So these spec cars definitely give us they're going to give us a great show here later this afternoon.
Yeah, they sure are. Great work by the Sebring safety crew for getting things cleaned up, getting them 2 flying laps today, making for a very exciting qualifying session. Even if it was not the most quantity, the quality was absolutely here for this session.
Yeah. And we still have more action yet to come. You can see next on track, Group 5, we have T3, STL, and SMX with their second qualifying session of the weekend coming up. So don't go anywhere, folks. We have more action yet to come. Group 5 up next. Welcome back, race fans, to 2026 Winter Vacation Majors presented by Central Florida Region SCCA. This is John Davison with Nick Soriano here in the booth in the DriverSeye Live production. Thank you for joining us. We are now in Group 5 of qualifying, the second qualifying session of this group here, as we have more races this afternoon. So a lot of action still yet to come. And Nick, we have Group 5 here, STL, T3, and SMX. A lot of MX-5s are on the track right now.
Yes, yeah, this is a very heavy Mazda group, and it's one of the best groups we're going to see. SMX being out there, STL always a competitive class regionally and nationally, and T3. Good variety in T3. I think we've got a couple different cars, not all Mazdas this weekend, but yes, this is going to be a very Mazda-heavy class from the NAs all the way up through. Do we have any NDs in the field? I forgot to.
I don't believe so,
but I know we've got some NCs in the SMX group.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting? Jose Pena has the provisional overall pole in his Honda CRX, the 225.5. He also has the pole right now in Group 3 in the STU category in a different car.
He does, yep. Similar story to what we saw in Homestead. Jose Osiris Pena performing well in both STL and STU, and continuing that this weekend here at Sebring for the Winter Vacation Majors. You see Nick Leverone leading the group right now. That was that blue and orange MX-5 that went by first. And then you can see a lot of those SMX cars, which are kind of the Spec Miata of the future as the class grows in that direction for the third generation of Miatas. So I'm expecting to see a lot of close times across these classes. STL going to be fairly competitive, and SMX definitely going to be competitive. And then we'll see how the T3 cars shake things up, since they do have a wide variety of cars. We've got a GR86, Ford Mustang, and MX-5s. So
and Nick Leverone kicks us off here to start the session. He's in the STL category. He was 2 seconds, about 1.5 seconds behind Jose Pena in the qualifying session yesterday. So we'll see if he can improve in that 2000 Mazda Miata. I think it's also funny to see the Ford Mustang right there on the screen just look like an absolute boat with all of those much smaller MX-5s around him.
It does. It does stand out very much on track. Just a completely different shape and silhouette from most of the other cars. The GR86s, they tend to blend in pretty well with the MX-5s, but the Mustang's certainly a standout car to watch, and it does fairly well in T3. So I expect it to have some pretty strong lap times during this second qualifying session.
Yep, and quite the pack there with the MX-5s and the lone Mustang. Nope. We have a guy 2-4 blue. That is Christian Capote with the transponder not working. Nick, I cannot think of a worse time for your transponder to not be turned on than qualifying.
Yeah, pretty important to be picking up lap times here, as your position on track matters absolutely not. So the transponder picking up lap times is important. If he had a rough qualifying yesterday, could end up really hurting him if he doesn't get any lap times this session.
Yeah, I would say so. Just looking at his lap times. Christian Capote yesterday. I do not see a lap time, Nick.
Okay, so maybe transponder issues all weekend so far.
Maybe.
Hopefully they're able to get that figured out. But without lap time, it's going to be a tough race.
Oh, yeah, Christian Capote did set a lap time yesterday with a 2:45.9 down there in 33rd. So 2:45 is 20 seconds off the pace from Jose Pena, who set the provisional pole yesterday.
All right. There's our first flying laps getting into the books now. Nick Leverone with a 227.1.
It's 1/10 improvement from his yesterday's qualifying time.
All right. So we're seeing some improvements already early in this the second qualifying session for group number 5 here, SMX, T3, and STL. The SMX crowd, let's see how they're doing. Skylar Cottrell leading that one, 230.1. Jackson Wolney, the name we mentioned last weekend at Homestead, 230.4. And Juan Dushak with a 230.8 in third right now, and in the SMX class.
All right, so 6 minutes in here. Everyone's setting their first flying lap time. They're calling around Capote on race control to let him know that his transponder is not working. Yeah, we see quite the gaggle of SMX cars together there, Nick. It can be difficult because you can have an MX-5 in STL, T3, and SMX.
Yes.
So it could be interesting when you're out there not knowing which class the car is in if they're around you.
Yeah, they all have a pretty similar build and will look the same. So if you're looking for maybe someone that you want to partner up with and you're not sure where that car falls in its classification, it can get a little tricky if you're an MX-5 driver. A lot of different ways you can race them and competitive.
Oh, well, the Mustang goes off track. It looks like that left front appears, and it collects the wall. That left front did not look like it was operating correctly. That's Dan Moen out of New Hampshire. And here we have a replay. Here comes Amy Mills leading the pack of Miatas there. And then keep an eye on the Mustang. It is not turning right. It looks like that left front suspension does not appear to be working appropriately there, Nick.
Yeah, it looks like some sort of steering issue for sure. We talk about the bumps on this track, how brutal this track can be.
Yep. And we have a black flag all from that, Nick.
We do, yep. Looks like the corner worker said that was not a good position for him to be in. And I'd probably agree at the exit of turn 13 there can get a little bit squirrely. So we're going to have a black flag all, bring everyone down the pit road and collect them. So now we're about halfway through the session, and we will take a quick little break for our sponsors, and we'll come back and pick up the rest of this session right after.
Yep, and just before we go to commercial break, it is a good time to call Group 6 to the grid. Group 6 to the grid. Don't go anywhere, folks. Quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
AAG Auto Technic Racing is a full-service prep shop located in Southwest Florida, offering driver coaching, data analysis, race rentals, and comprehensive support. The team specializes in driver development and provides drivers with the resources necessary to climb the ladder from club racing into the pro racing levels.
Utilizing advanced CNC machinery and software, the team at Silverhorse Racing and Space Coast Precision proudly manufacture products in the USA, right on Florida's Space Coast. They take pride in supplying companies such as Shelby American, Magnuson Superchargers, SpaceX, and more, producing components for some of the world's fastest and most recognizable vehicles. From deep-sea water testing to parts for America's space program and everything in between, they are ready to tackle your manufacturing needs. Check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
Are you looking for real motorsports fun without breaking the bank? Check out Central Florida Region Rallycross, the most affordable off-road motorsport around. You don't need a race car. Almost any daily driver or truck can compete. Just bring a helmet, and if you don't have one, we've got you covered. Multiple classes mean fair competition, spectators get in free, and volunteers are always welcome. Join us January 24th and 25th for our Test and Tune and Driver School, or our First Points event February 7th at the St. Lucie County Fairgrounds. To find out more, follow us on social media or visit rallycross.cfrscca.org. SWR 77 is your arrive and drive provider for Mazda Miata racing and track days in the southeastern United States. Visit us at swr-77.com to learn more.
Welcome back, race fans, to 46th annual Winter Vacation Majors Tour here in Central Florida region at Sebring, Florida. Nick, we are back green for Group 5, but it's quite interesting. It looks like they're going to get one lap of green. What should we see here, Nick?
Yeah, similar to what we just saw in Spec Racer Ford. I think you're going to see a lot of cars on race pace on this outlap to try and get back to the line, make sure that they're able to get in that final lap. All the cars are capable of running a lap within 4 minutes to get there. Whether or not the drivers are up to the task is going to be down to each driver individually. I think everyone's going to get one flyer here, though, with my personal opinion.
Yeah, it does appear that we have 3 minutes left to go, and Nolan Elder with a 3:10 best lap time. It may be close.
Could be. It could be.
I would expect race control maybe to give that person a lap.
Yeah, hopefully they're near the front of the pack here and get to have a little bit of a carrot to chase.
Yeah.
Maybe improve their lap time on that last flyer and put something in to the record books there.
Yeah, so as it stands right now, Nick Leverone with the best time of 2:26 in this qualifying session does not earn him the pole from Jose Pena, who elected to sit this session out. Jose Pena yesterday with a 2:25.5. So Nick Leverone improved, but is still currently sitting in second place overall. So Nick, he has one more opportunity to steal the pole away from Pena.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to do it. The Miata doesn't quite have the legs of the CRX here. The CRX is really able to put some power down and take advantage of these long straightaways. Mm-hmm. So we'll see if Nick can put together a really good, clean lap on this single flyer he's got. Try and take that provisional pole away.
Yeah, what I think is pretty interesting, Nick, so far this session, our T3 category, the first 4 cars are separated from just 0.8 of each other. So 2:29.0 from Colin Duffy back to Logan Stretch with a 2:29.8 in his Mazda MX-5. So the pole, Mazda MX-5, GR86, GR86, and a Mazda MX-5 all within 0.8 of a second, showing how good the parity is in that class and from the drivers.
Yeah, that'll be a very good battle to watch. We'll see how these single flying laps that we are expecting to see shape up. In SMX, we are also 0.8 of a second apart from the top 4, as most of them are crossing the line right now. As you see them coming on the screen and then going into turn 1, you'll catch them. That's the next group that's going to come into frame here. And that'll be your SMX cars.
Yeah, and as it sits right now, Skylar Cottrell has the provisional pole with a 2:30.0. So far this session at 2:30.1. So currently sits in the pole position there in his class. We'll see if he can improve. Easy way to tell what a Cottrell car is it's bright pink. You cannot miss it. His father has been running a pink Spec Miata for decades. Yeah, since the Mazda Miata was invented, essentially. And now Skylar in the MX-5, bright pink, can't miss it, and it's always towards the front of the pack.
Yeah, it is. It's cool to see the kind of lineage of the family passing on the pink cars, and it certainly makes it easy to pick out if you are friends or family who come to the track to spectate. Mm-hmm. Never tough to find that car on track.
That is correct. All right, so this is a one-lap shootout right here, and we're seeing some passing going into turn 10 from Skylar Cottrell there. So it'll be interesting to see if that really hurts their lap times, and maybe if I'm Skylar and I have the provisional pole, maybe I race them. So it's almost some good gamesmanship there from Cottrell. At this point, leading that pack of SMX cars, he could just slow them all down and secure that pole, Nick.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of a game more than a pure driver shootout, but
I respect it.
That's all part of how racing is done, especially in a spec class where you don't necessarily have cars with a better motor, cars better handling. if you're all on the same playing field, the driver, whether it be talent or mind games, is what's going to make the difference.
I like it. Skylar Cottrell was leading that pack coming out of 16. Maybe trailed the brake a little bit in the middle of 16, just bunch everybody up.
Yeah, we'll see it. I guess it all depends on what his lap timer is showing. If it was in the green, maybe you go for it. If you're already down a little bit, maybe just hold them all up a little.
Yeah, so the number 10 SMX of Christopher Graham did not complete a lap. Nick Leverone also elected not to set a lap time as well, or at least has not crossed the field. Looks like Skylar Cottrell did a great job there of holding everybody up. Well, actually, no, he did not. Javier Sanchez with a 229. Oh, sorry, that is a T3 category. Skylar Cottrell does keep the pole for SMX. Amy Mills improved quite a bit to a 229.7. That puts her third in the STL category. Well, probably fourth after Jose Pena starts the race tomorrow or this afternoon.
Yep, it would appear that way. Jose Osiris Pena did not need to qualify today. He did not face any dangers, luckily for him. And he'll be what we assume the pole position for our STL cars and STU cars this weekend.
Yeah, so great job there by Cottrell. It looks like he held up that pack there going into 17 as he secures his pole position. And this session has been concluded. All lap times are in. So don't go anywhere, folks. We have more action yet to come. We have Group 6 coming up next.
We do. Some Formula cars. Our big wings will be coming up right after this. And we will bring you the action as soon as they're ready. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, race fans. We are back here with Group 6, the wings of the wings and things categories. Formula Atlantic, Formula Enterprise 2, P2, and FX. That is not the I think now defunct channel on the TV.
Correct.
Is FX still around?
Yeah, that's a great question. It sure is in the SCCA. That is a kind of a catch-all class that a lot of different Formula cars can fall into. This weekend looks like we've got some FIA Formula 4 cars that fall into there. So we'll see them running around. They are usually noticeable by the halo on the front of them. So if you see a Formula car with a halo, good chance it's an FX car.
Well, we had one FX car set a lap time yesterday. That was Lazzaro Benotti with a 2:16.7, 13th out of 15 overall. But yesterday, James French in Formula Atlantic set the fastest time and broke the 2-minute barrier with a 1:59.4, a solid 2-second gap to Larry Howard, the second car in FA, and Lawrence Loshak in the P category, prototype category, with a 2:02.8, 4 seconds ahead of Bart Wolf in the other prototype. For Formula Enterprise, Will Franklin setting the provisional pole yesterday with a 2:08.5, just 4/10 ahead of his competitor Paul Schneider, followed closely behind Stan Whitson and Thomas Green. So 4 of those cars in Formula Enterprise are all within 0.8 of a second. So a pretty good spread there for them.
Yeah, it really is. These are some of the premier Formula classes that we see some of the fastest, but also some of the best racing. So depending on who shows up for these weekends, you can get some great open wheel action out of this group. It'll be exciting to see how everyone does. And yeah, excited to see the FE2 battle.
Oh, we had a car go off on the exit of 16. The exit of 16, I'm not sure which car went off. We'll get a car number for you, but went off very quick on the exit of 16. Oh, but it looks like regathered, which is a great sign.
Yeah, very good sign to see them making their way back on track, even if slowly. See if they can get all the way down to either the cut here or back to pit lane.
I believe that was 16 white. Oh, no, 16
the corner
going
16,
white.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
But a nice recovery there from the driver who went off. It was car number 5-6. That's Wade Richardson in the prototype category.
And another one going off through the grass in the carousel there, turns 4 and 5.
There you can see Wade Richardson right there going slowly into turn 17. But these cars are going quite agricultural, Nick. I did not know that they were also acting as lawnmowers today.
Yeah, they have already started doing some trimming, and let's hope that that's all it is for this class. This class is not the one that I would expect to see using extra track the way they are. So hopefully no damage on any of those cars, and they're all able to continue for this afternoon's session. But let's see how we're looking here.
Well, we haven't got a full lap time yet.
We have not. No, I thought we had one come through, but not quite. Still waiting for them to work their way through.
We were just told by the producer, Nick, that the front wing of these cars have 2 purposes, one for downforce and one for trimming the grass that maybe the lawnmowers of Sebring forgot to cut.
Well, I hear it leaves a very nice cut. It's very consistent. Nice straight blade on those. So we'll see how that works itself out.
Yeah, so our first lap times have come in and a bit off the pace from what we've seen yesterday from Yelkin in Formula Atlantic with a 2:08. So
yeah, we'll see if there's room for improvement there. Looking to be closer to that 2-minute flat mark, but just the first lap, these cars are lighter than our full chassis production cars, so it takes a little bit more time to get heat into the tires. So we'll keep watching this session as the hopefully the lap times continue to drop. This could be some of our fastest cars of the day that we see out of this group.
Yeah. Well, also a consistent thing we're seeing with the provisional pole sitters from yesterday, electing to sit out this qualifying session today. James French and Lawrence Loshak both have not elected to participate in this session, where they have the current provisional pole set yesterday.
Very interesting to see that. If there was a class to do it, I would probably bet one of the Formula Ones would. But yeah, they must be confident in their times and be happy with the way the car is performing. And they're saving it for this afternoon. Maybe they've got some fresh stickers that are going to be going on, and they don't want to put any heat cycles on them yet.
Hey, I get it. So yeah, right now we have one full lap done. So Yelkin leads the way with a 2:08.7. But just a reminder, that is about 5 seconds slower than his time yesterday. So there's still some times to fall here so far in this second qualifying session for Formula Atlantics and Formula Enterprise. Paul Schneider leading at Formula Enterprise with a 2:11. But again, that is about 3 seconds slower than the best lap time he set yesterday. So still getting some heat in the tires, as you said, Nick. We'll see if these times start to fall.
Yeah, definitely we'll have to see how things shake out. Sherman Chow is our only P2 entrant this weekend. So if you see a P2 car out there, that is going to be the only one in his class. So congratulations on the provisional pole there already. I think it's safe to say for Sherman Chow and his number 3 machine of P2. He's out of Palm Beach, Florida, so a Florida local and not too far away from here.
Yeah. All right, and Bart Wolf setting the fastest lap time so far in the session in his prototype with a 2:05. Which is an improvement from his time yesterday. Yesterday running a 2:06.8. So improving his lap time by over a second. They're almost 2 seconds from Bart Wolf.
Yeah.
So still not quick enough to take the provisional pole away from Lawrence Loshak with a 2:02. So still about 3 seconds to go there for Yelkin to take that away, or for Bart Wolf to take that away. Excuse me. Yelkin also, and pretty much everyone in the field, ran their best lap on this most recent lap. Some very close times in Formula Atlantic. 2:07 to 2:07.4 separates the top 3 there. But again, a couple seconds back from yesterday's times.
Yeah, we'll see how that shakes up for the race itself. If we were going off lap times right now, I'd say we've got a great battle on our hands.
Yeah.
Even if we've got our pole sitter, James French, who's going to be ahead, the battle for the podium would look very, very interesting. But we'll see how the laps continue, knowing that they've gone faster yesterday already.
Yep, and this would be a good time to call Group 7 to the grid. For the last qualifying session of the weekend, Group 7. Make sure you get to the grid. Yep, and our drivers are setting some faster lap times again, now down to 2:06, so still about a second away from their best times yesterday. Well, 2 seconds off of the times they were running yesterday, Nick.
Yeah, Bart Wolf, though, we talked about him being a couple seconds back, picked well over a second on that last lap. So moving in the right direction to chase down Lawrence Loshak's pole time.
Of a 2:02.8, and Bart Wolf just ran a 2:03.6.
Yeah.
So 8 tenths off of the pole. He has an opportunity with Lawrence Loshak electing to not participate today. Will he pay the price?
You know, Bart Wolf clearly putting in some good work. Maybe made some adjustments from yesterday to dial the car in a little bit more. Maybe responding to the bumps here a little bit more controllably, allowing that prototype car to inch closer. And it'd be interesting to see if he's able to pull off.
We have trouble on the exit of turn 1. There is a car stopped in a very dangerous position just off the track there. It looks to be a prototype class. So, Nick, we may have had a commentator's curse. That could be Bart Wolf right there. Yeah, all right.
There he goes.
All right. So we'll see which car it is here, but that could be. It was car 2-9. I think it was actually 2-8 because there is not a 2-9. So that was Bart Wolf, Nick.
Yeah.
That is commentator's curse right to the core. And, you know, for that, we should go to commercial break so we continue not to continue to curse any of the drivers for at least a couple more minutes. We'll be right back, folks.
AAG Autotechnic Racing operates a championship caliber organization from its Fort Myers, Florida headquarters. The team has developed a legacy of speed, precision, and determination on and off the track. From grassroots beginnings, the team has continuously evolved, driven by a passion for motorsports and a relentless pursuit of excellence.
With all the buzz about reshoring, it's great to know that Silver Horse Racing and Space Coast Precision have been making precision products here in the USA for over 20 years. Proud sponsors of the father-daughter duo of Marcello and Alyssa Canatano, driving the number 03 and 04 Spec Miatas, they manufacture products for many of today's top companies, utilizing advanced CNC machining centers, and are ready to help you with your manufacturing needs as well. Based on Florida's Space Coast, check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
Want to race Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s with speed, style, and unbeatable support? At Apex Motorsports South, Florida's official customer service representative for SCCA Enterprises, we make it happen. Race-ready SRF3 rentals, full arrive and drive packages, expert prep and top-tier trackside support, and a crew that treats you like family. From your first lap to the checkered flag, we've got your back every step of the way. Whether you're chasing the podium or the pure rush of racing, Apex delivers performance with a personal touch. Come for the competition, stay for the camaraderie. Apex Motorsports South, driven by passion, powered by people. Your seat's ready. Are you?
What if the most fun you can have with your car is closer than you think? At Central Florida Region SCCA Autocross, you bring your own car, even your daily driver, and drive a course laid out with cones and timing lights. There's no wheel-to-wheel racing and no prior experience required. It's just you, your car, and the clock. Autocross helps you build real driving skills in a controlled, safe environment while spending the day with a welcoming community of car enthusiasts. It's affordable, competitive, and open to drivers of all skill levels. Learn more, find upcoming events, and sign up at autocross.cfrscca.org.
Welcome back, race fans. We have 5 minutes left here in qualifying, the second qualifying session for this group, and an exciting update from the commercial break. Bart Wolf running a 202.4. So Lawrence Loshak, if you're listening in the paddock, since you're not on track, you did lose your pole position in the prototype category. So Bart Wolf stealing the pole away from his competitor. You'll love to see it, Nick.
Yeah, very exciting to see a little bit of a shift in the rankings there. Going to make the race very exciting now that we've got some prototypes that are on a pretty equal playing field there. Just 0.4 of a second separated, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, Nick. That is good math. And so far, James French, who also elected to not run this session, is safe with his 1:59, a solid 5 seconds faster than the session best so far.
Yeah, Formula Atlantic, he's got a pretty strong hold on that one. Yep. So
And it looked like Bart
Looking
Wolf
good
pulled
there.
into the pits there. You know, he set his fast lap time, set the pole, and decided to come in.
Yeah, they sure did. Just in case they aren't there, Group 1. This is your call to the... No, Group 7. Group 7.
Come on, Nick.
Sorry, Group 7 call to the grid. Group 7, second call to the grid. Sorry, I got ahead of myself there. Thought we were already...
You're just excited for some racing action.
I am very excited to see some racing. But we still have a great qualifying coming up with the big bore entries in Group 7.
Okay, so just 4 minutes remaining in this session. And still some time for the Formula Atlantics and the Formula Enterprise to set a new pole time. Will Franklin in FE2 with a 2:07.9. That is good enough to reset his time from yesterday. Will Franklin with a 2:08.5 yesterday on the provisional pole. Now running a 2:07.9, followed by Paul Schneider with 2:08.3. Stan Whitson and Thomas Green now into the 2:09s. So we have new pole times for both Formula Enterprise and prototype category.
Yeah, very cool to see. Some times being changed, some positions being swapped. So exciting for the Formula groups and the prototype groups to be competitive and have a fun time this weekend. It's always good to see competition in these groups where sometimes you have smaller car counts and tougher to see some side-by-side action.
Yeah, and do you think Bart Wolf just goes right up to Lawrence Loshak and points at him as he drives by back to his paddock?
You know, I don't know what the rivalries are like in some of these groups. There's a possibility that they're under the same tent. You know, they could be on the radio together already. All these groups, as much as they are competitors on track, there's so much camaraderie in the paddock, especially within class. I think within class, you know who you're racing against, and sometimes your biggest rivals off track are the first ones to give you a beer off track.
Well, hopefully no beer just yet, Nick, as we still have some racing yet to go. But still, a few minutes left here. Let's see if we can get some more shakeup in FE2 category. In Formula Atlantic, JR Smart just set his best time with a 2:05.7. So still sitting in fourth overall in his class to start the race, followed by Yelkin and Bird in the F8 category with 2:06 and a 2:07 respectively. And Larry Howard just set a blazer of a lap time, 2:01.8 in his Formula Atlantic. That is still 0.4 slower than yesterday's time with the 2:01.4. So about 2.5 seconds back to his competitor, James French, who has his feet up in the paddock and watching the show, hopefully.
Yeah, good to see his car get back down to that time. Means he's running consistent, but he's got some work to do to catch James French, who's out there in front and looking to be the strong favorite in FA right now. Yeah, looking at FE2, a couple of people have gone for some flyers again. Have not been able to reach their best lap times yet, but as we're listening on to the cars go by, trying to pick out which ones are FE2s, so they have a pretty distinct sound. Not hearing anyone go by who is in that camp or that class right now.
Yeah, and fun fact, Will Franklin, who is our fastest FE2 driver, by no surprise, is the FE2 runoffs champ. Oh no, that is his goal for 2026, but was the 2025 SARC champ.
Okay,
so probably gaining some confidence from the Southeast Region Championship, and wants to make a run for the runoffs championship this year.
I think that's a good goal. If you're performing well in the Southeast, it's a fairly competitive region. So, yeah, good luck to Will Franklin on his 2026 runoffs goals. And I'm sure all of us in the Southeast will be rooting for you if the time comes.
Oh, we have trouble on the exit of 17 that you can see on the screen. Looks to be that the car was collected before any wall contact was made. We'll get
a little spin going through there. May be able to catch them as they. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
not the direction you want to be facing. Going
Not ideal,
underneath
Nick.
the bridge, but yeah, it looks like no harm, no foul. Hopefully, no flat spots on the tires.
Maybe so.
And yeah, we'll see.
That was 1-8 was the car.
That's Stan Whitson in the FE2 class.
Okay. So Stan is currently in third in the, or no, excuse me, fourth. Yes, third in the FE2 category in qualifying. So maybe he was trying to get the pole time there and just went in a little too hot, Nick.
Yeah, very good possibility. He was trying to put one last lap together, and my guess would be if he's got a lap timer in there that it was showing a little bit in the right direction, and he said, you know what, this is my chance, let's send it. And unfortunately just didn't work out for the lap time, but luckily he'll live to fight another day.
Yep, maybe sent it a little too hard there. Larry Howard with another improvement with a 2 minute and 6/100 of a second. Sorry, 6/10 of a second there. So still not quite enough, but inching closer to James French. So on the last lap there, only 1.2 seconds behind James French to round out his qualifying. Bart Wolf with another improvement, a 2:01.9 over Lawrence Loshak now. About 9/10 of a second. Loshak might be sweating there in the paddock.
Yeah, I think seeing Bart pull off some good laps is going to send a little bit of a message, especially after already having what we think is the provisional pole, and backing it up with another lap. It wasn't a fluke there. That was some consistent driving to get 2 laps now that have eclipsed the pole time.
Yeah, so we're getting our last car here to the start-finish line, but it appears that they pulled into the pit lane. So that concludes Group 6. Pretty exciting stuff there. Some new provisional poll or some new official polls from some guys on track. So don't go anywhere, folks. We have Group 7 up next, our last qualifying session of the weekend. GT categories. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, race fans. Our last qualifying session of the weekend. Group 7, your GT1, GT2, GTX, T1, T2, and a sedan. And look at that. We have some on-board camera here, courtesy of James Candelaria.
That's his 2005 Chevy Corvette running in T1. So should be some good views out of here as long as the stream keeps us going. And yeah, what a good lineup here. A lot of GT3, GT4. Looks like we've got a Spec Corvette out here. We'd love to see that. They were very exciting to watch down in Homestead last weekend. And I'm sure it will be no different this weekend. Who is this? This is Cecil Stevens. All right.
Okay.
He was a strong contender last weekend. He's running in T2 this weekend, though, rather than
Yeah,
Spec
I believe
Corvette.
Spec Corvette is not a national class yet, but I think it should be.
I think it should be as well. So we'll see. Yeah, I see James Davidson, some familiar names in our Chevy Corvettes. Brian LaCroix, James Candelaria. Okay. Yeah. All right.
All right. Yeah, and just a recap of yesterday's qualifying session, Alex Meyer in GT1 set the fastest time with a 2:05.5 in his 2023 Lamborghini. And you know what? This is the most amazing thing about GT groups. Following a Lamborghini is a 2024 Toyota Camry driven by Jackson Tovo. Some Japanese muscle there in GT2 with a 2:07.8. Nick.
Yeah, I love seeing the variety in the GT cars. You get a mix of cars that compete in different series nationally and sometimes even globally. And it makes it really cool to see the difference in the makes and the models and everything that comes out of the racing world here to an SCCA weekend like the Majors Tour.
Yeah, so Alex Meyer has the provisional pole in GT1, Jackson Tovo the provisional pole in GT2. You have Gary Crook with a provisional pole in GTX with a 2:11.1. In T1, yesterday's best lap time, Troy Monfey with a 2:12.4, just 5 tenths ahead of his competitor. And your leader in T2, Cecil Stevens with a 2:21.2, a solid second gap to Rodin Unesi and his BMW. All right, and we are getting underway here. The car's about to get on their first flying lap.
Yeah, I really hear the roar of these cars. Much bigger engines than what we've seen so far. And the noise they make is so much fun to listen to up here in the booth right above start-finish line. Everyone looking good so far.
Interesting line going there into turn 3, though, Nick.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll see that out of some of these higher horsepower cars as they're getting those tires warmed up, trying to reel in all that horsepower. And yeah, it can make for some interesting decisions when it comes to where you place the car.
And I just want to update everyone. We are going to run the first race of the day, Group 1, before lunch. So if you're in Group 1 in the paddock, make your way to the grid because you are racing before lunch. So Group 1 to the grid. But that is exciting. Before we take our break, we get a nice race beforehand.
It is. It is really nice that we're going to have one race. Yeah. Give us a little teaser of what the rest of the afternoon is going to show with these races. And great work by the CFR team to keep things somewhat on track after a lengthy fog delay this morning.
So we're going to see here, we saw some passes going into turn 10. Would not help the lap time very much, but maybe getting around some slower competitors. With the mixed class racing, you have quite the plethora of different kinds of cars and different speeds.
Yeah, especially in this group. That is a understatement when you talk about the different speeds. I mean, we've got spec-built tube chassis cars for things like Trans Am, and even some GT3 and GT4 FIA spec cars all racing together alongside something like a Spec Corvette, a production built car with a fairly stock motor. Of course, that being the Z06 option, but wide variety of cars and speeds and level of build. Starting to see some lap times come in here. All right, looking good.
Alex Meyer so far setting the pace with a 2:06.3 in his Lamborghini, a second slower than his time yesterday. So maybe when the tires come, they get some heat in them, it'll start to drop his time even further potentially.
Yeah, I think
we got some onboard here going into turn 1.
Yeah, Cecil Stevens at T2 Corvette.
Now that is the Spec Corvette trim, correct?
It is, but they are allowed to run in T2 thanks to a line in the what is it though? The BCR, something like that. And they're able to slot into a national class, which is nice. But hopefully one day we'll see Spec Corvette as its own national class on the big stage here in SCCA.
I would love that. They do always bring a good race to us all. And here's another view from James Candelaria going through turn 10, showing some good lines, Nick.
Yeah, looking good. This is a T1 Corvette, so a little bit step up in spec and what they're going to be allowed to put on the car. So it looks like he's driving pretty well so far, and we'll see how his times shake out here in T1. Right now he is the leader of the T1 group with a 2:14.5. So we'll see if that continues to hold throughout the session.
Yeah, well, the pole time yesterday was set by Troy Monty with a 2:12.4, and Candelaria also ran a 2:12. So I expect to see some progress made there. And speaking of progress, Alex Meyer progressing to a 2:05.3, which is faster than his time yesterday. So some improvement there from our pole sitter, Alex Meyer in GT1, steadying the pace. Followed up by Joseph Frieda with a 2:08.3. So almost 3 seconds of a gap between first and second in the GT1 category.
Yeah, GT1 has a lot of different cars that can fit into it, from your old stock cars into Trans Am cars and FIA GT3 cars. It's a pretty wide mix. So seeing some big gaps in the lap times is not unexpected, but a great turnout for that class this weekend with a lot of entries. Should make it a lot of fun.
Yeah, 7 entries in the GT1 category, GT2 with 11, and T1 with 12.
Yeah, great to see some big bore cars, as they are commonly referred to. Makes the track really come alive. You know when this group is on track strictly from the sound. You don't have to take a peek and see what's driving by.
And we're just about halfway through the session, so it might be a good time to take a commercial break. But before that, if you're Group 1, you're Spec Miata, you're sitting in the paddock, your race is up next. So get over to the grid to start your race. But don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with more qualifying action.
AAG Autotechnic Racing specializes in proven driver development. The organization has won championships across multiple series. From club racing to endurance competition and pro-level races, the team provides young drivers with the necessary ladder to advance their careers. AAG Racing is committed to precision engineering, strategic racing, and talent development to remain competitive at every turn.
Silver Horse Racing and Space Coast Precision sponsors the father-daughter race team of Marcello and Alyssa Canatano, racing in the number 03 and 04 Spec Miatas. Based on Florida's Space Coast, the companies provide precision CNC machine components for everything from deep-sea water testing to components for America's space program and everything in between. With their roots in SCCA competition dating back to 1991, they understand precision and performance and are ready to help you with your manufacturing needs. Check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
Are you looking for real motorsports fun without breaking the bank? Check out Central Florida Region Rallycross, the most affordable off-road motorsport around. You don't need a race car. Almost any daily driver or truck can compete. Just bring a helmet, and if you don't have one, we've got you covered. Multiple classes mean fair competition, spectators get in free, and volunteers are always welcome. Join us January 24th and 25th for our Test and Tune to Driver School or our First Points event February 7th at the St. Lucie County Fairgrounds. To find out more, follow us on social media or visit rallycross.cfrscca.org.
SWR 77 is an arrive and drive program that builds on Yuri Kalopso's years of racing experience. If you'd like to get behind the wheel of a top Mazda Miata in IT, production, super touring, or Spec Miata racing, contact us at swr-77.com today.
Welcome back, race fans, to our last qualifying session of the day. Just want to take a second to tell Group 1 that you are racing before lunch. If you did not hear us already, get to the grid because you are racing before lunch. And we're excited for a very fiery race. And speaking of fire, how about the production crew getting a camera on a fire in the distance that has been growing over the last several minutes, so hopefully everybody's okay. But quite the smoke show off there in the distance, Nick.
Yeah, it sure is. Much like the smoke show that's going on track right now, some new fast laps are really coming in. So it is very, very exciting to be seeing what's going on. Mark Bowden is your current T2 leader at a 2:21.0. and is the one who I was watching put the biggest lap in. About a 1.2 second lead over Cecil Stevens in T2 right now. And I believe most of those cars are all Spec Corvettes. There's Cecil Stevens on screen now in that Spec Corvette running in T2 this weekend. Yeah, great class.
Let's see his line into one here. Let's see it. Yeah, so you want to get really close to that wall. Preston Patterson Spec Miata will actually touch his mirror on that wall and then touch the left mirror on this wall. And he got pretty close there, I will say.
That's a pretty good line, Cecil. Yeah, well done. Well done in the paddock. If you're a Spec Corvette or T2 competitor this weekend, Cecil is running pretty good. So you're going to have some work cut out for you if you want to win in that class.
I love how he just puts racing on where the nameplate goes.
Yeah.
Who needs their name on the windshield?
There's got to be something else there.
Yep.
Got to be missing something.
Matt Gray with his best lap time so far, the 2:13.5 in the GT2 category. So about 5 seconds off pole time, but some nice improvement there. So yeah, Alex Meyer with a 2:05.3 so far this session appears to have pulled in. With the last lap time being about 20 seconds off the pace. So improving about half a second from yesterday. And also Joseph Frieda with some good improvement as well, running a 2:09 yesterday, now down to a 2:06, 1 second behind Alex Meyer. Oh, they're calling around the Alex Meyer actually.
Yeah.
Right here on the screen, 161. I don't see anything wrong with the car per the cameras, but they are calling him around. He ran a 5:09 this last lap, Nick, so maybe he took a little breather.
Yeah.
Decided to put down another flyer because it appears to be that he's rolling pretty good there through turn 1, going into 3 at race pace for sure. I don't see any smoke or debris or anything.
Yeah, nothing looks out of the ordinary. So maybe had some electrical issues or something along those lines that plagued that car for a lap. But maybe he did the old turn it off and turn it back on trick and was able to get it running again.
And they've dropped, Control has dropped the call around for Meyer. So maybe whatever they were concerned about for that car, they're no longer concerned.
Yeah. Yeah, these cars, much different than the traditional cars we're used to seeing here at the SCCA majors. A lot more electronics and brains of the car. So more to go wrong, but things like traction control, ABS, it's nice to have. Nice to have, especially in inclement weather, which we are not too concerned about this weekend. It's nice to have those on board compared to like a Spec Miata, that is.
And then not nice to have when you don't have them.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. When you want them, you are very happy you have them. That's for sure. So
3 minutes left here in qualifying, Nick. We did have another improvement from Ethan Tovo with a 2:10 on his most recent lap. That puts him up into second in GT2, right behind Jackson Tovo. I'm guessing they're related, but 3 seconds off the pace there. That's Jackson Tovo with a 2:07.7.
yeah, both of them in their Toyota Camrys. Those are Trans Am cars, so not your traditional Camry, but nonetheless, very cool looking cars, and cool to see a different manufacturer having some roar coming out of the exhaust. Let's see. Who else do we have on the score sheets that we need to take a peek at? Robert Garza in T1 just ran his fastest lap, a 2:18.5. Fourth in the session, about 8 seconds off of the session leader in T1, Troy Monty. So a little bit of a gap there, but still fastest laps being put down by some of the drivers. And finding their time here at Sebring International Raceway. A tough track to master and learn, John.
Yep, and it appears, Nick, that your turn off and on again trick did not work for Alex Meyer as he ran two seconds slower than his best. So not ideal there. It was not able to find more time, but we still have 2 minutes left. And what a great time to remind our Spec Miata fellow competitors, again, that their races before lunch and they should head to the grid. As being a Spec Miata driver, I'm late to grid quite often, so, just want to make sure that they're reminded.
Yes. Good to call Group 1 to the grid for their race.
All right, here. We're working probably our last lap for most people. The checker flag is not in the hands yet. Oh, yeah, it is in the hands of the person on the start, but not waving just yet as we still have another minute to go. But likely our last laps to set the time for the race this afternoon. Some improvements made by a lot of folks today.
Yeah, definitely some improvements. Ethan Tovo just running his fastest lap, moving down from a 2:10 to a 2:08.9, finding over a second that last lap, inching closer to Jackson Tovo in the number 30. So things are getting a little bit tighter in the GT2 class as we've got some cars already making their way onto pit road as they're coming in a little bit early to end the session.
And the checker flag is waving at the start-finish line. So the number 8 car of Troy Monty in GT1 taking the checker flag with it. His best lap time right there, the most recent one with a 2:10. So 5 seconds off the pace. Will not have another opportunity to improve. All right, so let's see here, Nick. Is anybody going to improve their time on the last lap? Do we have any bets?
I think we'll see one improvement at least.
Well, Ethan Tovo just improved to a
There you go.
208.1, so just 0.4 behind Jackson Tovo.
Yeah. He last couple laps he had put in
Improvements every lap.
Improvements, yeah. So very good to see him moving closer. GT2 could have a great little battle on our hands during this afternoon's race.
Not sure if that's brothers or father-son, Nate.
Yeah, no, not.
We'll have to find that out
sure.
before the race.
We'll do some investigative journalism and see what we can get for you guys.
Oh, they're twin brothers.
There you go, the investigative journalism.
Look
That
at
quick.
Wow.
That quick.
Thanks to shout out to our producers at DriversEye Live.
That's
They're just
right.
on top of it today. All right, so rounding out here, some improvements made. Troy Monty ran his best lap time on the last lap with the 2:10. He was the first one to take the checker. Ethan Tovo improved on his last lap. Wes Humphreys in T1 improved to a 2:19. Not enough for pole, but also Matthew O'Toole improved to 2:19 as well in T1. Joe Reppert improved at 2:22. So several competitors finding their best lap time on the last lap, Nick, and extracting every second out of their machines. So that concludes qualifying for the weekend. But guess what, folks? That means we get into racing. So racing from here on out, and don't go anywhere because we have the 5-minute warning already given to Group 1, Spec Miata. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, race fans, to the 46th annual Winter Vacation Majors presented by Central Florida Region SCCA. And guess what? We have our first race of the weekend here. Spec Miata, our largest field, 66 entries, 62 with a lap time. We're going to have a barn burner here, Nick. 25 minutes, 62 cars. What should we expect?
Action is all I can think of right now. The top 20 cars were separated by maybe second and a half or so.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a very close race. There is a lot of opportunity for people to move up, people to fall back. So we will see what this race holds for us in the next 25 minutes.
Yeah, so going down the grid order here, we won't have time to go through all of them, Nick. But just starting out, impressive performance from our top 2 cars, Preston Pardis and Nick Bruni. Preston Pardis is a 3.5-time national champ, and Nicholas Bruni is a 2.5-time national champ,
That's
I
right.
believe.
Yeah.
The half comes because they tied. They actually tied at VIR a few years ago. Transponder was 0000, I believe. So they actually shared a national championship together, which is really sweet. So Preston Pardis and Nick Bruni leading the field on the front row. Next up, Elevon Goulart, a whole second behind Nick Bruni. So impressive performance of the top 2. But then John Salerno in 4th, Bobby Gossett in 5th place, Dean Dibidall in 6th, Chris Allen, Nick Leverone, Christian Meyer, and Frankie Barroso rounding out the top 10. Frankie Barroso getting a win in Homestead last weekend alongside Preston Pardis. So a really good start to the year for Frankie Barroso. We'll see if he can climb up the top 10 and get on the podium yet again. In 11th, Max Elrich. 12th, Jack Murchison, followed by Travis Wiley and the great Jim Drago on his comeback tour. 15th, Daniel Williams, followed by Vaughn Weber and Alex Acosta, a local legend here. Logan Stretch in 18th, followed by Gavin Vaughn and Mark Cefalo to round out the top 20. One of my favorite drivers on the grid, John Rodat, in 21st. Spoken to him earlier. He was not happy with his qualifying performance. Nick, we'll see if he can make it up through the field here early. Ryan Kipke in the 22nd position, followed by Colin Murchison and Matias Ramirez. Ellie Gossett rounding out the top 25. Mark Hurley, Alfie Zidane. Chris Haldeman in 28th, followed by Todd Burris driving someone else's car that he had never driven until today. So Todd is a little bit further down than he usually is, but still ran a respectable 237, which shows just how competitive this field is. 30th position, Mike Leo, followed by Mike Ryan, Leland Werner, Chris Rawlings, John Holtz, Ryan Heichman, David Siufo, and Chris Clark, one of our sponsors actually, AAG Racing, in 37th. On the second page of the qualifying grid, 38th position, Jay Thomas, Chris Siofo, Luke Martin in 40th. Remember, he ran a 238 in 40th.
Wow.
So if you're not on it in qualifying, you are starting pretty far back in the grid. Greg Sorg in the 41st position, Cole Lucas, Greg Bogart, Quentin Dorr, and Brad Kitchen in the 45th spot. In 46, Nicholas Barut, Jack Gold, Paul Capel, Michael Lamania, and Brad Childs in 50th. In 51st, you have Jillian Fichter, followed by Robert Reisinger, Key Dowse, Gary Jenkins, and Michael Cohen in the 55th position. Then Noel Sachs, Frank Guffrey, Richard Ura, Tom Gahn, and Kevin Conlon to wrap out the top 60. We're into the 60s now, folks. Gino Angela, followed by Michael Carter. Yes, the Michael Carter, who was at one point a Mazda Motorsports factory driver, has had some very tough luck here so far this weekend, starting in the 62nd position, the last car with a lap time. So he will be starting at the very back of the field. Nick, over under what position he gets up to starting from 62nd?
Oh boy, I think in the 40s is a pretty good opportunity from where they're starting at, but we'll see.
Yep.
As they make their way down the backstretch.
Yep.
Pace
And
car lights are off. You may see some flashing on your screens. That is just a side effect of frame rate in the LEDs. That is not actual flashing on those headlights.
okay, so we are about to take the green here. Preston Pardis and Nick Bruni on the front row, both very experienced at starting big races. And here we go. They are probably green right now, and we are going green. A very nice start, 2 wide, starting to open up 3 wide later in the pack. As they head down into turn 1, 62 cars making their way 4, 5, 6 wide, it appears. And so far, so good as we go on to turn 1. And some cars exiting on the far right of the track. And here's where it gets a little sketchy going into turn 3. Oh, and one car was hit and moved into the wall, it appears, on the far right. And you had a couple cars there on the exit of turn 1. Nick Bruni has fallen back a few spots, and there's more cars going off track in the carousel. There's definitely some beating and banging going on right now in the first few corners. We have a waving yellow in turn 1 as there were a couple cars sitting on the exit.
Yeah, Preston Pardis, though, and Elevon Goulart are going to lead the field into turn number 7, though. Nick Bruni, small gap behind to that car, but the front 2 already establishing a little bit of a gap. We'll see if 3rd and 4th can work together to pull themselves back up to that group through the second half of this lap.
Yep, and Preston Pardis with a commanding start, losing his teammate to now to 3rd place. But Elevon Goulart is a exceptional racer. So doing a great job of separating those two is something that's very important for him to have success, because the last thing you'd want is Bruni and Pardis to work together to push away from the group. So very smart play there by Goulart to split them up, as Preston Pardis basically leads everybody off the track on the exit of turn 13.
Yeah, you can see Frankie Barroso coming through the dust cloud there as well. A couple other cars following with dropping those 2 left wheels off track.
Yep, we have double yellows all around, Nick, for some cars still in turn 1 on the exit. So double yellows are out from a turn 1 incident.
All right, the cars will make their way around, get collected up by that safety car.
Yeah, and there we can see on the camera on the exit of turn 1. And the safety car has been deployed with Preston Pardis in the lead still. And Elevon Goulart moving up into 2nd, splitting up Nick Bruni.
Yeah, well, we saw how well Preston and Nick worked together in qualifying. I mean, a second faster than 3rd place. So very important for Elevon to split them up. I think that puts them in a really good position to contend and stay in a spot for the lead there. Right behind him in the 31, John Salerno holding tough. I'm sure Nick Bruni is going to hope that John works with him, gives him a little bit of a push to get there. But it's a tough spot. If you push Nick back up to the front and Preston's able to kind of pull Nick along, you can see those 2 reunite, those 2 teammates. So definitely going to be an interesting restart here, and we'll see where everyone ends up.
Yeah, Nick, some good moves so far. Frankie Barroso from 10th to 7th. Christian Meyer from 9th, well, to just 8th. But Alex Acosta, no surprise there, from 17th to 11th in 1 lap. So great progress there. Jim Drago still in 14th. I see Matias Ramirez gained 11 spots.
Wow.
So went from a 24th starting position all the way up into 13th in just essentially 3/4 of a lap, Nick.
So a great start for Matias.
And that can happen, especially here going into turn 3, where one line maybe gets choked up, and then another line, either the outside or the inside, can grab quite a few positions from all the cars holding that bottom line there. But this is a perfect time with this caution to go to a commercial break so we can give you all of the green flag action. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
AAG Autotechnic Racing is Southwest Florida's premier shop offering driver coaching, data analysis, race rentals, and more. AAG Racing provides the resources necessary for drivers to advance through the ranks of motorsports and achieve their racing goals. Follow AAG Racing on Facebook and Instagram to learn more.
Silver Horse Racing and Space Coast Precision started in owner Marcello Canatano's house back in 2004. From just one product and a dream, the company now produces products made in the USA for companies like Shelby American and SpaceX, to name just a few. Based on Florida's Space Coast and utilizing the latest in advanced CNC machinery and software, they are ready to help you with your manufacturing needs. Whether you're just getting started or have a large portfolio of components to manufacture, check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
At Apex Motorsports South, Florida's only CSR-certified SCCA Enterprises shop, we put you in race-ready Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s, competitive, mechanically sound, and built to win. We handle it all: full arrive and drive services, rentals, expert prep, and top-tier trackside support. You just show up, suit up, and race. Whether you're chasing championships or the pure thrill, at Apex you're more than a driver, you're family. Apex Motorsports South, driven by passion, powered by people. Your seat's ready. Are you?
What if the most fun you can have with your car is closer than you think? At Central Florida Region SCCA Autocross, you bring your own car, even your daily driver, and drive a course laid out with cones and timing lights. There's no wheel-to-wheel racing and no prior experience required. It's just you, your car, and the clock. Autocross helps you build real driving skills in a controlled, safe environment while spending the day with a welcoming community of car enthusiasts. It's affordable, competitive, and open to drivers of all skill levels. Learn more, find upcoming events, and sign up at autocross.cfrscca.org.
All right, and how about this shot? The pace car leading the field. Pace car is provided by Classic Mazda. And let me tell you, they look great in person, I will say, with the decals all done up. So thanks to Classic Mazda for supplying the safety cars for this weekend. You'll see those at the Roar and the 24 Hours of Daytona coming up. So thanks to Classic Mazda for letting us use them. We appreciate it. And here's some updates for you. Dean Dibidall was involved in a crash in turn 3. I did see that right off the frame. Got hit in 3 and then went drivers right into the wall. Still waiting on some updates. Logan Stretch also involved in an incident in turn 1. Someone else that hasn't come around yet is Brad Kitchen, who was back in 45th position. But how about this, Nick? Michael Carter, we had the over-under starting from dead last. What did you say, the 40s?
I thought he was going to make it to the 40s, yeah.
He is up in the 25th position from 62nd.
Yeah, great start. Just
I would love to see that onboard video, especially maybe from the back stretch when he probably got the green.
yeah. With a field this big, he probably started the race going into 17 and already started making moves well before start-finish line after the green flag drop.
Yep, very smart racer there. Michael Carter with a lot of success in both the amateur and the pro ranks. So I'm not surprised that whatever gamesmanship he played there and then the opening lap to improve almost 40 positions in really 3/4 of a lap, Nick, because the double yellow came out as the leaders were going into 14.
Yeah, Michael had an incredible run at the start there. I think that's definitely the car to watch right now.
Yep.
Some other great starts, though. Frankie Barroso moving up. Alex Acosta moving up. Matias Ramirez. There's a lot of cars that are moving in the right direction in the first 3/4 of a lap. So when we get back to racing, we're still 15 minutes on the clock. We will have a lot to watch.
We sure will. And we did get the word that we were going green this time, Nick. So great job by the safety team to get those cars off track and cleared up so we can go back to racing here as Preston Pardis hopes to hold off Elevon Goulart to secure a win in 2 consecutive weekends. Last weekend with the first win of the 2026 season, and then finishing second in the feature race to Frankie Barroso. I'm sure Preston would like to hold on to this win, Nick, but a tough test with Elevon Goulart, who is very racy. Will definitely look for an opportunity to make a pass early, because as we know in this group, as we just seen the first lap, there could be a caution coming out again. So, you know, even if you win under a double yellow, a win is a win, Nick. The money pays the same.
That's right. There's always the old saying that cautions beget cautions. So this could be another opportunity for some carnage to strike. Well, hopefully not. Hopefully we're back to racing and we get a good little green flag shootout here in the last 12 minutes or so. And it should be a fun race. Hopefully everyone keeps it clean and we get to see some action here, because Spec Miata is poised to have a great weekend with the way the qualifying went.
Yeah, Nick, hopefully everybody does make to the finish line, but, you know, if they don't, I have a car for sale, Nick. So it is available for anybody that may find themselves into tire wall here this weekend. I hope that doesn't happen, but hit me up.
Love a good shameless plug.
All right, and the lights are out on the pace car as we see the back end middle. I don't even know if it's the middle or the back end of the field, Nick. There's so many cars.
Yeah, I think we're still in the middle somehow. It just keeps going and going and going.
Yep.
Just a great turnout for Spec Miata this weekend. Really, really fun field. Look at that.
Yeah, and Preston Pardis should be slowing down the field quite a bit as you see the gap he's creating behind the pace car, bunching that field up nicely. The more bunched it is, the better, Nick.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to have a nice even spacing, and that'll really allow whoever gets a call from their spotters to have a great start.
Yep. And the classic Mazda pace car pulls off, and Preston Pardis taking the green. A couple cars pulling out of line early. I see Alex Acosta pulled out early, and Jim Drago actually making some moves in that white car in the bottom of your screen, the 27. So Jim Drago flexing his muscles there on the straightaway. Pardis holds the inside line well. You can see Cephalo back there in about 15th, looking for on the inside to make some moves. Much cleaner start here. It's not as 3-4 wide as we saw in the first lap, but 2 wide back there. Alex Acosta on the inside in that bright orange car, clean through turn 3, and some spacing throughout the rest of the field already starting to happen.
Yeah, that front group, though, staying pretty tight nose to tail. Not a car width between any of them. So this little short shoot that we have down into turn 7, we'll see if the draft, anyone's able to close in as we take a peek into the braking zone here. Everyone seems to stay single file. I don't see any moves being made, but...
you have Alex Acosta going down on the inside. Yeah, Elevon Goulart electing to stay behind Preston Pardis going to the hairpin. I think it's a smart tactic. If he were to make a move, then I would allow Bruni to sneak in behind Preston and push both of them ahead. So Elevon Goulart playing the game right now and keeping the 2 teammates separated, as there's about 6 national championships between the 2 of them.
Yeah, they are nose to tail, all 3 at the front, as we just saw that shot go by. Elevon's job really is to push Preston as far forward as possible, make it a 2-car race. Preston's job, almost slow things up a little bit to keep his teammates close by, and we'll see if there's a shuffle that happens, maybe a small mistake from Elevon or from Preston, that allows them to reconnect and work together. as long as they don't lose too much time on something like that, easy for two cars working together to come back.
Yeah, I will say Bruni is tucked up pretty close behind Goulart. So it'll be interesting to see as they go through 16 how the draft works going into 17. You can see Frankie Barroso up to appears to be 5th place, starting from 10th. So great progress from one of our race winners from last weekend in Homestead.
Yeah, he's doing a great job of moving forward.
Oh, and Bruni poked out. So Bruni up on the inside of Elevon Goulart. I don't know if he was going to be able to make it stick, Nick. I don't know if he was up alongside, but he definitely pulled out of the draft. And it looks like tucked back in here as we're in the same order. Frankie Barroso, yep, up into 5th place. So moving up 5 spots.
Yeah, great work by John Salerno, though. He's the 4th car in that line at the front, 4th place, and doing a good job of staying with that 3-car bunch. Bruni not coming back to help or anything. Bruni is set on trying to get back to Preston, so John's going to have to work really hard to stay with him. Right behind Frankie Barroso is Chris Allen.
Oh, we have trouble here. Going into turn 3, trying to get a good look of who that is. I don't believe that is Frankie Barroso. It's hard to see with the glare on the hood.
Yeah.
We're getting a radio call in here. So we have a standing yellow here. Not getting any information just yet, but how about that car trying to pass under a yellow flag there?
Yeah, I did see
Frankie
that.
Barroso diving on the inside.
Yeah, trying to make a move on John Salerno there, but unable to get by as they continue to stay nose to tail for the front 6 cars or so, working their way back in that first group. See a little bit of something blowing through turn 7 there, maybe a plastic bag. Looks like it's going to go off track. No harm, no foul for anyone there. All damage avoided.
Elevon Goulart is doing a great job. Oh, and lockup into, it looks like someone on the inside of Jim Drago going into turn 10. I wasn't able to tell who that was.
Might be the 58 of Jack Murchison or Vaughn Weber. Those are both who were around Jim the last time by.
And it was a black car, so it could have been Jack Murchison for sure. It looks like Frankie Barroso's attempt did not stick.
Yeah, Jim staying in the front of that second group there. So he's been able to work his way up, and he's got a pretty tough order to make it up to that, well, I guess second group now. He's now the leader of the third group as we've got 2 groups of 4 forming in front of him. But holding on to what looks like 9th position right now for Jim Drago.
Yeah, impressive because he started back at 14th, so he made some good moves to get inside the top 10. Yeah, and he's just behind Jack Murchison on the prior lap, so it looks like he made some more moves so far this lap. And we'll see what happens here. Elevon Goulart poking out, maybe just getting some air, Nick. It may not even be that he's actually looking to make a pass, but it's sticking right behind Preston, trying to get some air in that radiator so he doesn't overheat. But Bruni putting a lot of pressure on Elevon Goulart as they are nose to tail going into turn 1. They have dropped John Salerno by about 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, they have. Looks like we've got really 2 groups at the front now of 4. Pardis, Goulart, Bruni, and Salerno in the front group. Then Chris Allen, Barroso, Gossett, and Murchison in that orange number 58 are now your 2 front groups. Jim Drago in the white 27 is the leader of the third group. That consists of Travis Wiley, Alex Acosta, Max Ehrlich, and Daniel Williams and Matias Ramirez. So those are your front 3 groups that we're kind of tracking on.
And how about Michael Carter starting 62nd up into 19th? So great progress from there. It'll be a little bit tougher for him to make up some more positions with only 6 minutes left.
Yeah, we are definitely getting down into the last couple of laps here. And a lot of nose-to-tail action. You see some side-by-side there. Mark Cephalo on the outside of turn 7. Not a great place to be, but looks like he's going to recover okay and not lose too much time because of it.
Nick Bruni with the fastest lap so far, 2:36.8, tucked in third position right now.
Seeing the 138 car come down pit road. So let's see a little further down our list. 138 is
Vaughn Weber started 16th.
Vaughn Weber. So
Someone
unfortunate
dropped the wheel there.
early retirement for them.
And Christian Meyer also in early. Christian Meyer started further up the field in 9th. So an early retirement for one of our top 10 drivers. And it looks like John Salerno able to reel in the top 3. So as they're fighting a little bit, was able to gain 0.8 of a second and is on the back bumper of Bruni. If I'm Salerno, am I going to try to make some moves now? Am I going to try to push Bruni? And it looks like they are. Bruni up on the inside of Goulart. And Bruni, it looks to be, gets around Goulart as they come through 17 side by side. We'll see if he's able to make a stick and get to Preston's bumper. And it looks like he's able to. And Goulart may fall back into 4th place. And he, in fact, does as he goes across the start-finish line in 4th place. So not a good sequence there from Goulart. Will have some, still has some time to recover though.
Yeah, he does. But now you've got Preston and Bruni working together. We saw how dominant they were in qualifying. Salerno and Goulart are going to have to really hook up and put in some good work. They may be in danger of this second group behind now coming in and
big lock up there.
Yeah. Yeah, they may be at risk of being fought for that 3rd position on the podium as that second group inches a little bit closer now.
Yeah, and as they go down into turn 7, a little bit of a gap. Preston trailing the brake a little bit to get Bruni back to him. So that way they are working together to have a 2-car shootout. And what I will say is the flag marshal at the start-finish line has that checker flag in hand. So it appears that they might be throwing a checker flag early.
It might be a white flag there, John.
I think it is a checker flag, Nick.
Okay.
Yeah. My 2010 vision usually does not fail me.
Guess we'll find out next time by. But the battle still continues up front as it looks like John Salerno has gotten in front of Nick Bruni now to take over 2nd position. That's a little bit of a shift there. We thought that Bruni and Pardis were going to be able to work together, but does not appear to be the case. They've been split again.
Yeah, they are calling the leaders around, Nick. So they will be throwing a checker flag. There must be a caution somewhere. So great job by Salerno to be able to split them up in order to give himself an opportunity to get the win at the line.
Yeah, no, he's come from what we thought was almost a uncatchable spot back in 4th to being right there to take a shot at the win here in 2nd place right now as they make their way into turn 16.
Yep, look for Bruni to make a move on Salerno. I would see it coming down the back stretch here when we get the next view. Look for that orange and blue car to poke out. I expect Preston Pardis to run down the inside, which he is. So Preston Pardis defending the inside line, and Bruni tucked up underneath him.
Trying to get inside Salerno, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to do it.
Yeah, it looks like Bruni may make this move stick. We'll see at the end, at the exit.
Yeah, he sure
does.
does.
It is a white flag. All right, here we go. One more lap to go.
One lap. Bruni and Pardis out front. Goulart and Salerno following close in 3rd and 4th. Barroso, Gossett, Allen, and Murchison right on their tail, though. Any mistake from Goulart or Salerno, and I think any one of that second pack would be happy to jump on that last step of the podium.
And not the best turn 1 there from Preston and Bruni as they actually brought the crowd back in.
It did.
So it looked like Bruni might have dropped a wheel on the exit. And we have a car off. That's Salerno pushed off into the entrance of the carousel with a spin. So that makes an interesting situation here as Preston Pardis has about a second gap to Bruni in 2nd and Elevon Goulart behind him. I'm not sure who made contact with him. Or is that Salerno? They're both blue cars.
They are both blue cars. Tough to tell which one is which. That could have been someone from the group behind. Maybe it's Bobby Gossett or Chris Allen has a blue car as well, the number 16, if I'm not mistaken. So could have been him that went for the the carousel right on the outside, though. But Bruni not giving up yet, trying to close in that gap. I think one of the big winners here, Jack Murchison, moving up into what looks like 5th or 6th position after being 8th last time by.
How about that? And as we look through the rest of the field, starting to open up, Preston Pardus with a decent gap back to 2nd and 3rd. That gap will close. Oh, and another wheel drop there, which it does appear to be John Salerno. And Preston Pardus now leading the field going into 15 and 16. Brought Bruni back in, which was very smart to bring him back to his bumper as they're coming through 16. We'll see what Elevon Goulart decides to do here, Nick.
Yeah, if Preston gets caught out by himself, Goulart could push Bruni right by, take Goulart from 3rd to 2nd, and I think he'd be happy with a little position change.
And Preston riding the inside of the track, giving no room for the inside. There goes Bruni on the outside. Bruni looking to make the pass stick around his teammate, the outside of Preston Pardus. Oh, there's a car that went off back there in 16, but we'll go back to 17 and see how this race shakes up. Bruni with a great run. He makes it work around the outside, and Goulart actually takes 2nd place from Preston Pardus. So Pardus going from leading every single second of this race except for the one that counts.
That's right, yeah. Bruni going to take the win. Goulart in 2nd, Pardus 3rd, Gossett 4th, Murchison 5th, Barroso 6th, Allen 7th, Ramirez in 8th, Travis Wiley 9th, Max Ehrlich rounding out the top 10 there. A very solid run. We'll keep working our way down. Ryan Kipke is going to finish in 11th. Todd Burtis in 12th. Alex Acosta 13th. Daniel Williams. Then Mark Cefalo, Gavin Vaughn, Michael Carter working all the way up to 17th position after starting 62nd. Got to be our hard charger of the race. Colin Murchison in 18th. Mark Curley in 19th. And Nick Leverone is going to round out your top 20 in Spec Miata.
Yeah, and looking at the final results here, Nick, it was Salerno that did go off into the carousel, as he is not found in the finishing results here. Bobby Gossett rounding, or just a step off of the podium, as you mentioned. Frankie Barroso not quite on the podium, but making up some ground. Matias Ramirez drives here quite a bit. He finished 8th, and he started in 24th. So a great performance from Matias Ramirez to make up some solid ground.
Yeah, very, very good race from Spec Miata, John. Did you expect this result? Were there any surprises?
Not too many surprises, really. I think it went about as exactly as I thought it would go.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't know who was going to win, but I knew it was going to be close.
Yeah, there was really a coin flip or a dice roll worth of drivers that really could have won and wouldn't have surprised us. So I think the 3 that were at the finish there fighting for the win were 3 that we would have expected. 3 great drivers with a lot of experience.
Yeah. And, Preston Pardus will actually have in the booth later today. We'll make sure to ask him how much Bruni rubs it in his face, his teammates passing around the outside of turn 17 for the win. So we'll hear more from Preston Pardus later on as he joins us for the SMX group. Well, folks, quite the barn burner, as you see also on the screen. So pun intended there. Great race here to kick off the weekend. We have lunch break coming up now, and we're going to be back with groups 2 through 7 for the whole rest of the day. So tune back in an hour. We'll be back with more action. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, race fans, to the 2026 Winter Vacation Majors presented by Central Florida Region SCCA. Up next, Group 2, an open wheel race with our Formula Continental and Formula Ford categories. We have 4 starting in the FC category and 5 in the Formula, looks like 4 in the Formula Ford category. And we're going to have a split start here too, Nick. So starting off with our Formula Continental, Chris Charno with a 3-second advantage in lap time, followed by Robert Wright, Mark Deffer, and Douglas Rocco in Formula Continental. And then moving on to Formula Ford, John Robinson the second, John Benson, John Scamenti, Neil Radloff, and Dom Sedio. Nick, what should we expect here today?
I think Chris Charno is going to really have a strong control over Formula Continental. Had a great showing at Homestead, and I think he's just going to extend what he's already been doing in this early 2026 season. And I think he's going to put some numbers on the field. In Formula F, I think John.
Which one? There's 3 of them.
I think we have a good shot at seeing a John on the podium. So,
wow.
Yeah, John Robinson and John Benson were had a good
John
battle.
Scamenti.
John Scamenti too, yes. John Robinson and John Benson had a great battle down in Homestead. So I'm wondering if maybe there's a little rivalry there now. They've built a little something, and we'll see how they face off. John Scamenti, Neil Radloff also in the group. I think are our last 2 cars there that we see on screen at the moment, and. We'll see if they make it a close race. I think Formula F runs a little closer than Formula Continental does with these size fields. So we might have some good racing out of this this small group here.
What do you think the over-under on winning margin is going to be for Formula Continental?
Ooh, boy.
We have a 25-minute race here. The gap right now in overall or best lap time is 3 full seconds from Charno to Wright.
I think Charno at least 15 to 20 seconds on him.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty safe bet.
So would you say 19.5 is the line?
I think 19.5 is a good line.
Are you going under or over?
I'd go over.
Okay.
Yeah. I think he had like a 25-second gap during one of the races at Homestead. So if you're a betting man out there, I think the over is a safe one.
Is this on the Hard Rock Sports Bet app?
I do not believe it is. That is, we have not broken into that market yet.
Is it on the DriversEye Live production sports bet app? We are working on it, is what I'm told from the producer in the booth. So thank you to that. Sports betting coming your way to amateur motorsports. And lights are out. On the first group to take the green, we do have a split start here between the Continentals and the Formula Fords for safety reasons. Just put these 2 cars up. So we are waiting for the green flag here. Lights are out on the first pace car. The classic Mazda pace car. Matter of fact. These cars have a nice dark gunmetal gray to them, which has a nice shine with the sunlight.
It does. It pops pretty good. Saw them down on the paddock area earlier, and yeah, good looking cars.
Okay,
good looking cars.
All right. Well, we are about to get a green flag here from our Formula Continental start as the classic Mazda pace car pulls off. We are 2 by 2, and green flag as the number 90 Robert Wright with a good jump on Chris Charno. Nick, your over-under bet might be in jeopardy if Robert Wright takes this lead, and he sure does, around the outside, and it looks like Chris Charno might even lose to the 3rd position.
Yeah, he's under attack right now, but I'm thinking it might just be since he didn't run the morning session, he's got a little bit of rust to knock off, got to wake up a little bit, and we'll see what happens, but a big shakeup. I don't think either of us were expecting Robert Wright to come out with such a strong start like that. That was a great start, and holding on to that lead as they go through turns 4 and 5.
We'd love to see it. The second group is about to take the green flag. 2 by 2. Here come the Formula Fords, and a green flag is in the air. The pole sitter with a good start. Number 19 of John Robinson, the second in the red car. appears to have the advantage going into turn 1, uncontested.
Yeah, going to be able to have a little bit of a gap in front of John Benson in second there. And those two look to already be building a little bit of a gap. The Formula Fs can use
John Benson for the move on the inside of turn 3, and it sticks, it appears. So we actually have a lead change in both categories, Nick.
Yeah, great starts for both. The exciting racing we were hoping to see is starting to happen early.
How about that? So John Benson with the early lead over John Robinson, and Robert Wright passing Charno in the Formula Continental category. Oh, and it looks like John Robinson to the inside, way down the inside of the hairpin, reclaims the first position of Formula Ford.
Yeah, back and forth battle already, about halfway through our first lap, and I think we might have a little bit of a handful in this race here as we're taking a peek now at the Formula Continentals. It looks like Chris Charnow popping out, looking to make a move, go into turn 17.
Chris Charnow with a clear pass into 17, using the draft on the backstretch in making light work of it. And heading towards the line, Chris Charnow regains the lead and starting to pull a little bit of a gap on his competitor, Robert Wright. But a good effort for Wright so far in the early stages of this race. We'll see if he can keep the pressure on Charnow.
Yeah, I think Charnow was a little surprised with how strong Robert Wright came in. And
and we have some moves here for the third position. Deep down the inside he goes. That was Doug Rocco on the move on Mark Deffer. Or excuse me, that was Deffer regaining the position over Rocco. So some exciting moves here in the first couple laps, Nick. We'll see if they can continue to have these close battles.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on those as our Formula F cars come through. Is that a lead change there? Or no, John Robinson's been holding.
That is John Robinson in second. Yeah. But Scamenti in the third car there, the white car, has really brought the gap back in. It looks like a gap has also been created through one, but the racing for the top two has allowed Scamenti to really be in the battle still. So John Benson trying to show some moves in turn 3 yet again on Robinson. That's the second time he's tried that.
Yeah, he did try to look to the inside, but just wasn't enough of an opening there. Wasn't quite close enough to make it stick. So we'll continue on. Maybe he learned a little something going into turn 7 here from that move Robinson made last time by.
And it appears that Neil Radloff is quite the gap back to the 4th position now in the Formula Ford category. Has some work to do. Hopefully the first 3 start to race a little bit more and he can make up some ground.
Yeah, he's just hoping that they go a little bit more side-by-side action, a couple more passes here and there like they saw in the first lap. But so far they're running pretty tighty, nose to tail for those front 3 in Formula F.
And a large gap has formed already from Charnow over Wright in just 1 lap of regaining the lead. And we have a side-by-side battle down into turn 1. That is Mark Deffer and Doug Rocco. Deffer in the red car takes 3rd position back from Mark Deffer.
Yeah, great spot to pass. Use the draft textbook. Just get inside with a little bit of a run and hold your line. Hard to defend that one.
Rocco still hanging on close to Deffer. We're going to see if he makes a move going into the hairpin. So here you can see the lead that's already been built by Charnow over Wright, and then Wright all the way back to the last step of the podium. No move made here going into the hairpin. It looks like he thought about it, Nick.
He did, yeah. I think as it got closer, he was thinking about sticking the nose out, but could have just been a mental move, you know, try and make a little bit of motion in those mirrors and see if he can throw his competitor off the line.
And it's the same order in the Formula Ford class as Robinson second. Maintains his lead for another lap, Benson has been trying to put the pressure on him, and we'll see. Benson's tried this move twice now. Successful once. Is he going to do it again going into 3? No, he's not, Nick.
No, not this time. He's going to stay in line. Just hold on to that spot. I think he's using the draft pretty well to stay with him. John Robinson may have a little bit more pace in that car than Benson does. So the draft allowing him to stay close, and if he gets out in front, it might be an easy opportunity for Robinson to take it back.
And it looks like Benson really has the advantage coming out of turn 1. And is Benson going to make a move going into 7? No, he is not. But it seems that Benson really gets a really good run out of turn 1. So he shows some speed there and a really good exit out of 7. Could set him up here for a move going into 10.
Yeah, a little bit of a possibility. This is a good passing area. You're able to defend if you do get the move.
Oh, and he's going for it. And the late move by Benson completed. And we have another lead change in Formula Ford. As we'll see here, going into turn 13, Benson should be in the lead, and yes, he is in that blue car, followed by Robinson in the red car. And that battle going back and forth is allowing John Scamenti in the 3rd position to stay in the fight for the win.
Yeah, he's able to just hang on to them both as looks like Robinson thinks about making a move there, but I'm not sure if that's a great spot. Maybe save it for 16. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see what happens when they go into 17. But now Scamenti, will he make a move on Robinson going down into 17? Because Robinson did not get a great run coming out of 16. So it could be a good move for Scamenti. But Robinson goes first, and is Scamenti going to go on the inside? No, he's not.
No, he's going to stay in line behind Benson. Probably wisely, I think. I think he was a little further back, and getting the pass done would have been a pretty tall order. But Robinson easily clears, and
back to the lead.
He's going to take the lead.
But Benson sucking up in behind. He's looking for a move going into turn 1. Will he make it stick? The side-by-side, it does appear Benson takes the lead back again from Robinson. So a really good battle here for Formula Ford. Charnow in the Formula C category has definitely created some separation, but not as much of a race in the FC group. But Formula Ford's been pretty exciting so far, 10 minutes in the race here, Nick.
Yeah, so far a great battle, a lot of back and forths. They've been picking their spots and making the passes where it's smart for the most part. I haven't seen anyone try anything really crazy to mess up each other's laps or allow Scamenti back into this race.
So Benson retakes the lead back from Robinson. We'll see if Robinson uses the same medicine on him going into turn 10.
Yeah, he just had that attack used on him, so I'm sure he knows exactly when to pop out. And there he goes. Yeah, he is looking up the inside.
And he looks to complete the pass, allowing Scamenti to stay right there.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely staying a 3-car race. If there's any sort of mistake from either of the front two, Scamenti is right there to be able to pounce on that and take advantage.
Yeah, so we are 10 minutes into this race. 15 minutes left to go. Charnow has opened up a 5.5-second lead over Robert Wright in FC, who's opened up a 14-second lead over the 3rd spot on the podium, Mark Deffer. But a great race here and for the first 3 in Formula Ford.
Yeah, it has been really good so far. We're getting a little replay.
Oh, and a spin?
Oh, yeah.
That is Douglas Rocco in the FC category following Mark Deffer. They've had a good battle, actually, for 3rd. So that explains the 14-second gap back to 3rd. They were going back and forth there for a few laps, Nick, but it appears the rear end got a little loose on him going into turn 3.
Yeah, I think so. It's an easy spot to really load up the front end, get some light weight on the tail, and yeah, you can come around there. It's a little bumpy, so on cars with stiff suspension like this, it'll come around on you quick.
This might be the first lap that there hasn't been well, no, we did have a lead change this last lap in Formula Ford. And I will say that Robinson always has a good gap going into turn 1, but Benson pretty much every lap closes it in every time. So it looks like they're maybe faster in different areas of the track, where Benson definitely has a clear advantage in turn one as he makes up a lot of ground.
Yeah, I think you've found kind of a great point to talk about there with the advantages each driver has. In a lot of tracks, especially tracks like Sebring, where there is such a variety of fast and slow corners, you'll see cars and drivers themselves having those better or weaker areas, and can absolutely cause some lead changes, some position changes, depending on where you are on track. So we'll see if that continues. I believe it will, as they're staying really close going through turn number 10. And as we check out turn 13, we'll see if any of the gaps have changed. No, looks like Robinson's still holding about a 3 or 4 car lead over Benson, who's 3 or 4 cars ahead of is that Scamenti? Yeah.
And the battle continues as we're nearing on the halfway point. But Robinson holding this may be the first lap there hasn't been a lead change, Nick, and it doesn't appear like there's going to be one this lap unless Benson gets a really good run coming out of 16.
Yeah, despite these cars' small footprint in the through the air here, the draft still works really well for the FF. So, good possibility that the draft is strong enough here. We'll see if there's any poking out as they get towards the braking zone.
No, he's not close enough.
No, not quite, but he did close up a little bit. Robinson there, so we'll see. Maybe going into turn 1. It's where Benson we think has been stronger.
Yeah, and Benson gets a great exit out of turn 17, right on the tailpipe there of Robinson. Is he going to make the move in 1? Yes. So he's making the move early into 1. Nope. Pulls back in, and then if I were to guess, he's going to set it up for turn 3. Is usually he and a mistake by the leader.
Yeah, Robinson goes way wide there. Maybe that's why Benson couldn't make the pass happen. Robinson was so fast going in. Benson was like, there's no way I'm following you there. That's too quick. I'm going to hold my line and run my race. And it worked out.
Yeah, so Robinson almost fell back to 3rd. I'm surprised John Scamenti didn't try to complete the pass there to put himself into 2nd. We'll see if Robinson can recover. But now it's a pretty big gap. It may be outside of the draft possibilities there, Nick.
Yeah, no, that is a much bigger gap than we've seen. I don't think the draft is going to be nearly as strong as Benson's had it for the last couple laps. So it's going to come down to just running good laps now, hitting your marks and carrying your speed where you're supposed to. See if they can pull back a little bit of that big gap that Benson has now. Yeah,
very costly mistake by Robinson, but a good move by Benson putting some pressure. And while that gap has separated, might be time for a good commercial break. And also a call to the grid for Group 3. If you're a Group 3 driver, head on down to the grid. It's your time to race. But all right, folks, don't go anywhere. We will be right back after a quick commercial break.
AAG Auto Technic Racing is a full-service prep shop located in Southwest Florida, offering driver coaching, data analysis, race rentals, and comprehensive support. The team specializes in driver development and provides drivers with the resources necessary to climb the ladder from club racing into the pro racing levels.
Utilizing advanced CNC machinery and software, the team at Silverhorse Racing and Space Coast Precision proudly manufacture products in the USA, right on Florida's Space Coast. They take pride in supplying companies such as Shelby American, Magnuson Superchargers, SpaceX, and more, producing components for some of the world's fastest and most recognizable vehicles. From deep-sea water testing to parts for America's space program and everything in between, they are ready to tackle your manufacturing needs. Check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
Are you looking for real motorsports fun without breaking the bank? Check out Central Florida Region Rallycross, the most affordable off-road motorsport around. You don't need a race car. Almost any daily driver or truck can compete. Just bring a helmet, and if you don't have one, we've got you covered. Multiple classes mean fair competition, spectators get in free, and volunteers are always welcome. Join us January 24th and 25th for our Test and Tune and Driver School, or our First Points event February 7th at the St. Lucie County Fairgrounds. To find out more, follow us on social media or visit rallycross.cfrscca.org. SWR 77 is your arrive and drive provider for Mazda Miata racing and track days in the southeastern United States. Visit us at swr-77.com to learn more.
Welcome back, race fans. If you've been paying attention, we still have a barn burner going on in the Formula 4 category. Benson had been caught by Robinson. Robinson with the inside move going into the hairpin. And now all three are back together racing as they were before we went to break. In another update, we did see the spin earlier of Douglas Rocco now getting the meatball flag as that front nose cone is coming off of the car. So that is not ideal aerodynamically, Nick.
No, for a car that relies on some downforce to make their lap times, you definitely don't want to be losing any parts that would potentially give you that downforce.
Yep, and here comes the race going into turn one. Formula Ford, you have Robinson back in the lead, but we've seen it once, we've seen it twice. We've seen it maybe 3 or 4 times, Nick, of Benson making the move into 3. Will we see it again? And it looks like we will. Benson to the inside. What a nice defensive move by Robinson. I think Benson might have to come up with a new trick.
Yeah, I think Robinson knew exactly what he was going to try that time and set his car up just right to not give enough room. But it does keep Schimetti close. He's right on those tailpipes every time they attempt to make a move. So let's see, does Benson go to the inside? No, not quite. He's going to stay in line, maybe set up for turn 10.
I think so. One thing we've noticed is Benson is predictable, Nick. So turn 10 and turn 3 are usually where he tries to make the move. So will we see it again?
I don't know. I don't know if he's close enough right now, but that hasn't stopped some racers before, so he might still give it a try. But.
All right, so he's staying in line right now. Maybe he heard us. Maybe he knows he needs to be less predictable.
I think, yeah, that was a smart move. We'll see if maybe on the backstretch this time going into 17. Benson's been pretty strong there, so
yeah,
we'll see. Or the turn 1 try again. The turn 1 seemed to work for him last time.
Well, Benson lost a little bit of ground to Robinson there as he's fallen back to Schimetti. If I'm Schimetti, do I start making a move and split these guys up?
I think it could be time. He's been doing well holding on, hasn't been making a lot of mistakes. So I think if the opportunity presents itself, it's time for him to get a little aggressive and try and get in the mix there for that second podium spot.
Mathematically, about 2 or 3 laps left. So not a lot of time left to be had for Schimetti to start making some moves. Maybe his strategy is to wait till the last lap before he bounces.
Yeah, we'll see if that works out. It could be a little too late, though, but it does feel like Benson is falling back from Robinson just a touch there. So we'll see how they exit 17. Benson been pretty strong through 17 and 1, so possibly he'll make up some ground here.
We'll see. Benson has definitely had the advantage of turn 1 and turn 3 on Robinson. So here's an opportunity.
Setting up pretty good. Good run out. Yeah, looks like he
Will he
made
close
a little
the gap?
Made a pretty big gap behind Schimetti as he's closing in on Robinson.
So definitely some room for improvement for Robinson in turn 1. It's really keeping Benson in the race, in my opinion.
I think so, yeah. Robinson seems to be pretty strong everywhere else, but that turn 1 almost lack of commitment feels like it's letting Benson stay in this race.
Yep, and here they go down into 7. Will Benson make a move? No, not yet. Will Benson make a move into 10? We will find out. And then we have another update for Doug Rocco, the car that did spin and got meatballed did come into the paddock for that nose cone coming off. So now look into 10. Benson just hanging in behind, maybe starting to look at the clock, Nick, and trying to time when to make the move.
Yeah, you can see here, that's our leader in Formula Continental starting to creep up on those three. So
that could add some excitement.
Yeah, a little bit of traffic could definitely shake this mix up, depending on where they get caught and how aggressive Sharnow is in trying to get past. But he's opened up a 9-second lead over Robert Wright. So my over-under bet a little bit low right now with only 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, Nick, you definitely would have lost money on the DriversEye Sportsbook app. Soon to be released, maybe. And there is the Formula Continental leader on the screen, catching the Formula Ford group rather quickly. And if I'm in a Formula Ford, I'm not excited to see that car coming up as we're going into 2 laps left of a battle.
Yeah, that's a rough time to get it right near the end of the race. Depending on how things shake up, we could end up seeing the Formula Continental kind of cut the race short.
Yeah, because the Sharnow is getting the white flag. If he catches the Formula Ford group, they touch. They touch Benson into the left rear. Scamenti may take the win.
He skates right by. It looks like the other two still tangled up, turn 1 there.
Benson up the inside of Robinson. The first 2 cars take each other out. Here's a replay. You'll see Benson, the second car, make the move on the inside, right into the left rear wheel of Robinson, and just giving a layup for John Scamenti. You love to see it if you're a Scamenti fan. I know his daughter Anna back at home is jumping off the couch.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, the patience paid off for him. We wondered if he should have made a move earlier. Maybe now that we've, being a little bit of a look back, a hindsighter, it was the right move to just kind of be patient, let the front 2 battle it out.
What a exciting finish there.
Yeah, that was really interesting. And now with Sharnow right on his back bumper, if Sharnow gets the pass done, he's coming to the checkered flag.
Yeah. Great stuff for John Scamenti, being patient, going against what I had originally encouraged him to do. And we have a double yellow all around for the cars in turn 1.
Okay.
So what does that mean? That means a win for John Scamenti.
John Scamenti is going to take the win in Formula F. Wow, what a finish.
Yeah.
What a finish
Yeah.
there.
Chaotic.
Yeah, some of the best chaos we've seen. And it's only the second group. We've got more.
Yeah, we do have more.
We do.
But before that, I mean, how about John Scamenti? He is in the Central Florida region as well. So taking the win as a Central Florida region member in the majors here, you'll love to see it if you're a local. Good stuff there, and really impressive because his qualifying time was 2 seconds off the pace, right? So able to hang with those first two cars the entire race and then able to sneak out the win due to the miscalculation of Benson and Robinson. That's racing.
That really is. It's kind of the old adage of to finish first you must finish.
Yeah.
And for John Scamenti, that pays out in dividends right now.
Well, I will say that the impound after this race and the podium should be pretty exciting. And then how about Neil Radloff ending up on the podium?
Yeah.
So Neil Radloff was a considerable amount of space behind and will finish second.
I'm not sure. I thought I saw John Robinson driving out there, so we'll have to see.
Robinson did. No?
What the official timing says here as they cross the line. But I do see, there's a red car coming down pit lane. I'm assuming that's John Robinson. So we're just waiting on Neil Radloff to cross the line and see where he finishes up. There he is there. I think he's going to get third. I think he made his way onto the podium.
So Robinson, looking at his car on pit road, doesn't appear to have any damage to that left rear, so maybe just a light tap. And there goes Radloff to round out the podium for Formula Ford.
Yeah.
So our finishers, Charnow in first in Formula Continental, followed by Robert Wright and Mark Deffer. And then the win going to John Scamenti. Second place going to Robinson and Radloff, rounding out the podium for Formula Ford. What an exciting race we had there, Nick. But guess what? We have more. After this break, we have Group 3 up next, our production cars, B-Spec, T4, and STU. Don't go anywhere, folks. We have more action. Welcome back, race fans, to the 2026 Winter Vacation Majors race here at Sebring International Raceway. Group 3 up next. Right now, actually, we have a split start here, Nick. We have STU, F-Prod, E-Prod, T4, and H production all in the first group of cars, followed by a split start with B-Spec in the second group. So starting off the first group, oh, and we have an onboard here in the B-Spec category. Nick, what should we expect here in B-Spec?
B-Spec, I think, is going to be a great race. It's going to be very highly contended. We've got some drivers who have already raced the season, as well as some drivers starting their season here at Sebring. So a wide mix. Looks like the parity is pretty strong. We've got a Sonic followed by 3 Mazda 2s and then a Honda Fit, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe 4 Mazda 2s and a Sonic. Okay.
That is it. That is it.
So the Mazdas and the Sonics holding it down at the front. Not as much parity as I thought, but nonetheless, going to be an exciting race in B-Spec here.
That's right. And so to start, Jose Pena leading the field in STU, followed by Michael Kuna in the STU category. And then F-Prod, Cliff Ira, followed by Michael Chameleon. Then Armin Magrigian, Paul Mivoli, Edwin Soto Quinones, Kevin Fryer, John Ferguson, and John Bell to wrap out the top 10. And we can keep going down the line here. John Bell, Thomas Burt, Mike Ogren, Mike Janish, Louis Bustani, Peter Shadowin, Mark Weber, Dirk Straussfield, Chris Copley, Brad Kitchen. I don't know if he made it out there, Nick, because he had an incident in the Spec Miata race.
He did, yeah.
And rounding the top 20 is Michael Reese in STU. Then the last few cars in the first group, Dean DeSantis, Tom Gahn, Ted Phoenix, Raymond Heath, and Yuri Kalazos. For the B-Spec category, Josh Schmidt, Carson Neal, who won a race in Homestead, John Robinson III, not the second we just saw, Rice Robinson, Stephanie Anderson, Stuart Black, Ricky Holmstrom, Chris Taylor, who we do have an onboard for, Juan Ruiz, Aaron Fitzsimmons, and Jason Grant. And there's an onboard there, and we're getting closer to taking the green in the first group. We have Stuart Black and Chris Taylor onboards in the B-Spec category, but we're about to go green in the first group here with Jose Pena taking the green flag here shortly as our classic Mazda pace car has turned its lights off and will be pulling into pit road. What will we see here, Nick?
I think you're going to have a great battle between Pena and Michael Kuna. We saw them going at it in Homestead, and I think the same is going to be happening here.
Okay.
Ira and Chameleon will be the next two to watch in F production.
Jose Pena with a good start, and actually the number 12 of Armin Magrigian up the inside, starting from third row up into third place right now. You can see right behind the top 2 STU cars there. So a great start by Magrigian, jumping a couple positions right off the bat, but a really strong start from Jose Pena in that Honda CRX over Michael Kuna in the BMW M3. Very strong start for Jose Pena. Nick, their difference in qualifying times is 4 seconds, so maybe... Oh, and we have a spin there by the number 12. That's Magrigian, who had a really good start. And some bumping and banging going on right behind that. But it looks like everyone made it through there okay. And now the B-Spec takes the green flag on the front straightaway. Stephanie Anderson with a jump on the inside, but looks like maybe had missed the shift. So actually lose a couple spots or fall back into the same position. We're watching on board here with Stuart Black right on the right side of John Robinson III in the blue car. Now we're going into turn 3. Exciting stuff here with the in-car footage. Very nice and clear. Going into turn 3.
Oh, what a gaggle that is. That is fun to watch. Tight racing between these B-Specs.
3 wide going into the carousel.
Yeah.
Oh, and gets spun. Stuart Black, hangs on somehow.
Good recovery.
Stuart Black manages to keep it together and it appears that John Robinson or Rice Robinson both went off track to evade and actually maybe gained a position going off.
Yeah, that's going to leave Josh Schmidt and Carson Neal to kind of lead the field into turn 7 with a big gap now back to 3rd place. So they will have their own race, hopefully be able to work together and not be too racy, and they can run away from the field and make it a 2-car battle for the win. As we look over at the STU battle, Jose Osiris Pena is checked out from Michael Cuna, who is checked out from the next car behind, who would be, maybe that's Michael Kamalian. Yeah, Michael Kamalian in front of Cliff Ira for F Production right now. That 99 machine doing pretty good in F Prod.
Yeah, that gap definitely opened up with Magrigian spinning in the carousel, if you remember, and it created a huge gap from Michael Cuna back to Cliff Ira.
It sure did, yeah. Both groups having some wild moments in the carousel to get things started. If I'm not mistaken, that looks like the Subaru BRZ of John Ferguson may have some damage on the hood. That looks a little bit higher than usual. Hard to tell from the camera angle, but looks like he's going to continue on. It hasn't popped up yet. You can see that car just coming through turn 2 now. That hood looks a little higher than usual. Yeah, definitely some damage there. So may have gotten into the back of Magrigian at the front at the start there, going through the carousel. Hopefully that hood stays attached. Yeah, that's the one. Man, look at that thing.
There does appear to be a gap there between the panels.
Yeah.
And the corner workers now are calling in all of the contact that happened in that first lap in the carousel. Both groups had similar instances of contact in the same corner.
Yeah, they sure did. It was a wild and hectic start, so I hope some of the corner workers were taking notes. There were a lot of incidents to write down and keep track of there.
Yeah, B-Spec now going into turn 1. You can see John Schmidt there leading the field, and followed by Carson Neal. And John Robinson III rounding out the podium right now.
Yeah, they've got a big gap ahead. Definitely able to focus on their own races and not have to worry about too much pressure from behind. So that's going to make it easier for both Josh Schmidt and Carson Neal to run their races without worrying as much as of an attack coming. Josh Schmidt definitely has someone on his back bumper, though, so he is going to have to be diligent. Carson Neal definitely hungry. So, and another car running through the dirt at the exit of 5. That would be
the pink car.
Is that Rice Robinson?
That is Rice Robinson. The second time now has gone off the track in the carousel in just 2 laps. So some good racing in the B-Spec category right now, all bunched together, where the other group appears to already been splitting up quite a bit.
Yeah, we're going to check some class information just to see if we've got any big battles going on. Yeah, it looks like the lead in E-Production, Thomas Burt, is ahead of Louis Bustani by about 3/10 in E-Prod. His RX-8 leading that Mazda Miata, which I believe may have just been a pass made for the lead there as they cross start finish. We'll see next time by. The RX-8 continuing to lead as they go into turn 1, but we'll keep an eye on that battle. That's one that seems to be shaping up quite well. Right ahead of him, that green Porsche Boxster, is Edwin Soto Quinones in the number 68. That's our 3rd place running car in STU.
And the number 12 of Armin Grisian starting to come back through the field, but has a long way to go to get back to 3rd where he was originally.
Yeah, that's going to be a tall order to make it all the way back. Michael Kamalian has opened up about a 2nd lead over Cliff Ira in F Production. And let's see, what other cars? T4, Kevin Fryer continues to lead in his Mazda Miata over that BRZ that we saw some damage on in the front. John Ferguson about 7 seconds back from Kevin Fryer, but staying on pace, so he may be able to hold on to that 2nd place position.
We got side-by-side action going into turn 1 right now with B-Spec headed in there.
Yeah, some great racing going on. Josh Schmidt continues to lead, opening up the 2.5 gap over Carson Neal. Right here we're watching John Robinson and Chris Taylor battling for the last spot on the podium, 3rd place right now. So the battle will continue. Here's the onboard of Stuart Black, who is currently running 6th in B-Spec. So he's hunting down Stephanie Anderson right in front of him in that 138 Mazda 2.
Yeah, you can see how much of a hold these cars punch in the air.
Yeah.
The draft is making a huge difference. Is he going to make a move going down into 7? No. Oh, yep.
Yeah, he's going to pull out. Really late braking for these cars. Very surprising. It looks like he's able to get it slowed down well enough.
Well, I don't know. It looks like he went in there a little too hot and then actually really slowed up both of their exits out of the corner.
Yeah, no, he kind of parked it on the apex to make it work, but he's going to hold off Stephanie Anderson now, as he moves into 5th position. Josh Schmidt ahead of Carson Neal, though. Your leaders in B-Spec, 1st and 2nd running.
There we go. Stephanie Anderson decides to stay right behind. Follows him into turn 10. We'll see how 13 looks because there was some side-by-side action, just a couple cars behind them in the B-Spec category. Here we go as they come through. All back into a line now.
All right. Let's take a peek over at our STU leaders just to see. There's a pretty big gap there, but we do have Jose Osiris Pena leading by 10 seconds over Michael Kuna in his CRX. Pretty dominant performance so far from the STU field. And we'll see. Yeah, there's Michael Kuna. So that's the 2nd place car that far behind. So STU very well spread out. Let's see. The battle in E-Production is spread out as well. Thomas Burton, his RX-8, has made a 3-second gap over Louis Bostani in his Mazda Miata. And John Bell rounding out the top 3 in E-Production in his RX-7, as you see on screen right there. This battle, though, in our this is F-Prod, I believe. That is Chameleon leading Cliff Ira, but Cliff Ira has battled back. There was a larger gap earlier, but these two very recognizable cars with those windshields chopped off are only a half second apart the last time by. So let's watch this battle for a second as they come around to turn 17 with 15 minutes to go in the session.
Looks to move from maybe to the outside, but is not close enough to really add any pressure.
Yeah, not quite. Looks like Chameleon pretty strong through turn 17 there.
Yeah, definitely has the advantage. For sure has the advantage over his competitor there. With Cliff Ira.
Yeah, Ira looking to have the power, though, as he made up a lot of ground on that front straight. So maybe these straightaways will allow him a chance to close in and make a pass somewhere into one of these braking zones, maybe around turn 7 or turn 10.
Well, it looks like they have different style roll cages and their open roll cage setup there. I wonder if one is more aerodynamically challenged than the other.
You know, very well could be. The Civic Del Sol and the Miata probably have a similar cross-section punching through the air there, but yeah, one of them may have a little bit of an aero advantage, be a little bit more sleek, but right now just a little too far back for Cliff Ira to make a move. So those two will continue 1 and 2.
Yeah, Cliff Ira did get better through the hairpin. There's a car in front of him kind of went wide on the exit of the hairpin and didn't get a great run out. So Cliff Ira, I believe here, has brought in the gap just a tiny bit.
Move over to B-Spec. Looks like everyone's still staying.
Oh, Chris Taylor. Or is that
Stuart Black?
Stuart Black, actually. goes off in 15. It looked to be that he did not have help, but he maybe could have gotten a bump from Stephanie, but I didn't see it on the camera, Nick.
I didn't either.
And it looks like he may actually be pulling off, so maybe some brake issues there. Stephanie was behind, but I don't see any contact here. It looks like Stewart just went straight.
Yeah, he's driving slow on the backstretch, so possibility that he's got some sort of maybe a tire going down or a suspension failure along the way.
Yeah,
as he is creeping his way back. Unfortunate end to the first race. It looks like he is going to go into the pits. We'll follow along just for a bit longer to see if he ends up in the pits or if he decides to go back out. But yep, pretty clear sign he is in for the pits, and he will be done for this race, it looks like.
We're losing one of our in-car cameras, unfortunately. And Nick, our leaders of the first group are working their way through the B-Spec category now, as the corner workers are showing a lot of blue flags to the B-Spec group.
Okay, so yeah, there's a shot right there. Jose Osiris Pena and his CRX making a move around the front two of Josh Schmidt and Carson Neal. Josh Schmidt continuing the lead, but Carson Neal absolutely glued to that back bumper as we saw them going through the carousel of turns 4 and 5.
Yeah, not close enough just yet to really make a move going into the hair pit, but we've seen it now with just how big of a hole in the air these cars punch. So I could see that going into turn 10, we might get a move going into turn 10 if the gap is closed, and it is not, unfortunately.
No, it looks like Josh was able to even extend that lead a little bit. So he might be hoping for some more traffic to come through and slow up Schmidt at the front. That would give Neal a chance to come back.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, Nick, we are approaching just over halfway through this race. So an appropriate time for our sponsor break and also a grid call to our next group. So group 4 is up next. So group 4, head to the grid. And if you're watching from home, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
AAG Autotechnic Racing operates a championship caliber organization from its Fort Myers, Florida headquarters. The team has developed a legacy of speed, precision, and determination on and off the track. From grassroots beginnings, the team has continuously evolved, driven by a passion for motorsports and a relentless pursuit of excellence.
With all the buzz about reshoring, it's great to know that Silver Horse Racing and Space Coast Precision have been making precision products here in the USA for over 20 years. Proud sponsors of the father-daughter duo of Marcello and Alyssa Canatano, driving the number 03 and 04 Spec Miatas, they manufacture products from many of today's top companies, utilizing advanced CNC machining centers, and are ready to help you with your manufacturing needs as well. Based on Florida's Space Coast, check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
Want to race Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s with speed, style, and unbeatable support? At Apex Motorsports South, Florida's official customer service representative for SCCA Enterprises, we make it happen. Race-ready SRF3 rentals, full arrive and drive packages, expert prep and top-tier trackside support, and a crew that treats you like family. From your first lap to the checkered flag, we've got your back to every step of the way. Whether you're chasing the podium or the pure rush of racing, Apex delivers performance with a personal touch. Come for the competition, stay for the camaraderie. Apex Motorsports South, driven by passion, powered by people. Your seat's ready. Are you?
What if the most fun you can have with your car is closer than you think? At Central Florida Region SCCA Autocross, you bring your own car, even your daily driver, and drive a course laid out with cones and timing lights. There's no wheel-to-wheel racing and no prior experience required. It's just you, your car, and the clock. Autocross helps you build real driving skills in a controlled, safe environment while spending the day with a welcoming community of car enthusiasts. It's affordable, competitive, and open to drivers of all skill levels. Learn more, find upcoming events, and sign up at autocross.cfrscca.org.
Welcome back to Sebring. We're here with a couple updates for you. There is a standing yellow coming out of 16 as a car pulled off to the outside. And unfortunately, we also have a debris flag in 17, and that is due to an oil stripe on the road. Somebody leaked oil all the way from the beginning of 17 through the exit of 17. And we have a double yellow right now. So our classic Mazda safety car is coming out to gather the field. And we have, because of the two incidents on the track, the two safety hazards on the track. So here's Chris Taylor, and that's the new walkover bridge that's being built right now as we speak. So we're going to see here if there's any car pulled off, but there is a strip of oil somewhere on this track, which we will probably not see in Chris Taylor's.
Oh, I think we do. I think it's really close to the inside there. I think
I
can catch it right at the bottom of his right corner of his windshield. We saw it.
And what I will say is it did appear to be kind of off the racing line, but somebody that did not come around again was Stephanie Anderson. So hopefully she's all right, but it does appear that maybe that could have been her car that laid down the oil. Yeah. But nonetheless, we are going back to a double yellow, gathering the field up again. Maybe we'll get like a green-white checker, Nick.
Yeah, might be able to pull it off. Depends on how much work needs to be done and how much prep they feel like doing. If they put a lot of speedy dry down and they feel the need to sweep and blow, it could take a little bit longer than the full 6.5 that we have remaining, especially with the field not being collected yet. We just saw Jose Osiris Pena, our overall leader, coming through turn 7, so he's got a ways to go before he gets back to start-finish and joins the pace car there.
Yeah, but they're calling the leader around to gather him up. And some safety vehicles are bringing in the vehicle that was up on the exit of 16. We'll get a good look at that.
I wonder if that was Stuart Black after he had the
No,
problem.
Stuart Black pulled into pit road.
He made it all the way up.
Yep.
He did make it all the way back. Yep.
But could have been the oil that was laid did come from Stuart Black.
Yeah, that's a possibility
as
well.
But then I'm not sure why Stephanie Anderson would have pulled off.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen updates. Maybe that's her.
Oh, here's a car that was pulled off. No, that is...
Oh, that's our FRS that had issues earlier.
A crunch there. There was a big crunch in the beginning, the front of that car.
Yeah, we noticed the hood was up, and maybe it was more damage than we had expected. Some radiator damage, oil cooler, something going on up front.
Not ideal, Nick. And so as we're under caution, a good time to talk about what is to come. Group 4 is up next. So if you're listening in the paddock, you got about 5 minutes to your race starts, so you might want to go head over to the grid. But yeah, so Group 4 is coming up. What is Group 4, Nick?
Great question, John. I was just looking that up.
That is our Spec Racers,
Ford.
yes.
Yeah.
So our Spec Racer Ford is coming up next in about 5 minutes, depending on how long it takes for the track to get cleaned up, which is always an exciting race, the Spec Racers.
It is, yeah. The qualifying after having a black flag and then getting their 2 green flag laps still turned in some really fast times, shook up the leaderboard. So I expect the race to be equally as exciting, hopefully less caution laps or black flags, but I think that there's going to be some good, maybe great racing coming out of Spec Racer Ford today.
That was a nice job of the classic Mazda safety car picking up the field. I don't know, Nick. There's not a lot of time left remaining.
Yeah, with how long it took for them to collect, this is a pretty tall order for them to clean everything up and get back to racing. So, good possibility. This is not an official word by any means, but in my opinion, there's a good possibility that unfortunately this race does end under caution. We will be keeping an eye on the radios to see if that is the case, and we'll let you all know who is, all of you who are watching at home. That way you know what's going on. But
You know, Nick, we would love it, and I'm sure the fans back at home would also love a nice one-lap shootout.
I know the fans would love a one-lap shootout, especially now that everyone's brought back together. You've got some of the classes all mixed in. You can see the battle for F-Prod that we were watching. Did Cliff Ira manage to make the pass?
Cliff Ira is ahead. Cliff Ira is ahead of Michael Chameleon. So a great time to get ahead because now, you know, maybe knew that the caution was going to come out and knew that he had to make a move.
Yeah, maybe got some, if he's got a spotter here, able to get on the radio and say, hey, we've got a couple different incidents. Make that pass now, push the issue. That could work out really well for him.
Oh, we just got a word from race control. They will be checkering this race on pit lane. So unfortunately, we will not see a one-lap shootout, Nick. That is a bummer, but, you know, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. So going through the order, Jose Pena will take the win over Michael Kuna in STU. Cliff Ira will take it in Formula Production, F Production, sorry, over Michael Chameleon and Paul Mavoli. Thomas Burt will take the win in E Production. Kevin Fryer will take the win in T4. And then heading down, Mike Ogren, the lone H Production, will take the win. And then B-Spec, our winner, Josh Schmidt, finishing just ahead of Carson Neal and John Robinson III. So we did have quite a bit of action there, Nick, but with an unfortunate ending. But, you know, safety comes first.
It does, absolutely. And when you've got a mess like that, like a big string of oil, it seemed to be a little bit off driver's line as we watched the in-car, but first time someone tries to go too wide there, you know, try to make a pass, that is not where you want to have a car sliding out into their opponent, pushing both of them out in that outside of turn 17. So I think a smart call was made to protect the cars, protect the drivers and the track. So unfortunate ending, but I think it was the right call, and all these drivers will race again tomorrow because of it.
Yep. Well, Nick, this could be a good time to take a break here and wait for this safety crew to clean up the track. But don't go anywhere, folks. We got Group 4 coming up next. Spec Racer Fords. It's going to be a great show. Welcome back, race fans, to the 2026 Winter Vacation Majors here in Sebring, Florida, presented by the Central Florida Region SCCA. Up next, always a good one, Nick, the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 race. We have 37 qualifying times, though a great compact race full of really close competition, really. I mean, 1 second decided the top 10 cars.
Yeah.
So what should we expect to see here, Nick?
Close racing, close racing, close racing.
You have anything else to add to
I
that?
think one more thing.
Close racing.
Close racing.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Spec Racer Ford is going to have a great showing right now. The qualifying session was, if you were here for the race earlier or the session earlier, a black flag slowed things down, and they only got 2 flying laps. But even in those 2 flying laps, we managed to put in a lot of fastest qualifying times of the weekend for this group. So I think there's a lot of drivers who are on their best A game. They have their cars dialed in, and I think Spec Racer Ford is going to give us a great race this afternoon.
All right. Well, you heard it there from Nick. So starting off the grid order, Brian Schofield, also a Central Florida Region member, former national champion, takes us to the green first. And then we have Robeson Clay Russell in second. Those two really have a big advantage, half a second together over the third place starting car, Keith Grant, followed by Colin Clark and James Goerty in the 5th spot. Following that, Trey Ayers, Todd Vanacore, Grant Vogel, John Vogel, and Andrew Wesanowski round out the top 10. Connor Grant, Mike Baconowski, David Dickerson, Joshua Jacobs, Arvid Albanese round out the top 15. Tim Preble, TJ Preble, Kevin Elion, Ethan Smith, Steve Whitson in 20th spot. Jean-Luc Liverato, Nolan Elder, Sean DeCold, Andrew Adler, Gregory Falcone in 25th, Jim Daly, Keith Frazier, Gary Vizioli, and Craig Jansen. In the 30th spot, Daniel Matias, followed by Richard Wheel, John Duchis, Mark Silverberg, Evan Smith, Raymond Moser, Scott Hill, and last but not least, Mike Bennett. Nick, we should have a good one coming up next. And what I think will be interesting is we did have an oil leak in turn 17 from the prior race. How could that play in? I mean, it hasn't, the cars are going to drive over it once, before they take the green. But when they come back through the second time, do you think it's still going to be a little bit of a hazard? And how would you approach that corner?
Well, when we saw the onboard camera from Stuart Black, we were able to see just a little bit of where it was. It was pretty far inside. We didn't think that it would be too much of an issue if you're driving by yourself. But Spec Racer Ford, not known for having a lot of solo driving out there. These cars love to race close together and side by side. That's where I think we could have some issues. I think the first time by, maybe pretty good, but when someone tries to make a pass on the inside through 17, could really throw up some dust, be a little slippery in there. So hopefully they did a good job. The Sebring safety crew is top-notch, and I think they've got it cleared off pretty well. But it's always going to be something in the drivers' minds to get these first couple of laps going. Is there going to be a slippery spot on that inside if I need to make a pass?
I don't know, Nick. I guess we will find out one way or another.
Yeah, we sure will.
And the classic Mazda pace car is coming to turn 17, about to turn the lights off to give us the green flag of this 25-minute race of Spec Racer Ford. And if it's anything like the Spec Miata group earlier, we are in for some action here, Nick. Hopefully nice and clean, but some good racing.
Yeah, Brian Schofield elected to be on the inside there. You can see the dust being kicked up by the safety car. Don't forget open-faced car or open cockpit cars here, so that dust affects you a little bit more than if you had a nice big windshield in front of you.
And we are green flag Brian Schofield with a great start, already securing the first position. Most cars going 2x2, except for towards the back of the pack where they're 3 or 4 wide. Much different than we saw in Spec Miata earlier with a 5 or 6 wide, now about 3 or 4.
Yeah, they were a little bit more tame at the start here. I think they saw some of the chaos that happened during the Spec Miata race and decided, hey, maybe we play nice for a little bit here and see how far we can get in this race before the elbows have to come out.
Yeah, 2, 3 wide going into turn 3. That really, it goes from 5 wide down to 3 to 2 wide pretty quickly. So a lot of action can definitely happen if you misjudge some space. You can find yourself ending up making some contact with your competitor.
Yeah, looks like Brian Schofield and Robeson Clay Russell have claimed the first 2 spots, but right on their heels, I believe that's the 96 of Keith Grant, and then the 68 of James Goffrey had a great start, and I think he's in 4th now, if I am...
and we got a spin. We got a spin right here going into the hairpin. Can't make out the car number. It is a light blue out of the PM Racing group. I can see the logo. So that happened towards the back of the field. And I did see a nice move down the inside from Trey Ayers in the first group going into turn 7.
Yeah, Ayers started in 6th position, and he ran very well at Homestead, so I'm sure he wants to be closer to the front. There he is, looks like 5th right now. But yeah, good start from him, and we'll see if he can make his way towards the front. Him, Brian Schofield, and Todd Vanacore, excuse me, had a really great battle. So front runner, absolutely capable of it. We'll see if he can make some moves and work his way towards that front duo of Brian Schofield and Robeson Clay Russell.
Yeah, so far, Schofield and Russell taking an early lead, setting a little bit of a gap back to the 3rd place car, opposite of what we saw in the Spec Miata series, where that 3rd car got in between the 2 working together. And here you can see what happens when that isn't made early enough, right? They're already starting to create a gap, and that is not something that you want to see when you are in 3rd place going up against a couple teammates. But they do go 2 wide going into 17. I do wonder if the oil dry had something to do with that, because Russell very quickly pulled right back in behind Brian Schofield in order to not go 2 wide into turn 1.
Yeah, I wonder if that was on his mind, that he thought, hey, I'll make a pass here, maybe get the swap done. And then he remembered about that speedy dry, so could have pulled right back in.
Yeah.
These cars, similar to the Spec Miatas, do have those overheating problems if they push or in the draft for too long. So also could be poking the nose out to try and keep some air flowing over that radiator and keep the engine cool.
And it does look like Russell is wanting to just make it a 2-car race with Schofield to pull away from that front group. And so far, only that looks like it might be Trey Ayers making a move down the inside.
It is, yeah.
In the blue and yellow car.
Yeah, making a move on Colin Clark, 23. We'll see as we get the turn 10 cam next if Trey Ayers made it stick or if he's still back in 6th there. And it looks like he was able to make it stick. I think that's a blue and yellow car in 5th. Yeah, sure is.
Yep, so Schofield and Russell continuing to lead the way, somewhat unchallenged so far. A lot of cars just following each other for now, Nick. There's only been a few moves so far, so not really seeing a lot of action just yet.
No, not quite. I think they're going to rely on the draft to keep each other close and honest. Not going to let anyone really run away too much without making a mistake. And we'll see if that leads to an advantage for Schofield and Russell, or if that allows some of the other competitors to claw their way back. About a 3-4 car gap right now between 2nd and 3rd. Keith Grant, the one holding on to 3rd place. And we'll see if they can hold that lead.
A bit wide there from the 48 car going into 16. That is Nolan Elder. You don't really want to miss the apex in 16, Nick, because that is the longest straightaway on the track, and you will lose quite a bit of ground there and allow others to catch up. But there does appear to be not too much of a shuffle, but they are not as close together, Schofield and Russell, as they were going into 17. Something must have happened.
Yeah, Trey Ayers was trying to mix things up with James Goffrey. I don't know if he's going to be able to get it done. Looks like Goffrey might actually be making a move on Keith Grant, and then at 96 car, you see him 3 wide there. You got Ayers on the inside, making the move on Goffrey, and he's
Yep.
going to slot right in. Yeah, so another spot up for Ayers.
Yep, Ayers into 4th. He started in 6th place. Ayers, a very accomplished driver in this series, has won many races, so I would expect to see him moving up the field as he is.
Yeah, great driver. He already, believe he was fighting for one of the wins. I can't remember if he got one out of there or if Schofield was able to pull off the double race win at Homestead. But Ayers was in the mix the entire time, and it was a tight battle for Spec Racer Fords down at the first race of the Majors Tour. Now here at the second one, Ayers trying to stay in the mix again, be in the conversation. But Schofield and Russell continuing to stay out front, opening up even more of a gap between them and third place. And now that Ayers has been a little bit more aggressive, Keith Grant in the 96 may be a little more defensive, allowing those front two to open up even bigger gaps.
Yep, so far we're about 6 minutes in, and it's been pretty clean. Besides a spin in the back of the pack, no real chaos has ensued just yet, Nick. Everybody's playing nice, but I expect that to maybe change as we get later in the race.
Yeah, it really appears there's front 3 or 4 groups that are pretty tight, about a second and a half between each of them, and then it opens up a little bit more. That's around 15th position. I think the last car in that group, Arvid Albanese, is the last one of the kind of front-running groups. Then it gets a little bit more speckled throughout the field as the cars spread out.
And here's the leaders going into 17. Brian Schofield still leading the way, followed closely behind, following close behind is Russell, and they've opened up quite a gap to third. You can see there that defensive play that you were mentioning, as Trey Ayers is now looking to make a move going into turn 1. Now, for the third position, pulling up halfway up next to the car, and is he going to make it stick?
I think he is. James Goffrey's going to follow him up the inside as well as we get this great view from turn 3. Ayers looks to have made it. Goffrey's still on the inside. They're going to be jockeying, and I think the turn 3, Goffrey's going to make his way through as well in that 68 machine.
We have an exciting guest joining us in the next race, 3.5-time national champ Preston Pardis.
Yeah.
He just joined the booth, sitting here waiting patiently.
Yeah, excited to have him on, and hopefully he's going to get a great view of this Spec Racer Ford battle that we've got going on, because a lot of position swapping still going on. James Goffrey now into fourth, now that Trey Ayers has moved into third. We'll see that reflected on the timing board next time by. Is it a little too late for Trey Ayers to catch up to those front two?
I don't know. I mean, the front 2 cars are working together pretty well, but as we saw earlier in the Spec Miata race, if you don't split those 2 cars up, it's pretty hard to catch them as they're working together. It seems to be that Russell's pretty disciplined, staying behind Schofield, pushing them 2 away, and they're just going to have a 2-car race later in the session. So it may, I mean, for Trey Ayers to catch him, he's either going to have to drive the wheels off or hope for a mistake from either Schofield or Russell. But there's a good gap, about 2 seconds back to Trey Ayers at this point.
Yeah, they've done a good job of being pretty friendly at the front. They have not been competing with each other too much, not a lot of side-by-side action. So I think they're on the same page as far as competition goes. They want to work together, make it a 2-car race, and they'll figure it out on the last lap between the 2 of them. Don't let anyone else into this mix.
Yeah, and some dust getting spun up there coming out of 16. Someone must have dropped the wheel. And we are now 10 minutes in to this race with still 15 minutes left to go. Commanding performance so far from Brian Schofield and Robeson Clay Russell that have now managed almost a 2.5-second gap to the charging Trey Ayers. However, Nick, Brian Schofield just set the fastest lap time of the race, which is about 0.3 faster than Trey Ayers on that lap.
Yes.
So the effort of Ayers, even though he's still moved up from 6th to 3rd, is going to have to be able to to run faster lap times than the two in front of him, and I just don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, he's going to need some help from the front too. They need to get their elbows out, get a little bit of side-by-side action going, and slow down that pace, because right now, as the two fastest cars on track, it's going to be really tough for Ayers to make any sort of headroom without a draft or a partner to help push him along.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Ayers, Russell seems to be pretty disciplined to just tuck in behind and wait to make the move later in the race.
Yeah, that's great racecraft from Russell to have the awareness that it's not the time to attack and mess things up. Sometimes you'll see drivers get a little bit caught up in the red mist and say, okay, now's my chance. But with so much time left on the clock, it's really smart to just stay in line, make sure that when it is time to battle, you don't have a third person that's going to swoop in. We just saw in our Formula F race how a third place position can swoop in and take the win. So I'm sure our front two are hoping that that is not their fate that they are destined for later in this race.
Nick, you stole it right away from me. I was going to bring up John Scamenti being very patient and disciplined behind the front two cars and actually earning a win. So we'll see if Russell continues the same strategy here. Now Ayers is the same, right? Could there be a mistake from the top two? Ayers just need to be consistent, hit his marks, and not really think too much about what's behind him.
Yeah, he's doing a great job of separating himself from that group of 4th through about 10th that is battling behind. And I'm sure that group would love for Ayers to make a mistake on his own and give one of them a shot back at the podium. But Ayers just kind of in no man's land right now, hoping for it. But yeah, look at that hungry pack behind him that is waiting for any one of those top 3 to make a mistake.
Yep, so we'll see how much the gap has grown here. Trey Ayers, 2.9 seconds back, dipped down into the 223s. However, Brian Schofield and Russell also improved their times. So Schofield and Russell are on a mission. And you know what? I think it's a good time for us to take a commercial break. We are reaching the halfway point. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
AAG Autotechnic Racing specializes in proven driver development. The organization has won championships across multiple series. From club racing to endurance competition and pro-level races, the team provides young drivers with the necessary ladder to advance their careers. AAG Racing is committed to precision engineering, strategic racing, and talent development to remain competitive at every turn.
Silver Horse Racing and Space Coast Precision sponsors the father-daughter race team of Marcello and Alyssa Canatano, racing in the number 03 and 04 Spec Miatas. Based on Florida's Space Coast, the companies provide precision CNC machine components for everything from deep-sea water testing to components for America's space program and everything in between. With their roots in SCCA competition dating back to 1991, they understand precision and performance and are ready to help you with your manufacturing needs. Check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
Are you looking for real motorsports fun without breaking the bank? Check out Central Florida Region Rallycross, the most affordable off-road motorsport around. You don't need a race car. Almost any daily driver or truck can compete. Just bring a helmet, and if you don't have one, we've got you covered. Multiple classes mean fair competition, spectators get in free, and volunteers are always welcome. Join us January 24th and 25th for our Test and Tune and Driver School, or our First Points event February 7th at the St. Lucie County Fairgrounds. To find out more, follow us on social media or visit rallycross.cfrscca.org.
SWR 77 is an arrive and drive program that builds on Yuri Kalopso's years of racing experience. If you'd like to get behind the wheel of a top Mazda Miata in IT, production, super touring, or Spec Miata racing, contact us at swr-77.com today.
Welcome back, race fans, to Sebring, Florida, where we have the 46th annual Winter Vacation Majors presented by Central Florida Region SCCA. We are in the middle of Group 4 Spec Racer Ford race. Brian Schofield, a man on a mission right now, actually created a gap back to Russell and Ayers. Schofield with a 2:23.3, the fastest time of the day so far, in a 1.2 second gap back to second. Nick, what happened there?
Schofield's just been hitting his marks, and I think Russell made just one tiny mistake, and it shows you how quick that gap can add up. Now, a big spin.
Yeah. 20, is it the number 23 car and another one?
Colin Clark got mixed up with someone as they went off in turn 13.
Another red and black car. That could be Todd Vanacore, I believe.
Oh, possibly, yeah. He was in that group. We were kind of monitoring it.
Oh, here we go.
We'll see
Here's
them
the replay.
enter stage left or stage right. Oh. There they go.
Yeah. They must have touched pretty early on in the transition from 10 through to 13 there.
Yeah, there's the 23 of Clark getting moving again. So it looks like both cars are going to continue.
It looked like a red and black car as well, which would lead us to the conclusion of Todd Vanacore, Nick.
Yeah, 119, they just said on the radio. So Todd Vanacore and Colin Grant getting into it, going into turn 13. And that second group that I was just about to comment on and say how tight they were racing and going back and forth, a little bit broken up now.
Yeah, so Russell just put his fastest lap time of the race in. Still not as fast as Brian Schofield's best, but a second behind Brian Schofield. He may be starting to get into that slipstream of the draft ahead, Nick, so maybe we'll see Russell bring that gap closer.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to draw it back in, but a little bit of a tall order. 7 minutes to go, though, so probably 3 or 4 laps. It's definitely a possibility. I'm not going to count him out.
There's Brian Schofield going into turn 7. Russell does appear to have closed the gap just a tiny bit. Well, definitely within a second there, so you would think with the straightaways he has left on this lap, by the start-finish line, maybe back to his bumper.
Yeah, very possible, especially if he continues on running fast laps. But I'm looking at the group just behind Trey Ayers. That's going to be James Goffrey, Grant Vogel, Keith Grant, Andrew Wisniewski, and Connor Grant. They are all tucked in nose to tail, as we've seen the last couple of shots. It's not going to be these two, as you see that Russell is closing a little bit. There's Trey Ayers, and then there's this group here, led by James Goffrey. The next 5 cars, all fighting for 4th position right now. I think we're going to see some daring maneuvers as we get later and later on in this race with 6.5 minutes to go.
And that's the group that Todd Vanacore and Colin Clark were in as well. So giving these other drivers an opportunity to fight for 4th.
Yeah, it sure did open the door for them big time, because both of them were kind of moving through that group. It seemed like they maybe had some rough starts and moved back, and now we're working their way back. But after that contact, that group is wide open. 4th place, really up for grabs. So we'll see. Russell still trailing a little bit, but
he's definitely made some ground up, because he's only half a second back now and just ran the fastest lap time of the race with a 2:22.8. So gained half a second on Brian Schofield and is well within the draft now.
Yes, absolutely feeling the effects of that. It's going to make a difference. This front stretch here between 17 and 1, all the way into turn 7, turn 10, and down 16 to 17. 4 long drafting areas where that's going to be an advantage for him to try and get back to the back bumper of Schofield, and he's getting really close.
Yep, and Trey Ayers kind of in no man's land. Not really much to worry about behind, but running out of time to make it up any further steps on the podium.
Yeah, I think right now he is really destined for 3rd unless he gets some sort of blessing from those front 2, whether it be some contact or a mistake, a spin. We see, a move being made. James Goffrey's going to drop 2 spots going into turn 7, giving up 4th place, moving back to, was that 7th now? 6th? So he's got his work cut out as you see him coming down into turn 10. Maybe getting passed again on the outside? No, just defending on the inside there. Okay.
Four minutes remaining. Maybe 1 or 2 laps. Maybe 2 laps left here, Nick.
Yeah, I think that's a good count. We'll see what the time is as they come by, if we get a white flag or not. But yeah, he is. Russell has definitely made it back into striking range on Schofield. So
we could have a close finish after all, Nick.
Yeah, great drive. Whatever mistake that may have happened or incident seems to have been
we got a spin there. Is that number 68?
Yeah.
66, maybe, Mark Silverberg?
Yeah, could be. Looks like it.
Yep, so there's Brian Schofield and Russell really opened up the gap. Last lap had a 5-second gap on Trey Ayers. It really shows you just how good the draft is, Nick, and when 2 cars work together.
Yeah, it's super effective here around Sebring. I know that sounds a little bit cheesy to say, but it absolutely is. The time you can gain by having a buddy is invaluable. As we look back at that group behind now, Keith Grant is going to take over 4th position with Grant Vogel taking 5th, James Goffrey in 6th, Connor Grant to 7th, and Andrew Wisniewski in 8th. That's going to round out that kind of third-ish group that we are seeing go back and forth as they go into turn 3. A little change at the back. I think Wisniewski's going to get Grant going into turn 3. So still things shaking up even as far back as 10th position right now.
They haven't gotten the white flag, Nick, so it looks like we'll probably get the white flag this next time by.
Yep. Yeah, almost a guarantee with the time we've got left that we're going to see it. And there's another move. That looks like one of the Vogels. So that would be Grant Vogel making a move on Keith Grant. Grant Vogel making a move on Keith Grant. Okay. Got to remember those two, have those in the back pocket ready to go because they have been swapping positions so far. And they're side by side heading into turn number 10 as well.
It's getting spicy. Who's that up on the inside there, Nick?
That is going to be Grant Vogel, but the blue car of Connor Grant is going to be back in there. So we've got Keith and Connor Grant and Grant Vogel that we've got to pay attention to. So I think a Grant is going to end up somewhere at the front of this group if I had to guess. First or last name? Couldn't tell you.
Connor Grant started all the way back in 11th position, so fighting for 4th place has been a pretty good race for him.
Yeah, he did a great job to make it up to where he did. Again, we had that contact between Vanacore and Colin earlier, and Colin Clark, and that definitely cleared the path for some of these drivers to make it into 4th, but nonetheless, they're all still fighting for it, and they're swapping positions back and forth. You can see them going left to right across the screen behind your leaders, and then Trey Ayers. Look at them go, trying to break the draft from each other, defend. Wow, what a fun line that is, as Grant Vogel's going to hang on at the front there, and Grant is going to stay in 5th.
Yeah, we just got the white flag. And does Russell pull out now? No, not yet. Shows it, but does not actually make a move just yet, Nick. I would maybe see a move made coming out of 16, going into 17.
I think that's probably the safest spot to stay. You've been comfortable with Vanacore Schofield this whole time. You know where he is the fastest throughout the most of the track. So yeah, I think setting up for 16, get him in 17 is your best bet.
Yeah, you know, we watched the Spec Miata race earlier. Will history repeat itself? Will the leader who has led every single lap so far get past going into turn 17 and end up not being the leader when it matters most?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if that's the way it shakes up. Looking a little bit further back, we still got Grant Vogel leading the way there, but James Goffrey has now moved into 5th in front of Keith Grant. So a lot is shaking up there, but it looks like Keith is going to go up the inside of Goffrey. A lot of things shaking up a little bit further back in the pack. May not be for a podium spot, but they're still fighting pretty hard.
Yeah, let's see here. It's a very good battle here for fourth. I think that's Grant Vogel there on the inside making the move.
Yeah, I think you're right. Grant Vogel is going to get back into fourth place there. Keith Grant is going to be right behind him, it looks like, in fifth, and then James Goffrey in sixth. Yeah, I was going to say that. Well, Goffrey's going to move back one, so that means I think Connor Grant or maybe Andrew Wisnowski has moved up into sixth position.
And here's our leaders going through 16. Brian Schofield leading the way. Will history repeat itself today, Nick? What do you think as we go look at turn 17? The inches is 17. Brian Schofield, that's a lap car right there. Still not protecting the inside, is he, Nick?
No, and Russell tried to make the move, but I don't think he was able to pull up quite as close as he wanted to from the draft. So we'll see if he's able to maybe an over-under, engineer something out of 17.
No, and it looks like Brian Schofield is going to hold on to the win, and that right there is how you win a Spec Racer Ford race and how you defend turn 17 properly.
Yeah, it sure is. Let's see here for our battle for fourth. Grant Vogel's going to lead coming out. Keith Grant right behind. And there we go. It looks like Andrew Wisniewski is going to be able to get sixth over James Goffrey. Connor Grant's going to round out that group in eighth position. Right behind that, ninth, John Vogel in the 47. Round out your top 10, Mike Bakanowski. So a great race from Spec Racer Ford, John. What was your favorite moment of the race?
Ooh, my favorite moment was probably when Trey Ayers was working his way through the field, but then Russell really saw Trey Ayers making some moves and decided to just be consistent and disciplined and stay behind Brian Schofield. But I think actually my more favorite move was Brian Schofield not playing defensive going into 17 and still taking the win. And we actually just see there on the screen a car that appears to have an issue driving straight through turn one.
Oh no.
Did not collect anything else, but it looked like a wheel was pointed maybe the wrong direction. Not a great time to pull back on the track there, though, as that could have been very sketchy, Nick, as we saw.
Yeah, they were still coming through at pretty good pace while he made his way back on that red car that you're seeing at the bottom of your screen. Having some issues, but they seem to think that they've got it together and they're going to be able to get it back to the pits. So
nice. Well, don't go anywhere, folks. This was a great race, but we have another one up on deck and a special guest in the booth for the T3, STL, and SMX group. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, race fans, to Sebring, Florida, where we have the 46th annual Winter Vacation Majors race here, presented by Central Florida Region. We have a good race coming up now in Group 5, STL, T3, and SMX, and we have a split start, starting with the SMX class, you can see on your screen there. And then STL and T3 are in the second group of cars. And we have a special guest in the booth with us. We got him a stool so he could see out the window. It is your 3.5-time national champion in Spec Miata, also NASCAR top 10 finisher, Preston Pardis. How are you doing, baby?
We're doing good. We're doing good. I can't say I haven't been any better. I got you two up here, so it's going to be fun.
You maybe could have been a little bit better if you got the win today, but unfortunately finished third.
Yeah. I can't even say second. Yeah, no, it was a fun race. You know, we had Nick Bernie out there, East Street teammate, and Elevon. We had a really fun 25-minute event. It would have been a lot better for me, though,
If you had won.
I think if I won,
Well,
I'd be in a little bit better mood. But
you were in the booth with us watching Brian Schofield hold on to that win. So maybe tomorrow.
He did what I couldn't.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow you'll have better luck.
Thank
but
you.
In this race here, SMX to start, Skylar Cottrell, Jason Fichter, both race Spec Miata quite a bit. Jackson Wolney, Nathan Saxon, Juan Dushak, Mitchell Lowry, Ryan Heisman, Gavin Vaughn, Jeremy Butts, Christopher Giram, and Jillian Fichter in SMX. Preston, if you had to pick one person to win, who would it be?
Since you're not racing, John, I would probably go with who's on pole.
Skylar Cottrell.
That sounds good.
All right.
Can't be wrong.
Yep, it's all right. So the champ, Preston Pardis, picks Skylar Cottrell to win. How about you, Nick?
I think Jackson Wolney's going to have one. I think the kid in the second row is going to make some moves and make it happen.
Let's see. Okay. Well, Jose Pena, it's not his first time on pole in his category. He's already won today. So he can win a second time in his 1991 Honda CRX in STL, followed by Nick Leverone and Gonzalo Aponte, followed by T3 cars, Colin Duffy, Casey Gunnell, and Dan Moe. And Dan Moen we did see hit the wall earlier, so I'm not sure if he's going to make it in this field. He was in the Ford Mustang, one of the only non-Mazdas in this group. As we go further down, Amy Mills in STL, Javier Sanchez, Logan Stretch, Nolan Elder, Thomas Paulino, Thomas Burt, John Elder, and Mike Janish round out the top 25. Getting closer to the start here for SMX, so we'll continue to go through the last few of the starters. Mike Janish, Daniel Williams, Greg Sorg, Mike Ryan, Greg Bogart, Robert Resinger for the top 30. Jeremy Goldberger, Joseph Miklos, Noel Sachs, Kevin Conlon, Frank Jufrey, Christian Capote, and Daryl Stein as our last starter in this race. And we have a split start here, so getting close to go green for the SMX category. There is our classic Mazda, two of them. Look at that. Two classic Mazda pace cars underneath the new walkover bridge here at Sebring, a site that is new for everybody. So it took us half the day, Preston, to even know that was there.
Oh,
yeah.
That's. I'm glad you're paying attention.
Yep, and here comes the classic Mazda pace car off into pit road, and we are about to go green with Skylar Cottrell in the bright pink car, right next to Jason Fichter in the green machine. And we have a green flag and a great start from Fichter with a little bit of a jump on Cottrell. But it seems to be they're evening out as we're going into turn one. This should be exciting, Preston. Which one would you rather be, the inside or the outside right now?
I'd take the inside if we got the advantage, and it looks like Skylar does. Should be able to clear Jason there in turn one.
How about that? And another green flag is waving for the second group around Jose Pena with a good start over Nick Leverone to take the early lead of that group.
Yeah, interesting to see that the Mustang of Daniel Moen is out there. If I got that name right, I sure hope I did. After seeing that car have some contact, it's really good to see they were able to get the car fixed, and it looks like it's doing pretty well. It had a great jump on the outside even though it's a T3 car, he was able to put some power down with that Mustang.
All right, now here, Preston, as we're going into the hairpin here, are you looking to make a move now, or are you looking to get settled into a rhythm?
If you're Jason, you're just trying to kind of break away if you're able to. It looks like him and Skylar have a nice little gap over third, but even Skylar's building a little gap too on Jason right now.
Yeah, we could we see a runaway from Skylar Cottrell, or do you think in these SMX cars there's so much of a draft element that it's hard to break away?
I think just like the Spec Miatas, it is hard to break the draft, but it has happened in the past. If you're able to roll through the corners and build a nice little buffer and break the draft, it definitely makes it a lot easier when you're the leader.
All right, and you can see just how big this Mustang is compared to literally every other car that is around. A lot of Mazdas, some BRZs, FRS. Well, I guess the GR86 really, an S2000. But the car is so much larger, Nick. Preston, if you were in that Mustang, how would you go about racing these Miatas?
If I was in the Mustang, I would have to see over the steering wheel first. Yeah, I'm sure the Mustang's gonna be coming at these Miatas at a rapid pace too. So you probably don't want to break up the racing, but you're gonna have to, get through them to not lose any ground.
There you go.
Yeah, definitely a tough car to wheel around. It's going to make its power and its lap times way differently than the Miatas, just because of the nature of how the car is built. And we'll see if it's able to compete in T3 there. It ran pretty well, starting in the third position for T3. We'll see if it can hold on throughout this race.
Well, Control is calling around a safety truck to go pick a car up, so I wonder if that is the same one.
It is a possibility, but let's see. Who's our overall leader now?
Skylar Cottrell holding on to the lead so far, with Jason Fichter right into, and a car in a very bad spot. Polino on the exit of turn 17. Do not reverse right here.
Oh.
That is not a great place to be sitting. But let's watch the instant replay here. Going very wide into 17. Ooh, collects the wall.
Yeah.
Really lucky he didn't actually go way back out in front of everybody. But really lucky he wasn't collected by anyone else, especially as he's rolling backwards and is still stuck there. I would imagine a double yellow would be coming out very quickly, as that is not an ideal place to be.
Yeah, I think that maybe some steering damage on that front left, causing him not to be able to get the car turned to the right direction. As now the call from race control for a double yellow is out. You're going to have a safety car to get that car collected and cleaned up. Yeah,
and what that crash kind of reminds me of Michael Carter back in the day. Do you remember Michael Carter collecting or was it Jeff LaBounty actually?
Yeah, Jeff hit it.
Jeff LaBounty hit the wall on the exit of 17, very similar to that one, and Spec Miata, and Michael Carter barely missed him and lost his mirror, which was incredible.
Yeah, no, it's a really bad spot too, especially when you're in front of a bunch of cars like that. You're sitting in the racing line and you can't really get out of it with how that tire wall sucks you in.
Have you found yourself there before?
I have not. That's the only wall I haven't hit.
Well, it's good that's the only wall you haven't hit, because it's probably one of the worst ones
that's a big one
to be in. What corners have you hit? I know you've hit turn 1 all by yourself.
Yeah. We had a mirror in the car after we hit the wall in turn 1. I don't know, John. I really don't have the time and energy to really put in the amount of wrecks I've had here.
Yeah, I remember.
It's not really a goal of mine today.
There was also another time back in the day where your own teammate Jim Drago took you out leading this very race.
Yeah, Timmy. Yeah, that was a few years back, But you got to win them how you can do it.
Some trouble in the East Street Racing tent. It appears to happen quite often.
It happens, But if you guys are all running together and competitively and near the front, you're going to have that happen. So, no, when it happens, it's definitely not a good thing. But looking back at it, it's a cool memory though.
Yeah, just saw a shot there of Jose Osiris Pena being pulled back in his CRX. So unfortunately, it looks like some sort of failure on that car is going to end his reign of the ST categories this weekend.
Yeah,
dominant in STL, STU, But STL, he's going to have to hand off to someone else. And right now, that is Nick Leverone, who's leading STL.
How about that? Nick Leverone, another Spec Miata racer as well, double dipping, looking for his first win of the day. And it looks like he may have been able to take it away from Jose Pena. Nick, this may be a good time to go to commercial break as we are in a double yellow, and it looks like the car is cleared. So a good time for a commercial break, and we will be back soon.
AAG Auto Technic Racing is Southwest Florida's premier shop offering driver coaching, data analysis, race rentals, and more. AAG Racing provides the resources necessary for drivers to advance through the ranks of motorsports and achieve their racing goals. Follow AAG Racing on Facebook and Instagram to learn more.
Silver Horse Racing and Space Coast Precision started in owner Marcello Canatano's house back in 2004. From just one product and a dream, the company now produces products made in the USA for companies like Shelby American and SpaceX, to name just a few. Based on Florida Space Coast and utilizing the latest in advanced CNC machinery and software, they are ready to help you with your manufacturing needs. Whether you're just getting started or have a large portfolio of components to manufacture, check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
At Apex Motorsports South, Florida's only CSR-certified SCCA Enterprises shop, we put you in race-ready Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s, competitive, mechanically sound, and built to win. We handle it all: full arrive and drive services, rentals, expert prep, and top-tier trackside support. You just show up, suit up, and race. Whether you're chasing championships or the pure thrill, at Apex you're more than a driver, you're family. Apex Motorsports South, driven by passion, powered by people. Your seat's ready. Are you?
What if the most fun you can have with your car is closer than you think? At Central Florida Region SCCA Autocross, you bring your own car, even your daily driver, and drive a course laid out with cones and timing lights. There's no wheel-to-wheel racing and no prior experience required. It's just you, your car, and the clock. Autocross helps you build real driving skills in a controlled, safe environment while spending the day with a welcoming community of car enthusiasts. It's affordable, competitive, and open to drivers of all skill levels. Learn more, find upcoming events, and sign up at autocross.cfrscca.org.
And we are back for some racing action. We're waiting for some emergency vehicles to clear the track, so we're not going green just yet. Preston, do you have any advice for the guy that ended up in the wall there?
Oh, man, I don't know. It's such a bad spot to wreck. You kind of almost just, unfortunately, you almost want to just sit there, or if anything, pull up forward and not really put in a reverse. There's a good option. You don't want to make it any bigger than it already was.
Yeah, so the word is that he put it in reverse and backed all the way up into pit road, so pulled off. So not a lot of cleanup needed. However, by the time we went green, we didn't have all of the emergency vehicles off the track. So one more lap of a full course caution. What's interesting, Preston, we were talking about it in the commercial break, is we're not split up the groups anymore. So we have Nick Leverone leading the charge of the second group of cars in STL. And his qualifying lap time was 4 seconds faster than Skylar Cottrell's in SMX. What do you think is going to happen here, and how do you approach this as Nick Leverone?
I don't know. I mean, luckily Nick's got a lot of road racing experience with SCCA, but he's going to have to use a lot of it here to make sure he doesn't lose any ground. Like you said, that is a big difference between lap time on those guys. So
yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I really don't know where he's actually better at too on speed. Is it all straight liners? Is he making ground up too in the corners? So it'll definitely be interesting.
Yeah, and here you can see the jet blowers here from the safety team just moving some debris off the track. You can see, a little bit of body debris sitting there.
Little tire rubber getting moved.
Yep. So you wouldn't want to catch a flat tire.
That's not good, huh?
No.
Especially right there.
Yeah. It definitely wouldn't help your chances of winning. But hopefully we are going green this next time by with, it should be about 11 minutes to go, I'd say. So plenty of time to see what happens with Nick Leverone as he charges through an SMX field. Because if you're the SMX driver, you may not really be focused too much on a faster car coming through, and you're in your own battle. So that's something that Nick Leverone has to pay attention to as well, that they may not be ready for a car that's 5 seconds a lap faster.
Yeah, no, and especially too with the racing that they're probably going to put on. It's going to be, 3 or 4 laps to go probably in this race, so they're going to do all they can to win their class. But like you said, the last thing you expect is Nick Leverone to come flying in there probably down the straightaway. But,
And they think he's just another SMX car. They throw the block on.
No, they might even just throw their hand up to push, and that'd be the winning move maybe.
It actually
push you down the straightaway.
Imagine this too. There's probably a pretty good chance that Nick Leverone has a customer that is in SMX. So now, if that were to play out, does he help his customer get further up the field?
That's a tough question right there. Do you?
I believe Nathan Saxon is a flat-out customer, and he started in 4th, and he is currently in 4th still. So if Leverone can get to Saxon with
that's a move.
much more horsepower and be able to push his customer ahead of some of his competitors, that could be it would be smart for Leverone from a business perspective.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, I love Jim Drago, and I don't know if he would do that for me though.
I mean, he's taken you out actually for the lead.
I know.
So I wouldn't put it past him either.
Yeah, but he's given me great race cars to drive too, John.
Yeah.
In the past, you can't take that away from him.
Yeah. So he took that one away from you.
He did. Love you, Jim.
Yeah. So
you think he's watching? I bet you he's watching SCCA right now on YouTube.
he probably is.
Or he's taking a little nap right now.
Yeah, he could be taking
with
that.
his age.
I still haven't seen him.
You haven't seen Jim Drago?
No.
There is actually a number 2 out here that is racing number 2 in Spec Miata too. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like seeing Jim, but it's not.
I actually think it's disrespectful to take his number. What do you think?
I don't think that's that. I think the guy didn't know Jim Drago.
How do you not know Jim Drago?
He is the GOAT. He's the GOAT in Spec Miata, right?
Well, I don't know about that.
You don't think so?
No, you're the GOAT. You have at least 1.5 more championships.
Depends who you ask, Nick.
Yeah.
And we're going green here now with the classic Mazda safety car pulling in, and just as I predicted, about 11 minutes left. I'm pretty good at math. And we are about to go green. I can't wait to see what Nick Leverone does.
Yeah, and I'm also excited to see what the Spec MX-5 race is going to be, because you got 2 final turn cars up front, and how good are they going to work together to try to maybe make it a 1-2 race.
Yep, and we got the green here. And pulling out is Jillian Fichter and Nick Leverone driving up the inside. So we'll see if he can actually collect some positions here overall to separate himself from his STL competitors. But all clean so far going through turn 1. As we head into turn 3, it looks like Skylar, going off. Ooh.
Hang on to it. There we go.
There you go. Good save. Good save.
I can't see who that is. It looks like a GR86 there.
It does look like one of them was a GR86. Yep.
And now we might actually go yellow again, potentially, Preston, if they can't get those cars moved.
Yeah, it looks like, if they both don't move it, they'll probably run out of time here. But they're both trying to go here.
It's crabbing pretty good.
There they go.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, okay.
Might be missing the belly pan over there, but they're rolling.
Yeah, that's a GR86. It looks like a
MX-5
MD
Cup.
Miata.
Yeah.
MX-5 Cup there.
though not one of your SMX cars. Ooh, that car throwing it up on the inside.
Looks like Leveron's making pretty good progress too, going through the field. Looks like he's 5th overall now too.
Yeah, he made good work through the carousel there,
Yeah.
and some good advantage. So I think he's getting.
Well, the Honda S2000 is that ahead of him? The
It is ahead
S2000,
of him, yeah.
Yeah, so he's actually lost positions to his actual his class competitor. So now Nick Leveron's got to make some moves through the pack, where the S2000 of Gonzalo Aponte has taken the lead from Leveron.
Even he's running. It looks like second,
look
or
like
third in class.
He's third. Well, actually, no, that could have been. It could be a T3 car of the GR86 of Casey Gunno.
Yeah, it could be them in that mix there, because it looks like Amy Mills is going to be your whoever's in third right now. So you've got some interesting mixes going on now that the SMX field has been brought back to the field. Not organically, through a caution. So.
It does look like the top 3 has a breakaway now in Spec MX, because it looks like another group car is running 4th overall.
Yeah, so we see here, the S2000 there of Aponte in between the SMX group, and really took advantage of separating himself from Nick Leveron. Oh, in a car.
He's dirt tracking there.
Yeah, it was Leveron driving through the oil dry. He needs to make up some positions right now. He's battling with some T3 cars and losing a lot of ground to the S2000 of Aponte, who goes for the lead. Maybe makes it stick. That was definitely an ambitious move, but it appears to have worked out so far. This would be great for Aponte if he's able to get in front of Cottrell here. You could pretty much call that a win.
Yeah, pretty much too, because it does not look like Leveron's really making any progress.
No,
in that overall group,
he's stuck in the middle of a T3 battle as an STL car. So.
And it looks like Skylar's getting past there for the overall lead.
But that helped. That move by Aponte in the S2000 really helped Cottrell too, actually, because he created a little bit of a gap. Well, it looks like Saxon maybe closed it there going into the hairpin.
Yeah, I think Saxon's going to be right up on the rear. He was able to get by Victor and Wolney though, so great drive from Nathan Saxon so far. See if he's able to give Skylar a run for his money at the end of this race.
We'll see. Cottrell hanging on pretty close to Aponte. I wonder how much of a hole that S2000 would punch more than a Miata. You think about the same?
I think it's got a little bit bigger of a cross section, so probably a little bit more air, but
it's got a big wing on that thing
similar.
too.
It does. It certainly does. So.
Cottrell's staying pretty close to him, and
it might help him out a little bit too. I mean, I think what is the top 4 in SMX is 3 of the final turn cars against a flat-out machine too.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
We've got Cottrell, Victor, Saxon, Dushak, and Wolney as your top 5 in SMX right now.
I wonder if Jason's going to be able to get back up there.
Yeah, it looked like Dushak made a move on Jason though. But Leveron just got around the other T3 cars, so does he have enough speed and time, now with only 5 minutes left, to catch Aponte? Because now he's going to have to go through 3 more SMX cars.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard. I mean, it's only going to be 2 or 3 laps probably to the checkered flag, so that's a lot of ground to make up and a lot of cars to have to go through.
Aponte's in clean air now, and with the restart, he's probably not going to come up on any lap.
Aponte's really not gapping, though, the SMX cars.
No, he's keeping Skylar in tow, and it's helping him and Saxon break away.
But quite a big gap, though, for Leveron to make up. Leveron's at 4th overall now.
I mean, Leveron that last lap ran half a second quicker, even in traffic.
Yeah, so we could see an interesting finish here, and he is right behind his customer. So what does he do, Preston? Does he help the business, or does he help himself?
No, I think he's got to help himself here to get a W for the team too. I mean, Saxon might be able to do it by himself also.
True. Well, we'll see right here as they come out. That 4th car in line is Nick Leveron on your screen, following closely. Does he? Oh, no, he did make a move.
He drove right around him.
He's making a move around his customer.
That looked like Nick Bruni earlier to me, huh?
Yeah. He drove. He had a lot more straight line talent than you did.
Some people are good at things, you know, and that's a good skill to have.
Yeah, it does help.
I should have had my blinker on down the straightaway. Maybe one of these guys will too.
Yeah.
Extra horsepower.
That is the East Street secret. I've heard.
Did Jim do that today?
Jim
He
Drago's
should've.
special. He probably did. He did make up some ground. He did a good job. But the S2000 now, Aponte making some gap there, but Leverone is closing in quickly. Leverone did a great job. And yeah, some
It
tire
looks
smoke
like
there
we got
from
tire
Fichter.
smoke or we got oil down. on Fichter
It
there.
only looked like it was coming from Fichter's left front, so I would imagine maybe some tire rub from Jason Fichter's machine in the left front. Cottrell pulled off. And Fichter is also smoking too. It looked like from the left
Pulled
front.
over too. It looked like coming out of a tower turn.
So not a good ending for those two. But I mean, if you're Nathan Saxon, you have nobody around you anymore.
Yeah, no, he's got.
That's
looks like
huge.
he's got
It could be
one car behind him, one more Spec MX-5, but it's 2 or 3 seconds back.
Yeah, it could be a double win for the flat out shop here. If Leverone is able to catch the S2000 of Aponte and Saxon to win with the DNFs by Cottrell and Fichter,
Yeah,
that's a good win from the flat out crew.
yeah. Leverone, he's going to have time to do it as long as we don't get a double yellow or yellow
Right.
in some sections from those cars that had to pull
Yeah,
over
we
there.
haven't gotten a white flag yet, so we're going to have 2 more laps to go most likely. And here we go. Nick Leverone pulling in the gap
Yeah, he was
to
almost.
Aponte.
Yeah, he's about 8/10 quicker that last lap too, and now he's going to have clean air just of Ponte in front of him.
Yeah, and Aponte with a 1 second lead. Leverone in traffic, 0.8 of a second. Do you think he's going to get him this lap, or do you think he's going to get him on the final?
I don't know. I mean, you're gonna the first chance he gets, he almost needs to do it. You don't know if the yellow's gonna
Right.
come out or anything, but with the pace that he has, I would really expect him to pounce this lap.
It looks like he is already on him coming out of the carousel by the hairpin. He's going to be most likely even closer.
Yeah, and it looks like we got a battle too in Spec MX-5 there for second place,
Yeah, that's Dushak, and is it Lowry behind?
or Wolney, or yeah, Wolney.
Yeah, Wolney. Who called that win? Was that
I
you?
call, yeah. I
Well,
saw
he
that.
might not get the win, but
no,
but on the podium.
Oh, there we go. Move going in the hairpin. Last minute braking.
Wolney goes around Dushak there, going into the hairpin. So some exciting stuff. Here's Leverone, close on Aponte, definitely making up some ground. Maybe the S2000 has a little bit more legs as well down the straight line. You would think
Very
over the
possible,
Miata.
yeah. Very possible. Leverone's doing everything he can. That's
Yeah.
all.
Oh, and a big
there.
slide from Aponte going through turn 13.
He's driving that thing.
Yeah,
So it looks like Aponte's doing everything he can too. These are
and another slide there.
two
from Lowry.
drivers that are not ready to give up yet. Neither are settled for to either resign to second or to
Yep.
just give up first place.
Yeah, this is gonna be an awesome battle though for the lead.
Yeah.
Especially with Leverone's experience. I mean, he's an awesome driver and really good. You know, it's super clean too, so it should be a really cool battle.
Yeah, and race control is calling around the leaders to throw out the white flag this time by for the last lap. Oh, so the inside protected by Aponte. Can Leverone go around the outside, Preston?
Oof.
Ooh, I don't
Hung
know.
on there.
And here they come on the exit of 17.
Oh, nice little crossover by Leverone. They're gonna be side by side.
They're
in the white
side
flag.
by side at the white flag. It looks like Leverone has a little bit more leg on the straight line than the S2000.
Yeah, he was able to get through that corner a little bit better and set up for one, but Aponte's gonna drive it in deep into turn 1.
I think we're going to see another over-under here again.
Yeah.
Preston, as we go into turn 3. Yep, there it is. Leverone setting himself up nicely to go on the inside of turn 3. Well,
Yeah,
he
he's gonna be able to
clears
clear
him.
him there. Yeah, that was crucial for Leverone to clear him. If Aponte was able to hold the outside, he was going to be able to pin him down through the section. But it looks like Leverone's going to start building a little bit of a ground here, 1 or 2 car lengths going down in the hairpin.
Yeah, we'll see if Aponte can close that gap in with the help of the draft. Going to the hairpin, it doesn't really look like it. It looks like they're pretty evenly matched actually on the straight. Well, Aponte throw it on the
Throw
inside.
it down in there, John.
Wow.
Nice move by Aponte.
Clean. That's how you get it done for the lead. Can he hold on?
Got another pass again, and the Spec MX-5 into the hairpin.
Yep, so that's Dushak going around Mitchell Lowry for the second position. Nathan Saxon kind of by himself in no man's land, which with one lap left, it's kind of where you want to be.
Yeah, I wonder what Leveron's going to do here, though. If you do the same thing he did last time, I mean, they let him get side by side at the finish line.
Well, I will say, though, he was not at the start-finish line first.
Yep, no, exactly. So, yeah, I mean, do you redo the same thing and try to do it a little bit better? Or, you know, Aponte's going to know what he did last time, too, to maybe improve on.
Well, I will say that Leveron is also a little bit closer to Aponte coming out of 13 that time, so maybe can make a move earlier on the backstretch.
Yep, and it even looks like Saxon's got a nice little gap in the SMX battle, too. But look at this battle for the lead overall.
Aponte is already driving pretty defensively, even going into 15.
Now, Preston, if you're Nick Leveron, are you looking to make maybe a fake, try and get in the mirrors a little bit? And,
I'm looking to pass him here, Nick.
That's all you're trying to do?
I'm trying to clear the man going in the corner.
No mental games.
Yeah, it looked like Aponte was pretty defensive, but yeah, here we go.
Nick, are we sure we want to ask Preston? We actually just watched him lose a race here in 17. We'll see.
Look at this again.
Leveron around the outside.
Again, but it cleared
He's
him.
going to squeeze him tight.
Looked like Nick Bruni earlier.
It was Nick Bruni. A repeat. Can he hold the momentum?
Oh, look at Aponte, though. Cleared him in the center of the corner. They're going to be nose to tail coming to the line.
Wow. And Aponte for the win over Nick Leveron. What a finish. I had no idea what was going to happen there. And then the number 79 car of Javier Sanchez takes the win in T3 with Nathan Saxon taking the win in SMX ahead of Mitchell Lowry and Dushak. How about that, Preston?
Wow. I'd like to see the bridge cam or something down there in turn 17 on how he was able to make that ground. That's something I didn't do a few groups ago. But, yeah, what an awesome battle between those two.
Yeah, what I would do if I was you, I'd maybe go to the S2000's camp after and maybe get that video.
I got you. Maybe put a wing on the back of my car.
That would help. That would help.
Preston to STL next year, confirmed? Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't know.
Spec Miata guys who went to STL in the past, you know?
You know?
All right, so our finishing positions per class, Aponte holding out the win over Leveron by just 0.2 of a second. And the third place STL car, Amy Mills, another flat out car. So pretty good success from the flat out crew in this group. P3, the winner Javier Sanchez, followed by Thomas Burt and Mike Janish, down in 16th overall, but takes a T3 podium. In SMX, Nathan Saxon takes the win. Walney, sorry, what did I say earlier? I said Lowry. Walney is in second for SMX, followed by Wes Dushak in third. But how about that race, Preston?
That was awesome. Honestly, looking like going into it with 3 to go, Leveron was closing at such a rate you didn't think Aponte was going to be able to do anything with him on defense, but he did an awesome job holding him off. And last lap going into 17, made it happen.
Great move into 7 too. That deep on the brakes.
Oh yeah, last minute break.
Made that S2000 work, and he was able to hold him off for the rest of the race.
Yeah. So Preston, we're happy to have you in the booth. Is there anything that you want to say to all of your fans worldwide out there? You know, what do you have coming up this year? And it's something that we should be looking for.
Nah, just the same old stuff. We're going to be doing a little bit more Spec Miata stuff this year. We love getting back in these cars. They're so much fun to drive, especially, you know, the community around the Spec Miata class in general is awesome. It's awesome, too, having Jim back at the racetrack this year. So, I don't know. I love coming back with the East Street Racing guys doing SCCA, Spec Miata racing. It's a lot of fun, and we'll hopefully be doing 4 or 5 again Xfinity races or NASCAR or O'Reilly Auto Parts races this season.
Okay.
Yes,
right.
yes. No more fast as Xfinity. So
Fast as O'Reilly.
fast as O'Reilly, yeah.
Can you give us an O'Reilly jingle
we're not doing
before?
that. We don't get paid to do that yet, so we're not doing it. If we had that nice $500 bonus, you know we would, but no, not yet. But thank you guys for having me. It was awesome. Awesome time up here.
Thank you,
Enjoy
Preston.
hanging out with you guys.
Of course. Well, don't go anywhere, folks. We have 2 more groups left to go. First up is going to be our bigger formula cars, and then the big bore cars to close out the day.
You ever drive one of those?
No.
Really?
I don't think I can fit.
I don't think your head could fit either.
No.
That's
no.
why they're open cockpits, so
Yeah.
you're good to go.
I think my large head would be an
Yeah, you would
aerodynamic
have no
disadvantage.
headrest around you.
Right. So yeah,
You can't run a car with a halo then.
No, maybe not. My shoulders are just too broad and muscular. I wouldn't be able to get in there. All right.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with Group 6. Welcome back to Sebring, Florida, where we have 2 more groups left to go today. We have Group 6 up right now, the Formula Atlantic FE2 Prototype 2, and FX. Nick, how about you give us a rundown here of what our starting grid's going to look like?
Yeah, absolutely. Be my pleasure. Starting out on pole in the Formula Atlantic's James French. In second place, right alongside him, is another Formula Atlantic of Larry Howard. They're separated by about a second on their qualifying time. So we'll see if Howard's able to bring a battle to French, or if French is going to have a nice, easy race. Right behind them, a row of prototypes, Bart Wolf and Lawrence Loshak in the prototype cars. That was one of the ones we talked about during qualifying. Bart Wolf able to take that pole away from Lawrence Loshak. Right behind them, row 3 and row 4 are all more Formula Atlantics. Ashton Yelkin, Bruce Hamilton, J.R. Smart, and Nathan Bird. After those 4, we come to our FE2s of Will Franklin, Paul Schneider, Stan Whitson, and Thomas Green. Then the prototype of John Godden, the E2 of Sherman Chow, the FX of Lazaro Bonatti, and rounding out our 16 cars in group number 6, Wade Richardson in his 2006 prototype, number 56 orange and silver car. So, John, what class do you think is going to be the most exciting for this one?
I want to say the Formula Enterprise cars. The top 4 of them have pretty similar lap times, so I'd like to see what happens there. But we're about to go green, Nick. Brandon French on the front row takes the green, and a good start by Larry Howard. I actually don't see James French. Oh, James French in 13th. So actually did not start in the front there, Nick.
Interesting. So maybe he had some issues. Got to grid late, something like that. So
that might be James making some moves there. Oh, and a big lockup by the Formula Enterprise there, the white and neon. Not sure who that was.
I want to say that might be Stan Whitson. I think I remember him having a white and yellow FE2 car from Homestead. But we'll check the guide there and see.
All right, so Larry Howard still in the lead overall. And it looks like James French started in the back of the pack, Nick, instead of from the first place position.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Thought they were going to line up side by side at the front there, give us a little bit of a show. But it doesn't appear that we are going to see that at the start here. So right now it looks like Larry Howard's going to control the field. Bart Wolf and Ashton Yelkin right behind them. So the prototype's getting split up a little bit at that start.
But yeah, overall, the number 3 car, oh, that was at the start-finish line. So yeah, so the 51 currently in the lead now, going through turn 15, 16 of Larry Howard.
Yep, there we go. And it looks like Lawrence Loshak was able to get in front of Ashton Yelkin. So the prototypes are now back-to-back. Loshak going to try to hunt down Bart Wolf. That's going to be his target in that black and white one there that you see following right behind Larry Howard.
All right, so here they come through turn 17. At the start-finish line, the 51, Larry Howard in first, followed by Lawrence Loshak and James French in third. So French starting from the back of the pack and already up into third overall, hunting down Larry Howard.
Yeah, he came through that field really strongly to make up some ground. And if I'm Larry Howard, I'm going to be on my best behavior, trying to put in some lap times and keep whatever gap that I can from James French, because it seems like he is on a mission. Now he's hunting down Lawrence Loshak in that 111 prototype car.
Yep, and then number 88 of Thomas Green in FE2 has come in early, though an early retirement from one of our Formula Enterprise cars. And Lawrence Loshak separating himself from Bart Wolf. If you remember earlier, Loshak sat out to Q2. and ended up losing his pole position to Bart Wolf, but has already flexed his muscles and has taken the class lead.
Yeah, he clearly was not worried about losing the pole position as he came out strong on that first lap, and looks like James French was able to get around him now. So Larry Howard's going to have some mirrors full as James French working his way forward in FA, trying to get to the front.
Yeah, and he's reeling him in pretty quick, so I'd maybe expect a move potentially going into turn 17. I believe that gap was about a 1 to 2 second gap in qualifying time. Nick, yep, about 1.2 seconds from French to Howard, and it looks like French is going to wait to make a move, as Howard ran pretty defensive going into 17.
Yeah, he's going to hold the lead across start-finish line here, but not by much. 0.2 of a second between Howard and French.
And French is definitely making his presence known as he goes up on the inside of Howard, and it appears to get the job done pretty easily. So it might start to see quite a gap starting to form here from French.
Yeah, not a lot of protest from Howard on that. He was able to let French by, and the gap already opening as Howard goes wide and at the carousel, but looks like he's able to get back on track. No harm, no foul there. But Lawrence Loshak now thinking about making a move after that little mistake.
Yeah, not quite enough. And Bart Wolf still within striking distance potentially of Loshak if he were to get some consistent laps together.
Yeah, looking a little bit further back at our FE2 cars, Paul Schneider in the 73 continuing to lead FE2, but Stan Whitston right behind, 1.1 seconds back. Will Franklin another 0.7 behind Stan. So those three cars that are still out there for FE2 are certainly not giving up the fight, and they're going to try to stay close to each other. We'll see. I think it's those. Yeah, there's the white and yellow, and the white and red of Whitston and Franklin.
And we have another early retirement from the 56 of Wade Richardson in the prototype category.
Yeah, we're watching the FE2 battle right now. That's the one you're seeing on screen. That leader there in that blue and red car is Paul Schneider. Two white cars, Stan Whitston, and then Will Franklin, the next two. And they're all pretty close. There's got a move being made. There's some Formula A cars a little bit further up the road. Looks like maybe Bruce Hamilton on JR Smart with that pass.
Yep, so French has opened up already a 4-second lead in just one lap. Now, we did have that mistake by Howard in the carousel, but a strong race so far from French, who's starting in the back of the pack.
Yeah, dominant so far. A very safe, smart drive through the field on that start. Didn't get caught in any trouble, and then slowly picked off Lawrence Loshak in the prototype, and then Larry Howard. He's on a drive. Fastest lap of the session, a 2-minute flat 0.6. So, car is running pretty well apparently. His qualifying time was a 1:59.4, not far off that already on lap number 3 of this race.
And we have made the decision, Race Control's made the decision to run the last race today before the sun goes down. So we're getting in all of the racing in today before the sun goes down, even though we had almost an hour, pretty much an hour delay earlier this morning from some heavy fog. So nice to, and kudos to our race official team to get all of the racing in today, even with a slow start from Mother Nature.
Yeah, that's great that we're able to stay on track, and means the schedule for tomorrow is going to be pretty straightforward. Groups 1 through 7, lots of racing the morning into the afternoon.
James French now just opening up the gap even further to 7.5 seconds in just 2 laps. Lawrence Loshak holding on to his commanding performance so far in prototype.
Yeah, last lap of 159.496 almost matches his qualifying best of 159.486. So he's about 10 thousandths away from his qualifying time. So clearly missing that qualifying session did not affect him as he got back in the car and is quick right away.
About a 1 second gap between Paul Schneider and Stan Whitson in the FE category, and about another second back to Will Franklin. So the Formula Enterprise cars are staying pretty close together.
They are, yeah. They're going to be the group just behind the one we see on screen here. Those are your 3rd, 4th, and 5th place cars in Formula Atlantic. These 3 right here are going to be your Formula Enterprise cars, the FE2 class. So some decent battles going on right here. All these cars within striking range of each other, and then the FE2 also in striking range, waiting for someone to make a mistake, though. I think no one's really close enough for a move, but certainly close enough to capitalize on any mistakes that they make.
You're absolutely right, Nick. We are reaching the halfway point. Maybe a good time to thank our sponsors and run a commercial break, but don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
AAG Auto Technic Racing is a full-service prep shop located in Southwest Florida, offering driver coaching, data analysis, race rentals, and comprehensive support. The team specializes in driver development and provides drivers with the resources necessary to climb the ladder from club racing into the pro racing levels.
Utilizing advanced CNC machinery and software, the team at Silverhorse Racing and Space Coast Precision proudly manufacture products in the USA, right on Florida's Space Coast. They take pride in supplying companies such as Shelby American, Magnuson Superchargers, SpaceX, and more, producing components for some of the world's fastest and most recognizable vehicles. From deep-sea water testing to parts for America's space program and everything in between, they are ready to tackle your manufacturing needs. Check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
Are you looking for real motorsports fun without breaking the bank? Check out Central Florida Region Rallycross, the most affordable off-road motorsport around. You don't need a race car. Almost any daily driver or truck can compete. Just bring a helmet, and if you don't have one, we've got you covered. Multiple classes mean fair competition, spectators get in free, and volunteers are always welcome. Join us January 24th and 25th for our Test and Tune and Driver School, or our first points event February 7th at the St. Lucie County Fairgrounds. To find out more, follow us on social media or visit rallycross.cfrscca.org. SWR 77 is your arrive and drive provider for Mazda Miata racing and track days in the southeastern United States. Visit us at swr-77.com to learn more.
Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway. We are halfway through race 1 of the larger group of the Wings and Things. The camera cut in. I guess somebody ran wide on turn 16 there as we opened back up the show, but not much has changed since the commercial break in terms of running position. James French has opened up a 10-second lead. Loshak has opened up a 3-second lead over Bart Wolf.
Yeah, sticking to the status quo while we were at break there. Nothing really changed. Looking back at third
Actually,
place.
no, Paul Schneider has fallen back to third in the FE2 category. Stan Whitson, now your leader in FE2, followed by Will Franklin. Paul Schneider pulled into the paddock, actually. So what was once the race leader in Formula Enterprise now just pulled into the pits and out of the race. So now we have a 2-car shootout for first between Stan Whitson and Will Franklin, and there's a 3-second gap there.
And that's them on screen right now. You see them going into turn number 7, the white with the red panels and white with the yellow panels.
Yep, and Thomas Green, the other FE2 car, number 88, pulled in after just the first lap. So now we're down to only 2 Formula Enterprise cars remaining, Whitson and Franklin. Whitson with a 3-second commanding lead.
Yeah, the battle for third in Formula Atlantic still up for grabs. Bruce Hamilton leading J.R. Smart by just about 2 seconds. So still a possibility for some changes there as they are running fairly close together. And any spin, slide, mistake could be capitalized on. So we're going to keep an eye on that battle a little bit as we just kind of bounce around the track, showing you what's going on there. It looks like those are our 2 right there. Bruce Hamilton, J.R. Smart, and then Nathan Bird right behind them.
Yeah, all the cars pretty spread out here in this race. Not too much change in position has happened except for some retirements, at least since the early part of this race after the first couple laps.
Oh, running wide there in turn 5. I believe that's
also
J.R. Smart. In his
an
Formula
update,
Atlantic.
James French has not come around this lap, and Larry Howard has regained the lead overall. So James French has not registered another lap and is potentially pulled in.
Well, another shakeup there due to some retirements. So we're seeing some lead changes, but not the way we're quite used to for this weekend so far. The action's been pretty close up until this group, where some good driving, but just some unfortunate mechanical failures causing some things to be shaken up throughout this race.
Yeah, James French did just cross the start-finish line, but on pit road, so has retired early. So we've had 5 or 6 cars out of the 16 starters that have retired before the finish. So most of, unless we have any more retirements, Nick, this race may be set in stone, at least for the winners. Larry Howard has a 23-second gap back to Bruce Hamilton. Bart Wolff over Lawrence Loshak now. So do we have another problem from Lawrence Loshak?
Loshak is still on track. We can see him just in front of that group of Formula Atlantics. He just flashed at the bottom of the screen there.
So something must have happened, though, because he is a solid 20 seconds back from Bart Wolff.
Yeah, must have had some sort of incident during the break that we missed, but maybe that was the car that went off in 16 that we saw right when we came back. We never got a number on that on the radio, but good possibility it could have been Lawrence Loshak there.
So some shakeups here just due to attrition and also maybe some mistakes. Sherman Chow just said his best lap time, most recent lap of the 2:14, the sole runner in Prototype 2 out of Palm Beach, Florida. But just said his best time.
Very good. Good to see drivers are still keeping their foot in it during this session and putting in lap times. If I'm not mistaken, John, the lap times here also can count towards your qualifying tomorrow.
They
correct?
can, yes.
Yeah, so you get a combination of your first qualifier, second qualifier, and your first race to set the grid for day number 2. And we'll see if maybe any of these laps change some of the starting positions for tomorrow. I think James French is already set up pretty well. Hopefully he was able to get that car going again. And whatever issue he had is not going to be terminal, since he was driving very well at the beginning stage of this race.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bart Wolf has a sizable lead now over Loshak. Quite a big gaps here have formed.
Yeah, Larry Howard, though, continuing to lead overall. Very happy about the retirement. He's not going to complain about taking a win in that manner. So he is going to be holding the front of this group down for what we presume to be the rest of this session. About 6 minutes left. So we'll see if he's able to hold on. Hopefully no mistakes. Otherwise, Bart Wolf could be there to take an overall win here in group number 6.
Yeah. And a lot of far travelers in this formula category to the great state of Florida. Larry Howard out of Kansas City, Missouri. And then you have Bart Wolf from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Loshak from Milwaukee. Someone from Bruce Hamilton from Maryland. Another Wisconsin. J.R. Smart. Arizona, Ohio, Georgia, Texas, and our first Florida driver, Sherman Chow, and P2.
Yeah, no, a lot of out-of-state drivers coming to visit and take advantage of the weather right now, and I think who wouldn't want to if you had the chance? Escape maybe some colder weather, come out, wear some shorts and a t-shirt in Florida, and go to the racetrack. I know there's a lot of people out there watching who are dreaming of the same thing. Spring is coming soon, guys. You will have your chance to get back in the race cars, go to the track, see your friends. You guys, the season is coming. Don't worry.
Also, I just see James French just put in another lap time, so maybe he had some issues. It's just diagnosing at this point, Nick.
Yes. Yeah,
and remember, James French did not go out in the second qualifying and then elected to start in the rear of the field. So maybe some car issues, intermittent. (5-1) now working the white flag of Larry Howard. So 2 laps remaining.
It looked like Larry Howard just flashed on our screen there going into turn number 7, if I'm not mistaken. But it is possible. Hard to tell these cars apart. They all look very similar to me. I am not well versed in Formula car shapes, chassis designs. The prototypes are pretty easy to spot from the Formula cars, but after that, it gets a little bit more tricky to figure out who is who. And there is our leader. That is Larry Howard, that you just saw on your screen. That bright red Formula car, working his way through Bishop's Bend and then into 14 there. And he's going to work his way around. Will receive the white flag this time by, according to race control. And there it is. The white flag is going to be waving. And here they go. They're going to be working their final lap as they are coming around. Larry Howard with a very comfortable lead back to second place, Bart Wolf. And even further back is going to be the first Formula Atlanta car that he's competing against of Bruce Hamilton. Bruce Hamilton quite a ways back, just crossing the line there. I think you saw him on your screen. So, as long as it's an event-free final lap, you shouldn't have too many changes on this timing chart, which is good. I think pretty clean race. There were some retirements, but no carnage. We didn't see any contact causing any real problems. So most of these cars should be able to come back out tomorrow and have some more fun.
Yeah, unfortunately, 5 or 6 cars did retire early, which led to a lot of lead changes actually in class.
It did. It did shake things up, and it caused a little bit of us having to play some catch up just by looking at the score sheet rather than being able to see the passes on track. But sometimes that's part of the game. It's just the way the cookie crumbles, as you've said earlier.
So leader going through turn 15 here on the final lap with just one race left to go for today's events, and that is our GT category.
Yeah, Big Bore coming up next. You got your GT cars, GT1, GT2, T1, T2, a sedan, and GTX. So should be another exciting and fun race after this. And there it is. Larry Howard is going to take the checkered flag.
So we have a 2-second gap here between Will Franklin and Stan Whitson for the FE2 win. As there you can see on the screen, those two cars. Does Stan Whitson have enough?
That is the question. Is he going to be able to close in at all? Our closest battle on track right now as he makes his way from turn 15 down towards turn 16.
I don't know if he's going to have enough. He definitely has closed the gap from 2 seconds from earlier in the lap. But it's do or die right here in turn 17, Nick.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to make either a pretty epic lunge to try and get to the inside, or he's going to be resigned to take the second. He's just a little too far back.
Too far back, but Stan Whitson did drive his best lap on the prior lap to make up the ground.
Well, that's always good to see.
So the 62 of Will Franklin takes the win in FE2 over Stan Whitson.
All right. We're going to run through the classes real quick, and then we will take a short break. We'll be back with group number 7. So here you go. In FE2, Will Franklin takes the win over Stan Whitson and Paul Schneider. FA, Larry Howard is going to take the win. Bruce Hamilton and J.R. Smart rounding out the rest of the podium. Your only entrant in P2, Sherman Chow, is going to take the win. In Prototype, Art Wolf is going to win over Lawrence Loshak. And it shows John Godin in third, rounding out the podium. In FX, Lazaro Bonatti is going to be your sole finisher there, and they're going to take the win. John, you've got Group 7 coming up next. Are you excited for it?
I am excited for it. We don't have the Spec Corvette as a national class, but we have some of them running in T2. So that I am excited to watch as well as our GT1 category.
Absolutely. All right, everyone watching at home, we will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Last race of the day coming right up after this.
Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway here for the last race of the day for the 2026 Winter Vacation Majors race here at Sebring International Raceway. We have 25 minutes of GT action. Starting on pole, Alex Meyer, Joseph Frida, Jackson Tovo, Ethan Tovo, and Claudio Burton round out the top 5. Then we have Troy Monthi, Lee Saunders, Justin Elder, Gary Cook, and Troy Monthi. Well, we have 2 Troy Monthis. How does that work? He's driving 2 cars. He is so good.
Very
Next,
talented driver.
James Candelaria, our first place in T1. And I believe, do we have a in-car for him?
We sure do.
We do. And then we have Ike Keeler, Matt Gray, Brian Collier, Kenny Bupp, and Phil Lasco. Rounding up your top 15. In 16th, Robert Garza, Keith Workman, Steven Sowers, and Steve Lightholt. Then we have Wes Humphreys, Matt O'Toole in T1. Avaram Cohen, Mark Bowden, Cecil Stevens, who we also have an in-car that you're looking at right now. Joe Reppert, James Davidson, Rodin Unesi, Chris Oatson, Jeff Burke, Mike Frost, Kelly Lubosh, and our last 4 competitors here, Russell Wittenberg, Scott Vanacore, David Glassman, and Troy Monthi again. He's in there 3 times. So not sure. He must be good, Nick.
On the timing, I only have him in the number 8 car, number 8 GT1. So I'm not sure what numbers he's listed as. But
I don't know. But he is on my grid sheet 3 times. So, and all right. So, Nick, what are you most excited for here?
Oh boy, I think seeing some of the TA2 cars square off against each other is going to be pretty exciting.
Okay.
We've got a pretty good handful of those. The Spec Corvettes are going to be fun, but they're a little spread out in the field since they don't have their own class to hide in this week like they did at Homestead. So we'll see. I think both those are going to be some of the more exciting races to watch.
Cool. And I do love the Spec Corvette quite a bit, even though it's not a national class yet, but it should be. All right, and the lights are off on the pace car. Alex Meyer bringing us to the green flag here shortly in that Lamborghini. It is really pretty, that car, in the sun especially. It has a nice sparkle to it, Nick.
Yeah, that paint scheme on it, the blue and orange, or the blue and green, looks really nice.
And here we go. The green flag is out, but a great start from the 122 machine of Joseph Frida. Gets a jump on Alex Meyer going into turn 1.
Yeah, he did. Great start. Really anticipated it. But Alex Meyer's going to go around the outside into turn 1. We'll see if he's able to hold it all the way to turn 3.
I think he might, Nick, and he sure is. Frida now about to lose another, actually, potentially another position here as a lockup by that TA2 car right behind him. But they were able to avoid any collision there.
Yeah, great work to keep that. That's one of those Toyota Camrys we were talking about earlier. Not your standard Toyota Camry you see every day.
I love Japanese muscle.
That's right. It is a highly modified Toyota Camry, if you can even call it that at this point in its life. As we've got to move down the inside for one of our Camrys on the other, and that is the Tovo brothers. So I want to say Ethan Tovo making the move, going into 3rd overall now. We'll see how their battle unfolds throughout this race. Obviously in very equal cars, so could be a great race between the 2 of them. And if they're twins, equal cars, pretty much equal DNA, so really just comes down to driver training at that point.
Yeah, there's no genetic advantage of either
exactly. One of them. Yeah, they're sharing the same.
Unless they're fraternal.
It could be fraternal.
That could be. You never know.
But yeah, as the race goes on here, looking at some of these cars, a lot of close battles still. Last I checked, Cecil Stevens and his other Spec Corvette competitor were very close to each other.
Oh, and here's the in-car.
And here's the in-car. I think Cecil's got the jump on him right now. We'll see at the timing line how close they are. Yeah, great shot of them going through 16, and then you're going to get that sunset. Look at that thing.
Yeah.
So bright over in that left-hand side. Different months of the year, it is right down the center of the track and make it really tricky. So
a good race here from the P1 and 2 and overall. Alex Meyer and Joseph Frieda, only 0.5 of a second gap at the line. I would love to see that continue and not have one car just pull away.
yeah, that would be really fun to watch the leaders go at it today. As we are watching, looking at the start-finish line for our Spec Corvettes. There it is. Cecil Stevens just came by. Looks like he's going to be leading in T2 at the moment. I don't see anyone else ahead of him. Yep, he's going to be leading T2 ahead of James Davidson by about 0.9 of a second. So we'll see if that race stays close or if Cecil is just on it today. But there are those two Corvettes right there going in through turn 3. The black one of Cecil Stevens, the red one, James Davidson, right behind. And they've got themselves nose to tail, not necessarily bumper to bumper, but no cars in between, so they're free to race right now. So it should be some.
Ooh, the Audi late down the inside almost collected that prototype, Nick.
Yeah, it really did. He was using every bit of that brake pedal as they got down.
That was
into
Robert
27.
Garza in the Audi R8 with a very late deep move down into the hairpin.
Yeah, seeing that prototype moving through the field makes a good move on that old stock car. Looks really cool out on track. Seeing that old school stock car body. Yeah, there it goes. Oh, the Ford Taurus. What a good looking car to be able to drive. That is the number 98 car. Oh, sorry, the 98 Taurus is the model there. Gotcha. Do we have a car number on that one? I want to shout out that driver. 32, that's Kenny Bupp. Kenny Bupp, there it is. Yeah, good looking car. It's got to be fun to drive around. John, would you drive one of those given the opportunity?
I would.
Yeah?
I wouldn't say no.
I think that's a smart move. I don't think I could turn that one down either. That sounds like a lot of fun.
I will say I am impressed with the size of this GT group. The GT group has come back with a vengeance. For a couple years there, I feel like it dwindled in numbers, but it's come back very strong as of late.
Look at James Candelaria and his Corvette on the outside, getting a good shot of the backside.
Yeah,
of that Kenny Bupp ride, the 32.
That Kenny Bupp ride gets down on the straightaway on.
That thing's got just a little bit of power.
We'll see here if he goes the over/under, if he has enough. I think he tried it, but
he thought about it, yeah, but then backed out a little.
Oh, send it down the inside.
There it goes. What a move by James Candelaria. Working his way forward into 12th overall.
Oh, and the car is sliding on the entrance there. The little loose going in.
There he goes, yeah. Man, look at that sunset through there, too. Tough glare on the sun, on the windshield. Late in the day, I've been talking a lot. Tongue is losing its effect.
Ooh, the Mustang with
squeeze.
Yeah, with a late move down on that Kenny Bupp machine.
There's your Spec Corvette battle still. Cecil Stevens leading John Davidson.
James
Davidson, that's right.
Yeah. And now 6 minutes in so far, pretty clean. And not a lot of retirements like we saw in the previous group. So you love to see it, Nick.
Yeah, keep the cars out on track. Want to see them race. I love hearing them. Great way to end the day. Get you a little adrenaline boost as they come by. Here in the tower, they are loud.
Oh, we have a corner. 14 is waving yellow.
Interesting. Just off screen.
Car 30.
That's Jackson Tovo, one of our Toyota Camrys, the T8 cars.
Yep. So we just missed it there on Cecil Stevens' cam.
Got to be fun driving what is essentially a very streetable car still with some of these really cool GT cars around track.
and keeping up with them.
Yeah, that more importantly just shows you how great the platform was of these C5 Corvettes that run in Spec Corvette. I mean, to be able to keep up with what looks to be like a GT4 Mercedes in front of it is quite a feat for a car that was.
Oh, there may still be some speedy dry down there.
Yeah, looks like they're still kicking that up a bit
from the B-Spec race. Yeah, that was the 30 car of Jackson Tovo pulled over in front of the corner worker station by turn 14. So I believe just retirement of the car.
Yeah, the group you're looking at here, by the way, John, is Steven Sowers, Mark Bowden, Wes Humphreys, and then Cecil Stevens and James Davidson in those 2 Spec Corvettes. So a wide variety of classes. Got some GT2s, some T2s, and a T1 in the mix of all of those, and then T2s for the Spec Corvettes. Yep. And we're riding on board with James Candelaria and that T1 Corvette. He is 4/10 off the lead of Robert Garza in that R8. So this is a battle for the lead we are watching right now, and we've got the best seats in the house for you.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you guys are tuned in here on the SCCA official YouTube channel.
James Candelaria is really getting up on the wheel in the corner and cornering a lot better than the Mercedes ahead of him.
Yeah, it does feel like he's got a pretty good advantage through the corners, and he's using a little bit more track, it looks like, too, trying to get as much speed as he can through the corners, carry all of that speed, because that already has some legs on the straightaways.
Oh, loose again on entrance there. Seems to be happening in several corners as we see him going into turn 3, following the Mercedes. He's going to send it. Oh, there was, or the Audi, sorry.
Yeah, he did send it in there, but good awareness by the Audi to give him some room, but James was just a little too far back to make that one stick, but sure gave it a run.
Yeah, Candelaria seems to get loose on entrance in a few corners.
Yeah, it does seem like...
so maybe the car's not handling as it maybe like.
Now let's see if he goes for another move here. It's going to be the back 2 cars in this group. No moves this time, so happy to stay in line this time rather than push the issue, and we'll see if he's able to work his way back a little bit closer to that R8 and make another move. We've got still 15 minutes to go in this session, so lots of time for them to try and get caught up there.
Mm-hmm. And the sun is setting here in beautiful Florida in January. I think the high was about 82 today, so nice and warm.
Yeah, really a postcard day. This is when you want to tell your friends and family to come visit. That way they think Florida is this nice all the time, and then they come back and visit in August and melt the second they get off the plane.
Yep, so it's 80 degrees right now in Florida in January. You really can't beat it, Nick.
Yeah, you really can't. It's about as nice you can ask for. I guess that's why they have back-to-back races here in Florida in January.
That's why they call it the Winter Vacation Majors.
Yeah.
Well, we're about the halfway point through our last race of the day, so let's take a moment and hear from our sponsors. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
AAG Autotechnic Racing operates a championship caliber organization from its Fort Myers, Florida headquarters. The team has developed a legacy of speed, precision, and determination on and off the track. From grassroots beginnings, the team has continuously evolved, driven by a passion for motorsports and a relentless pursuit of excellence.
With all the buzz about reshoring, it's great to know that Silver Horse Racing and Space Coast Precision have been making precision products here in the USA for over 20 years. Proud sponsors of the father-daughter duo of Marcello and Alyssa Canatano, driving the number 03 and 04 Spec Miatas, they manufacture products for many of today's top companies, utilizing advanced CNC machining centers, and are ready to help you with your manufacturing needs as well. Based on Florida's Space Coast, check them out on the web at silverhorseracing.com or spacecoastprecision.com to learn more.
Want to race Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s with speed, style, and unbeatable support? At Apex Motorsports South, Florida's official customer service representative for SCCA Enterprises, we make it happen. Race-ready SRF3 rentals, full arrive and drive packages, expert prep and top-tier trackside support, and a crew that treats you like family. From your first lap to the checkered flag, we've got your back to every step of the way. Whether you're chasing the podium or the pure rush of racing, Apex delivers performance with a personal touch. Come for the competition, stay for the camaraderie. Apex Motorsports South, driven by passion, powered by people. Your seat's ready. Are you?
What if the most fun you can have with your car is closer than you think? At Central Florida Region SCCA Autocross, you bring your own car, even your daily driver, and drive a course laid out with cones and timing lights. There's no wheel-to-wheel racing and no prior experience required. It's just you, your car, and the clock. Autocross helps you build real driving skills in a controlled, safe environment while spending the day with a welcoming community of car enthusiasts. It's affordable, competitive, and open to drivers of all skill levels. Learn more, find upcoming events, and sign up at autocross.cfrscca.org.
Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway in beautiful Florida, 80-degree weather. If you were paying attention to the screen while we were on commercial break, you would have noticed Aviram Cohen in his 2019 Aston Martin Vantage losing it in turn one, spinning off on the exit of turn one, but managing to keep it out of the wall, which we love to see. So a spin and continue, but a little bit of a brown moment there, Nick.
Yeah, that was definitely a little scary. Turn one, not the spot you want to have a moment like that. That wall comes at you very quickly and is not very forgiving. So especially as cars that travel at these kind of speeds, that wall comes up even faster than someone like myself is used to. So I'm sure he was a little nervous on that.
Oh, and a car goes off in 16 right there on the screen.
Yeah.
That looked like a prototype, Nick.
It did. Probably one of our GTX entries, if I had to guess, which would be Gary Crook, our only GTX entry that is running right now.
Mm-hmm. And stalled, according to the... Here we go. Here's a replay. Oh, he tried to send it on the inside.
He did.
Trying to restart the car, according to the corner workers, but initially it stalled. We're getting word in from the corner workers.
Yeah, well, it sounds like he's trying to get it restarted and get out on his own power, and hopefully we won't need it to go pick him up.
Oh, yep, the car needs to be moved. It's not able to restart. So it looks like, Nick, it is in an interesting position coming out of 16. Are we going to go double yellow here? There is a good chance that race control does say yes. It is on the exit of 16. And there it is. There's the call. We are going double yellow all around with just 8 minutes left in the race.
Yeah, unfortunate. We saw this earlier. Around the same time a double yellow came out, and they were unable to get restarted. Now, there was a big oil spill during that one that needed to be cleaned up. This may just be a car in a bad position. So we may be able to get a green-white checker out of this.
We might be able to, because the car is just sitting there on the exit of 16, just off of the camera to the left. But that was an interesting move that the driver pulled. That would be Gary Crook in the 41 GTX car, the Norma M30.
Yeah.
Was originally qualified in 9th. So pretty far up the field, but went for a pretty ambitious move, I dare say, going into 16, and ran out of traction, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. Was pushing a little bit, trying to get that pass done and made, and just unfortunately could not get it to stick. Turn 16, a tricky spot. But it looks like the leader has been collected by that classic Mazda safety car, and the rest of the field is going to be catching up to them as we finish a little bit more of this lap here. It should be all grouped up by the end of this lap. Going to give it just a few more cars crossing the line, and then we'll run through the class order. I think we've got almost everyone here. One or two more cars making their way down the backstretch. So once we get them all collected and past the timing line, that update will be a little bit more accurate. Want to make sure we get you guys some good info. And there we go. Two more just cross, start, finish. I think. Here are our last ones. All right, now seems like a good time to go through. Let's run through our classes and give you an update on how everyone's doing. In A Sedan, Kelly Labash is your only entry there. They have completed 5 laps so far. GTX, Gary Crook, car that we just saw spin, is the only entry running laps there. T1, Robert Garza continues to lead in that Audi R8 over James Candelaria, who we had the in-car video from. Phil Lasco in his 2017 Ford Mustang in 3rd, right behind them. Wes Humphreys in 4th. Matt O'Toole, 5th place in T1. GT1, Alex Meyer, your overall leader right now, right behind that classic Mazda safety car. Joseph Frieda and Troy Monty is going to round out your top 3. T2, Mark Bowden, Cecil Stevens, and James Davidson are going to be your leaders there. Cecil Stevens is going to be your unofficial Spec Corvette leader at the moment. Mark Bowden is driving a Porsche 911, so different car than what the other two of Cecil and James are. GT2, Ethan Tovo in that Trans Am Toyota Camry, leading that group. Lee Saunders right behind them in his Dodge Viper, and Justin Elder in the Chevy Camaro, rounding out the top 3 in GT2. So we've got the field pretty much caught up with the pace car now, as you can see them making their way through turn 16. Just out of frame is where that incident is.
Where we actually just got a word from race control that we are going to throw the checker flag on this race right now with just minutes to go. We are bringing the safety car in road. So the list that you just heard from my co-commentator Nick Soriano is the finishing position for this group and for the day. But guess what, folks? We have more of this tomorrow. Everyone gets to race yet again tomorrow for the 46th annual Winter Vacation U.S. Majors Tour at Sebring International Raceway, here presented by CFR Region SCCA. and produced by DriversEye Live. And we've had a great time with y'all today, and we're going to have an even better time tomorrow. So John Davison here with Nick Soriano signing off today. Have a great night.